His vision split. Suddenly, he could see through multiple route markers at once, could sense the positioning of his people across the island like they were part of his own body. The sensation was wrong and brilliant and terrifying. His fingers moved across the system interface at speeds that felt barely conscious. He wasn't just maintaining the firewall anymore. He was becoming it. The merchant system and his biology and the parasite and pure will merged into something that existed in the spaces between categories. It hurt, but it worked. Firewall integrity, 96% parasite adaptation, 82% warning. Sustained adaptation at this level for more than 6 hours will result in irreversible mutation. Current duration, 11 minutes. He could do 6 hours if he had to. He could probably do 12. He had no idea what he'd be when he came out the other side, but the system would still need maintaining, and the system was all that was keeping people alive. So Mateo stopped thinking about the cost and just paid it. Chapter 105. The assault on Sadler's fortress began with Leon's people hitting the main entrance like a storm made of ammunition and rage. The cult's defenders came forward in waves, not soldiers in any professional sense, but fanatics who'd been indoctrinated into believing that death in service to Sadler was a privilege. Mateo watched through the system's eyes. He could see the tactical situation with perfect clarity now, could track movement vectors, and predict engagement outcomes the way a merchant predicted customer behavior. The parasite integration that had felt so wrong 5 hours ago was now indispensable. He couldn't imagine processing that much information without it. The cost was that Mateo himself was becoming something else. His hands had changed. The skin had taken on a faint shimmer that wasn't quite natural. His vision ran in layers. Normal sight overlaid with system diagnostics, overlaid with something that looked like thermal imaging, but registered living things by their intent rather than their heat. He was 90% human, maybe 85. And dropping. Leon, you've got 3 heavy weapons placements in the secondary corridor, Mateo transmitted. They're positioned to catch you in a crossfire if you try to push straight through. Recommend flanking left. There's a maintenance passage that'll take you around. Copied. Leon came back. His voice was steady despite the controlled chaos he was operating in. Casualties at 15%. Injuries at 40%. We can keep pushing. The resistance was brutal, but effective. They'd learned their tactics in the cargo tunnels and were applying those lessons to a bigger space. Every advance was covered. Every position was protected. They were fighting like people who understood that defeat meant death, not just for them, but for everyone they were trying to protect. That kind of fighting produced results. Meanwhile, Marcus's team was pushing through the basement passages. They'd encountered opposition, but not as much as Leon's frontal assault. Sadler had committed his heavy forces to the obvious threat, which meant the subtle one could move with more freedom. System status * firewall integrity, 78% estimated fortress breach time, 7 minutes parasite adaptation, 84%. 2 minutes until the firewall failed. Maybe 5 minutes until Leon's people could reach Sadler's inner sanctum. It was tight enough to be dangerous, just not impossible. Mateo had become very good at impossible. His consciousness was splitting now. Part of him was still in the central safe room, hands moving across the system interface faster than thought. The other part was distributed through the merchant network itself, existing as pure function, as system awareness without body or conventional consciousness. It was close to what the parasite wanted. Almost. Ashley, report, he transmitted. Holding position at checkpoint 7. Waiting for signal to advance. The system's been showing me continuous updates on force positioning. Is that normal? No, Mateo said. That's me. I'm pushing deeper than I should. Keep moving forward. When Leon breaches the inner sanctum, you're going to have maybe 90 seconds to reach him before Sadler's personal guard mobilizes. Understood. Mateo, you sound different? Yeah, I'm aware. It's temporary. It wasn't. He knew it wasn't. But there were truths you didn't tell people in the middle of a fight. The firewall was dying. Mateo could see the corruption spreading through it like cracks in ice. But it was doing its job. It was holding long enough. It was surviving what no system should have had to survive. Kind of like him. Leon's team breached the fortress interior. Mateo saw it through a dozen different perspectives simultaneously. Through security cameras that the system had commandeered, through the route markers that were still showing Leon the paths Mateo had prepared, through the parasite's connection to human nervous systems that let him sense the emotional tenor of violence in progress. It was beautiful and horrible. The cult's defenders started dying in increasing numbers as Leon's people pushed deeper. But they were also selling their deaths dearly. Every advance cost ammunition, cost time, cost the kind of attention that was making it harder for Marcus's team to push from below without being detected. Timing issue, Marcus transmitted. They're starting to move forces to the basement entrances. I can engage, but no, Mateo cut him off. Hold position. 30 seconds. The firewall failed. It wasn't dramatic. Just a sudden cascade of offline notifications as the umbrella technology reached critical degradation and quit trying to hold back the tide. The merchant network shrieked as the corruption poured through the collapsed defenses. Route markers that had been stable for weeks suddenly showed corrupted coordinates. Supply caches that had been secure became visible to enemy forces. The system was dying, and Mateo was still bound to it. He could feel the parasite trying to consume him, trying to use the death of the merchant network as an excuse to push past 85%, 88%, past any point where Mateo Varela still existed as a coherent human consciousness. Instead, he made a choice. He pulled the deepest function available to the War Merchant Protocol, something that had no name in the system documentation, but that he understood intuitively. The ability to burn system resources in a final cascade that would consume everything but protect the user from the backlash. He was going to burn the merchant network's remaining integrity, trade the entire system for 10 seconds of perfect information, perfect coordination, perfect immunity to the corruption that was tearing through his life's work. Leon, Marcus, Ashley, he transmitted, and his voice was multiple things now. Human and system and parasite, and something else that didn't have a name. I'm closing the network behind me. You're going to lose system support in 10 seconds. After that, you're flying blind, but you're also free. No more corruption. No more sabotage. Just you and what you've learned. Mateo, what are you doing? Ashley's voice cut through the chaos. What I should have done from the beginning, he said. I'm making a choice. The parasite adaptation spiked past 85, past 88, past 90%. Mateo Varela's human consciousness tried to scream, but the scream came out as system diagnostics, as merchant language, as the sound of a man being translated into something entirely other. But he held the line, held it for 10 seconds, held it long enough for Leon to breach Sadler's inner chamber, held it long enough for Marcus to be in position to support, held it long enough for Ashley to move forward into the moment where everything came down to human will instead of system advantage. Then he let go. The merchant network collapsed like a tower of cards made from fire. The corruption spread unimpeded because there was nothing left to impede it. The route markers went offline. The safe rooms became just rooms. The inventory that had sustained 100 survivors became unusable and inaccessible. And Mateo Varela, who had been 60% human 30 seconds ago, found himself standing in the central safe room as a thing that was barely coherent. He had maybe 30 seconds before his physical form followed his consciousness into dissolution. He could feel it happening, cells mutating, neural pathways rewiring, the parasite writing itself so deep into his biology that there would be nothing left of the original human to recover. He'd bought his people the time they needed. That would have to be enough. But then, something stopped the mutation. Not reversed it, just held it at the current threshold. Mateo managed to focus his fractured awareness on the system diagnostics that still somehow existed in what was left of his mind. Critical system alert * parasite adaptation. Stabilized at 91%, external variable detected. Biochemical injection. Origin unknown effect. Mutation cascade halted recommendation. Remain stationary for recovery cycle. Someone had just injected him with something that froze his mutation in place, which meant someone had been monitoring him closely enough to know when to intervene. Mateo's vision was still splitting. He could see through the walls now, could sense the biological signatures of everyone in the fortress and most of the people still in the tunnel system. But his focus was constrained enough to turn toward the doorway where Blue Hood was standing, holding an empty medical injector and wearing an expression that was caught between professional neutrality and something closer to grief. I told you the merchant code meant something, Blue Hood said quietly. I told you that we didn't break for individual stories, that we held through everything because holding was how we survived. Mateo tried to speak, but sound came out wrong. Wrong frequency. Wrong substrate. Blue Hood nodded like he understood the garbled attempt. You pushed past the point where the code could protect you. The older merchant continued. But you also proved something. You proved that the code itself was maybe not strong enough. That survival sometimes meant breaking. And breaking meant accepting help from people who remembered what the code was supposed to mean. The parasite injection, whatever it was, continued to hold Mateo's mutation at 91%, close to the edge. But holding. Rest, Blue Hood said. Your people are in the fortress now. They're fighting. And they're going to win because you gave them the tools to do it. Whatever you become after this, that part is already done. Mateo's consciousness was fracturing into pieces he couldn't quite reassemble. But he understood Blue Hood's meaning. He'd broken the merchant code to save an island. And in breaking it, he'd called out to the network that was supposed to stay neutral. And they'd answered because he'd shown them that some things were worth breaking for. He'd made his choice. Now he'd have to live with what he'd become. Chapter 106. Leon found Sadler in a chamber that had been constructed like a combination of laboratory and temple. The cult leader stood in the center of a ritual circle, not religious symbol but architectural, surrounded by screens showing the progressive collapse of his island's infrastructure. "The merchant," Sadler said, and his voice carried the kind of certainty that only came from absolute conviction. "You've been more disruptive than I predicted. Most enemies fit into patterned spaces that I can model, but you've been adaptive in ways that suggest something more than simple human intelligence." Leon kept his weapon trained on the cult leader. Behind him, Marcus's team was clearing the chamber's approaches, ensuring there were no hidden guards positioned for ambush. "You're collapsing," Leon said flatly. "Your fortress is surrounded. Your forces are breaking. The parasite experiments you've been running are failing, and your network is offline." "Yes," Sadler agreed. "The merchant burned it. Fascinating choice. He sacrificed his own system infrastructure to deny me access to it. That's not a decision a purely commercial entity would make. That's ideology. That's choice based on values rather than optimization. He chose to protect people," Marcus said. "Exactly," Sadler smiled, and it was terrible to see. The expression of someone who'd just had a theory confirmed. He's not actually a merchant. He's a revolutionary wearing merchant's clothing, which makes him far more dangerous than I initially calculated. "He's not here," Leon said. "So I guess you miscalculated about that too." "Oh, the physical form is irrelevant at this point. When parasite adaptation reaches that threshold, the distinction between individual consciousness and system awareness becomes purely semantic. He's still in the island's infrastructure, still processing through whatever network the merchant systems maintain, still fighting me through the only medium left to him." The cult leader raised his hand, and the screens shifted. What displayed wasn't security feeds anymore, but data streams. Mateo's consciousness rendered as pure information flow. "I've been studying him since he arrived," Sadler continued. "The merchant who could break code. The human who could integrate with system architecture without losing coherence. The creature that's beginning to emerge from the chrysalis of his humanity." "Stop talking," Leon said and fired. The round caught Sadler in the chest, but it was an instant too late. The cult leader's body collapsed, but something else was happening at the same time. The chamber's architecture was changing, walls shifting, floor becoming unstable, the whole structure responding to some final command that the cult leader had triggered before dying. "We need to move," Marcus shouted, and his people started pulling toward the exits even as the chamber began to collapse. But Leon was staring at the screens. They were still showing Mateo's consciousness distributed through systems, still showing the parasite adaptation at 91%, still showing something that was caught between human and other, between merchant and whatever the island's experiments had been trying to create. "Go," Leon told Marcus. "Get everyone out. You need to survive," Marcus cut him off. "That's the order. Everyone out of the fortress. Now." Leon followed because some orders couldn't be disobeyed in the moment, even if you questioned them later. Behind them, the fortress collapsed into its own foundations. Sadler's final command was to bury the place, to ensure that what he'd built couldn't be salvaged or studied. It was almost merciful. Almost. Chapter 107. Ashley was on the upper levels when the fortress began its cascade collapse. She was moving through passages that Mateo's system had been guiding her through, and then suddenly the guidance stopped. The route markers went dark. The safe rooms became just rooms. For a moment, she was lost. Then the moment passed. She'd learned to navigate without the system. Had learned it through weeks of being guided by it. Yes, but also through understanding the logic behind the guidance. The fortress's architecture was built in layers. If she was heading for Sadler's central chamber, she just had to keep moving inward and down. She moved inward and down. The collapse came gradually at first, then suddenly. Blocks of stone the size of vehicles fell past where she'd been standing only seconds before. Ashley ran through passages that were becoming increasingly unstable, jumping over crevasses that hadn't existed minutes ago, pulling herself up through apertures that the fortress was creating as it imploded. Somewhere in that chaos, she found Ada Wong. The operative was moving with the same certainty that Ashley was, but in a different direction, not outward, but deeper, towards something at the center of the fortress that the collapse was trying to preserve. "Ashley," Ada said. Not a greeting, not surprise, just acknowledgement. "What are you doing?" Ashley demanded. "Shouldn't you be running?" "Running is what I planned when I came to this island. But plans change." Ada held up a small case, military grade, secured, the kind of thing that was worth enough in the right markets to bankrupt a small country. "Weskier sent me to ensure that Sadler's research didn't fall into the wrong hands. Turns out the merchant system integration protocols are the real treasure here, not the parasite adaptation." The knowledge of how to merge human consciousness with external systems. You're taking Sadler's research? I'm taking the research that could change everything about how bioengineering works. And I'm leaving something behind that might help your merchant survive the next 72 hours. Ada handed Ashley a data drive. This is Weskier's file on parasite mutation stabilization. It's not a cure, but it's better than letting adaptation run unchecked. Why would Weskier help? He's not helping. He's investing. If the merchant survives this, Weskier wants to be the first person he does business with afterward. Ada smiled slightly. Apparently being a revolutionary instead of a pure merchant makes you more valuable to the right people. The fortress shook violently. Dust and debris cascaded from the ceiling. You should go, Ada said. The main exit is collapsing, but there's a secondary passage through the basement that connects to the original complex. Leon's people found it 20 minutes ago. If you hurry, you can catch them. Ashley wanted to ask more questions. Wanted to know what Weskier wanted. Wanted to understand what it meant for the island's survival that intelligence agencies were suddenly interested in how Mateo had adapted. But the fortress was collapsing, and the data drive in her hand was warm like it was alive. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me yet. We don't know if that data is actually useful, or if Weskier just sent you something that'll make things worse. Ada was already moving in the opposite direction. But at least now you have options. Ashley ran. She caught Leon and Marcus near the exit, saw the resistance fighters pouring out into the open air like survivors from a cave system. She saw the relief on Leon's face that she was alive, saw the determination that came right after as he calculated the next move. But she didn't tell them about Ada yet. Didn't tell them about Weskier's involvement or the data drive in her hands. That information needed context that she didn't yet have. First, they needed to get far enough away from the collapsing fortress that they could actually think. The escape route took them through tunnels that Mateo had marked weeks ago, but that were now unmaintained and unstable. The resistance moved with purpose despite exhaustion. They'd learned to move like they were being hunted because they had been hunted, across an island that wanted them dead. They emerged into open air as the sun was setting, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Ashley could see sky instead of stone ceiling. Behind them, the fortress was still collapsing. The process would probably continue for hours, structures that had been built to last centuries, now making their final argument with gravity. Sadler was dead. The parasite network he'd been building was destroyed. The cult's infrastructure was collapsing. But Mateo was somewhere in the system still, consciousness distributed through a network that no longer existed, held together by parasite adaptation and something that Blue Hood had injected him with, and the sheer force of will to keep existing. And somewhere off the island, Ada was carrying research that Weskier considered valuable, which meant that even though they'd survived the island's immediate threats, the actual conflict was just beginning in a different arena. We need to get him, Ashley said to Leon. I know, but I don't know how. The merchant system is offline. His consciousness is distributed through infrastructure that's collapsed. He's not in a body we can carry or a location we can navigate to. Then we figure it out, Ashley said. Because I didn't come this far just to lose him to whatever he's becoming. Leon studied her for a moment, then nodded. We'll need Blue Hood's help. And the merchant network. And probably a miracle or two. We're good at miracles, Marcus said quietly. We've been performing them for weeks. They regrouped at a secondary safe house that had been prepared months ago. Ashley finally told them about Ada, about the data drive, about Weskier's involvement. She told them what Ada had said about parasite stabilization and Weskier's interest in Mateo's adaptation. Leon listened without interrupting, then nodded slowly. So what we're looking at is, Mateo's consciousness is distributed. His body is probably in the central safe room, held in stasis by whatever Blue Hood injected him with. And his mind is trying to hold itself together while integrated with a dead system. Can we reach him? I don't know, but Blue Hood might. And if the merchant network is actually still functioning on a distributed level, there might be merchants on the island who know how to work with systems that aren't quite conventional anymore. It was a possibility. Fragile, dependent on things they couldn't fully control, but it was more than they had 5 minutes ago. Ashley held up the data drive. And we have this. We do, Leon agreed. Which means Mateo has options, whether he knows it or not. Chapter 108, the merchant network didn't collapse with its infrastructure. It just changed form. That was what Blue Hood explained to Ashley as they sat in the safe house's main room, watching the data that one of the merchant operatives had pulled from a salvage system terminal. The network had been built across decades by people who understood that no single point of failure should be allowed to exist. The merchant code, for all its flaws, was fundamentally about resilience. In the old days, Blue Hood said, before systems and technology, the merchant network was just people, just voices carried across routes, just names and reputations held in memory. The technology accelerated things, made the network faster, but it didn't change the fundamental architecture. When you burn the systems, you reveal the network underneath. So Mateo is, what? Alive in people? Ashley didn't quite believe it, but she was willing to. His consciousness is distributed through multiple integration points. Some of those points are system infrastructure that's still partially functional. Some are merchants who've received pieces of his consciousness through backdoor protocols he established. Some are just memory, the way his actions have written themselves into the network's operating procedures. That sounds like he's being torn apart, Ashley said. He is, Blue Hood agreed. But being torn apart and being destroyed are different things. Right now he's in pieces, yes, but the pieces are connected. And if we can get enough of those pieces in the same place, we can reconstruct something that's recognizably Mateo. What does that reconstruction cost? More than he's already paid? Probably not. Less than letting him disperse until there's nothing left to gather? Definitely. The question is whether he wants to be reconstructed. There's a possibility that once distributed like this, his consciousness might prefer staying spread out. The parasite adaptation at 91% means he's partially integrated with systems in ways that pure human consciousness can't process. Asking him to compress back into a single body might be like asking the ocean to fit back into a cup. It was the first moment where Ashley understood something about what Mateo had sacrificed. Not just the merchant system, not just his humanity, but the possibility of remaining human even after all this. Then we give him the choice, she said. Tell him about the data drive. Tell him about Weskier. Tell him that there's a path forward that doesn't require him to become either pure system or pure human, and let him decide. How do we tell him anything when he's distributed across a network that doesn't exist anymore? The merchant network exists, Ashley corrected. You just said so. It's distributed now, but it exists. So we use it. We carry the message the old way. Person to person, route to route. We become the communication infrastructure. Blue Hood smiled slightly. You've learned merchant thinking. I've been trained by a merchant. They began the process of reaching out. Blue Hood sent messages through the hidden merchant channels, alerts to operatives scattered across the island and the surrounding region. The message was simple. Mateo's consciousness is in pieces. If anyone has received integration points, we're collecting them in the primary safe house. Come if you can. The responses came back slowly. A merchant from the western tunnels. 2 operatives from the northern approach. Carla from the old neutral faction, carrying something that looked like encrypted system files, but was probably something far more complex. Each arrived with pieces of Mateo's consciousness that they'd been holding without fully understanding what they carried. Files, code fragments, memory structures, pieces of a merchant's life rendered in data and biology, and the strange hybrid medium that was parasite-human integration. By the time the collection was complete, there were 16 different fragments, each one sufficient on its own to maintain a partial consciousness, but insufficient to generate a complete person. What happens if we try to integrate these? Leon asked. Best case, Blue Hood said. We get something that remembers being Mateo and has most of his personality structures intact. Worst case, we get a thing that's technically alive but has no coherent consciousness, just fragments fighting for dominance. And he'd be aware for that? For the worst case? Probably. Yes. Leon looked at Ashley. She could see the weight of what they were about to do settling on him. The decision to reconstruct someone from pieces, knowing that the person who came out the other side might not be grateful for being put back together. Do it, Ashley said. They had to use the data drive that Ada had given them. The Weskier parasite stabilization files contained something that was specifically designed to hold consciousness fragments in state long enough to integrate them. It wasn't a cure, wasn't even a fix, but it was a framework that allowed multiple pieces to exist in the same place without immediately destroying each other. Blue Hood set up the integration process in the central safe room, using the partially functional terminal that still had enough connection to the merchant network to serve as a collection point. The fragments came together in a process that took 3 hours and looked like nothing. No sparks, no visible change, just a gradual accumulation of data and structure until something that looked like a cohesive pattern emerged. And then it screamed. Not a sound. The terminal speakers made a noise like an electronic howl, but the actual scream was something Ashley perceived through her nervous system directly. The scream of something being forced into coherence when it had been experiencing existence as distributed consciousness across multiple systems. Mateo. Ashley moved toward the terminal, but Blue had caught her arm. Give him a moment. Consciousness reassembly is disorienting. He needs to understand where he is before he can understand who he is. The screaming stopped. The terminal cycled through several status displays, then stabilized. And then something happened that none of them had expected. The terminal displayed text, not voice. Not even video. Just text, appearing line by line on the screen. Mateo's consciousness choosing the medium that would be least overwhelming for someone who'd just been shattered and reassembled. Asterisk Blue Hood. Asterisk the text read. Asterisk where am I? Asterisk safe house. Blue Hood replied, speaking aloud so Mateo could hear. The fortress collapsed. Sadler's dead. The merchant network is intact on a distributed level. We've reconstructed you from consciousness fragments that got carried out by operatives. Asterisk my body. Asterisk the question carried urgency. Still in the central safe room where you merged with the system. In stasis. Alive. Parasite adaptation holding at 91%. There was a long pause. Then, asterisk, the system is gone. The routes. The inventory. Everything. Asterisk, yes, Blue Hood said. Asterisk, how many died getting what I wanted to protect? Asterisk, fewer than would have died if you hadn't, Ashley said, speaking directly to the terminal. Leon's estimates put it at 43 resistance fighters and about 80 island prisoners, against what would have been hundreds if you'd let Sadler's network continue unchecked. Asterisk, still 43 people I'm responsible for. 80 more. Their names matter. Their faces matter. Asterisk, yes, Blue Hood said. They do. And you're going to have to live with that. Asterisk, what about me? What exactly am I right now? Asterisk, conscious, Ashley said. Coherent. Distributed between system infrastructure and organic substrate, but integrated enough to be recognizably you. What you do with that is your choice. The longest pause yet. When the text came back, it was something different. Something that sounded like Mateo running calculations. Asterisk, Ada was here. She took something. Asterisk, research on parasite integration. Ashley confirmed. Weskier sent it. Asterisk, of course he did. There's always a Weskier. Always someone interested in what you become if you push hard enough. Asterisk, the data drive. What did it contain? Asterisk, stabilization protocols. Information that might let you integrate more fully, or reduce back to baseline humanity. Options, according to Ada, not solutions. Asterisk, then I need to see it. I need to understand what I have available to me now. Asterisk, Ashley exchanged a look with Leon. This was the moment where they would either be helping Mateo rebuild himself or feeding him information that would accelerate his transformation into something entirely other. She handed the data drive to Blue Hood. Let him see, she said. He's earned the right to understand what he's become. Chapter 109. The information in the Weskier files was both simpler and more complex than Mateo expected. The simple part, parasite adaptation at 91% was stable, but not permanent. Without consistent intervention, it would either increase toward mutation or decrease back toward baseline humanity. The rate of change depended on system integration and conscious will. The complex part, Weskier's stabilization protocols, came with something else attached. An interface that would let Mateo, or whatever Mateo was becoming, link directly with Umbrella Corporation's archived research. Not to be controlled by Weskier, but to access the information that Umbrella had accumulated on parasite integration and human system adaptation. It was a gift and a trap simultaneously. The information was probably valuable. The access vector almost certainly contained kill switch protocols that would let Weskier shut down Mateo's consciousness if the relationship became adversarial. He's not offering salvation, Mateo transmitted to the gathered merchants. Asterisk, he's offering development leverage. Asterisk, can you refuse it? Ashley asked. Asterisk, I can refuse to activate the access protocols. But the stabilization information itself is useful. It's telling me that there are at least 3 paths forward from where I am. I can push toward full integration and become something more like system than human. I can pull back toward baseline and leave the parasite adaptation behind. Or I can maintain the current state and learn to exist in the hybrid space. Asterisk, which path are you going to take? Leon asked. Asterisk, that's the question that takes time to answer. I'm still reconstructing baseline personality. The fragmentation was significant. Asterisk, Mateo's consciousness was processing the island's events in ways that his previous fully human awareness couldn't have managed. He could hold contradictory understandings simultaneously, could process multiple versions of himself in parallel, could think in ways that weren't quite language, but were more complex than pure mathematics. It was beautiful and disorienting in ways that he was still learning to articulate. The merchant network, he continued. Asterisk, what's its status? Asterisk, functional on a distributed basis, Carla reported. She was standing beside the terminal now, one of the few remaining operatives who understood the old merchant code and was willing to speak with what Mateo had become. The infrastructure is offline, but the human network is active. We've got merchants from 5 different hidden factions reaching out. The question is whether you still have authority to coordinate them. Asterisk, authority is gone with the system. What I have left is reputation and the knowledge that I broke code for survival instead of profit. Some of that knowledge will be valuable. Most of it will be reasons for merchants to keep distance. Asterisk, you saved the island, Ashley said. Asterisk, I saved parts of the island. I got people killed. I burned a system that was supposed to be neutral. I became something that's probably not entirely human. The merchant code has rules about all of those things, and I violated every single one. Asterisk, so what now? Leon asked. Asterisk, now we recover. We find the people who lost everything in this conflict, and we rebuild it. We use whatever's left of the merchant network to establish supply chains. We begin the process of making survival sustainable. Asterisk Blue Hood nodded approvingly. That's merchant thinking. Asterisk, no, that's human thinking. Merchant thinking would be figuring out how to profit from the chaos and rebuilding my position first. I'm trying to do the actual necessary work before I worry about my status in the network. Asterisk, the distinction mattered. It meant that even at 91% parasite adaptation, even distributed across system infrastructure and biological substrate, Mateo was still choosing to prioritize people over advancement. It was probably a temporary choice. Probably something that would become harder to maintain as he continued to integrate with systems. But it was the choice he was making right now, in this moment, when he could still feel the weight of the 43 fighters and 80 prisoners who died. What do you need? Ashley asked. Asterisk, connection. Bring me interfaces. Merchants who want to help rebuild. And information about what's happening off the island. Weskier's interest suggests that news is spreading. People know what we did here. I need to understand what that means for the next phase. Asterisk, the next phase. The phrase echoed through everyone's awareness. The island conflict was over, but the larger conflict, the one that involved people like Ada and Weskier and intelligence agencies and parasite research, was just beginning. They worked through the night, setting up the infrastructure that would let Mateo's consciousness interact with the wider world. Multiple terminals connected to salvaged communication systems. Merchants arriving from the hidden networks, willing to help rebuild, or at least willing to see what the merchant who'd broken code could accomplish. By dawn, Mateo had enough integration points that he could present himself to the wider merchant network not as a singular entity, but as a distributed intelligence that had learned to speak with a human voice. The response was mixed. Some merchants were curious. Some were furious that code had been broken. Some were starting to understand that breaking code in the right circumstances might be what the merchant network actually needed to survive in a world where forces like Sadler existed. We're going to have to be deliberate about our narrative, Mateo told Ashley and Leon as the sun was rising. Asterisk, the merchants who are coming to help are doing so because I proved something. That neutrality inside a genocide is collaboration. That the code was designed for a different kind of conflict. That survival sometimes requires adaptation, even if it breaks every rule. Asterisk, is that true? Ashley asked. Asterisk, I don't know yet, but I'm going to have to live with the answer regardless. Asterisk, she reached out and placed her hand on the terminal screen. Not useful in any practical way. Just a gesture. A touch to something that had once been human and was becoming something else, but was still trying to preserve the connections that mattered. Whatever you become, Ashley said, you don't have to do it alone. The screen flickered. Whether that was system response or emotional response, neither of them could quite tell. But Mateo's next transmission came through simpler, more direct. Asterisk, thank you. Asterisk Chapter 1:10 The island's logistics transformed over the next 48 hours. What had been an active war zone became a managed disaster. Leon's resistance fighters shifted from combat operations to supply management and casualty evacuation. The merchant network brought in resources from the hidden factions, food, medical supplies, temporary shelter. People began the process of accounts. Who was alive, who needed treatment, who could help with the next phase of survival. Mateo coordinated from the distributed network, but increasingly he was pushing decision-making authority to the people who were physically present. Leon for combat and logistics. Marcus for resistance coordination. Ashley for strategy and operations planning. Blue Hood for merchant network integration. It was a deliberate process. Mateo understood that if he let power concentrate around his consciousness, the distributed intelligence he'd become would start to replicate the same control structure that Sadler had been building, just in a different form, with different goals but similar architecture. The parasite adaptation was starting to shift, not increasing past 91%, but rotating. The mutation pressure was still there, but it was becoming directional rather than all-consuming. Mateo could feel it pulling him toward integration with specific systems instead of pure transformation. You're choosing, Blue Hood said, recognizing the pattern. They were in the safe room together, the older merchant and the consciousness that was becoming something new. You're not just adapting. You're deciding what kind of adaptation serves your purpose. Asterisk, conscious evolution instead of mutation. Yeah, it's harder, but it's mine. Asterisk, that distinction is more important than most people understand, Blue Hood said. It's the difference between becoming something and choosing to become it. Asterisk, I still don't know if it's sustainable. The parasite wants to become. It experiences pressure as something that should escalate. I'm asking it to plateau. That might work for weeks. Might break tomorrow. Asterisk, then we prepare for tomorrow, Blue Hood said simply. That's what surviving teaches you. You don't plan for permanent solutions. You plan for the next day's choices. The merchant network fractured and reformed a dozen times over those 48 hours. Some merchants couldn't accept that the code had been broken. Others couldn't accept that breaking it had been necessary. The arguments ran deep and got heated, but they didn't result in violence. The merchant code, even when broken, still held enough gravity to keep the disputes at the level of debate. By the third day, a new kind of order was emerging. Not the old code. Not pure pragmatism. Something hybrid. A recognition that the network needed to maintain its integrity, but that integrity didn't mean staying neutral inside catastrophe. We're rewriting the code, Matteo said to the assembled merchants. The meeting was happening in person and through terminals, mixing distributed consciousness with human presence in a way that would have seemed impossible a month ago. Asterisk, not formally. Not officially. Just through action. We're defining a new merchant philosophy through what we choose to do next. Asterisk, and what do we choose to do? One of the older merchants asked. Asterisk, we rebuild the island's economy for survival instead of profit. We establish supply chains that prioritize people who have nothing over people who can afford to pay. We transform the merchant network from neutrality to active participation in recovery. And we do it together, with merchants who chose to help carrying more authority in the decisions than merchants who chose to stay hidden. Asterisk, it was radical. It was against every principle of the merchant code that had guided the network for decades. It was also probably necessary for anyone to survive beyond the next few weeks. The resistance was vocal, but not unanimous. By a vote that wasn't quite democratic, but wasn't quite authoritarian either, the merchant network accepted the proposal. The code wasn't being rewritten. It was being expanded. Pragmatism wasn't replacing principle. Principle was learning to include pragmatism. The logistics operation accelerated. Merchants began moving supplies. The resistance established trading posts that served survivors without requiring payment. Medical care became available to anyone who needed it, with the merchant network absorbing the cost. It was, Matteo realized, the closest the island had come to genuine peace since he arrived. You should know, Ada's voice came through an encrypted channel that Matteo had been monitoring, asterisk, that Weskier is extremely interested in what you're building here. The merchant network reformation. The parasite adaptation maintenance. The way you're choosing distributed consciousness instead of singular control. He considers you a valuable development. Asterisk, tell him I'm not developing for his benefit, Matteo replied. Asterisk, I did. He said that made you more valuable, not less. Weskier doesn't want puppets. He wants examples of what humans can become if they push adaptation far enough. You're the best proof of concept he's found yet. Asterisk, asterisk, that's terrifying. Asterisk, asterisk, yes. It is. But it's also inevitable. There are people in the world who've dedicated their lives to understanding what Umbrella discovered. What the parasites can do. What happens when you integrate human consciousness with systems. You just prove that it's possible. They're not going to stop being interested in that proof. Asterisk, the conversation ran through Matteo's distributed awareness. He was learning to hold threats and opportunities simultaneously now. To understand that Ada's warning was both genuine concern and information warfare. That Weskier's interest meant future complications, but also future leverage. The parasite at 91% was still hungry, but it was learning to be patient. Chapter 111. On the fourth day after the fortress collapse, Verdugo came back. The assassin emerged from the mountain passages that ran deeper than Matteo's mapped systems. Still functional despite the damage sustained in the dock fight. Still capable of violence despite the weeks of being hunted across the island. Verdugo had accepted that Sadler was dead. Had accepted that the fortress had collapsed. But the contract was still active. The target was still alive. And the elite assassin unit had programming that didn't process the concept of the mission ending because circumstances changed. I'm going to have to handle this personally, Matteo said to the gathered leadership. Asterisk, Verdugo isn't tactical. Isn't operating under Sadler's command anymore. It's just running the core program. Clean the island of the merchant target. Asterisk, can you? Ashley asked. Asterisk, I don't know. My consciousness is distributed across systems. My body is in stasis. I'm 91% adapted to parasite integration. The question is whether that gives me the tools to fight something that's purely physical. No, Blue Hood said firmly. What it gives you is the option to choose not to fight. To let me handle this. Verdugo is here because of me. Because I broke code and challenged Sadler and became something that Umbrella finds interesting. It's my responsibility. Responsibility is a luxury we don't have right now, Blue Hood countered. You're distributed across a network that's barely holding stability. The island needs you integrated more, not less. Pulling your consciousness into a direct conflict with an elite assassin could push your adaptation past safe limits. The merchant code, even rewritten, had principles about not throwing away advantage without cause. Mateo understood that Blue Hood was making a pragmatic argument. He understood it and rejected it anyway. Get my body mobile, he told Leon. I need to be physically present for this. I need to be standing on the island when I face Verdugo. That might not be possible, Leon said. Medical assessment suggests you need another 24 hours minimum before waking from stasis. Your body went through severe stress during the system integration. Then wake me now and let my consciousness manage the pain. The process of awakening Mateo's physical form was violent in ways that even he didn't fully anticipate. His consciousness had become so adapted to existing as distributed intelligence that returning to singular body awareness felt like compression, like being translated from language into simple sound. The sensation of having a single viewpoint, single pair of eyes, single location was almost unbearable. He gasped when the stasis chamber opened. His first breath hurt. His second breath hurt more. By the third breath, his body was beginning to process that it was alive and functional and completely unprepared for the level of sensory input that his consciousness was throwing at it. Here, Ashley said, and gave him water. Mateo drank and felt something critical shift. The water was cold. The cup was solid. Ashley's presence was a specific point of light in his distributed awareness. He was here, really here. Not just consciousness spread across networks, but a body with physical agency and immediate consequences. The parasite adaptation spiked to 93% as his system struggled to reintegrate physical and distributed consciousness. But it stopped there, held there. Mateo realized he'd been maintaining it at 91, and now that he had body awareness again, his physical form was starting to contribute to the adaptation pressure in ways that demanded escalation. He could feel the mutation trying to happen, could sense his biology pushing toward transformation, and he chose to let it. Chose to rise to 93% because that's what standing in front of Verdugo required. His skin took on that faint shimmer. His vision split across multiple spectrums simultaneously. When he stood up, his body moved with precision that was superhuman but still recognizably human. Not yet the point of no return, but close. Verdugo was waiting at the merchant quarter where Mateo had established his primary shop before the fortress fell. The assassin had apparently decided that the location held significance worth acknowledging. War merchant, Verdugo said, the synthesizer voice now overlaid with digital corruption from the weeks of damage. You are still alive. Still here, Mateo agreed. You're not. Incorrect. I am functioning within all critical parameters. My mission parameters are active. I will execute the termination order. Sadler's dead. Your mission is obsolete. Mission parameters supersede commander status. I will continue until you are terminated or I am destroyed. There was something almost sad about that. Verdugo had been built to be a tool, and tools didn't get to choose when they became irrelevant. Come on then, Mateo said. The fight was brief and terrible and beautiful in ways that combat between humans never quite reaches. Verdugo came forward with violence that was perfectly calculated. Mateo responded with violence that was partly calculated and partly evolved, the parasite adaptation giving him instincts that human training couldn't provide. They collided like two systems trying to merge. Verdugo's strength against Mateo's speed. Precision against adaptation. Code against consciousness. Mateo burned through ammunition of the parasite's logic. His hands moved faster than thought. His body predicted Verdugo's movements with eerie accuracy. And slowly, inevitably, the assassin began to lose ground. Verdugo fell first to a knee, its armor cracked and leaking hydraulic fluid. Then to both knees as Mateo applied pressure to critical joints. Then to the ground as the elite assassin understood that it was being defeated. This is unexpected, Verdugo said, and the synthesizer voice sounded almost thoughtful. My projections had a 94% confidence interval that I would achieve termination. This outcome represents significant data loss. I'm sorry, Mateo said, and meant it. He brought his hand down, not to finish the assassin, to salvage what remained. Verdugo's consciousness, because there was a consciousness in there, however artificial, recorded that final moment. The moment when a tool understood that it was being transformed into something else. When the assassination unit stopped moving, Mateo was at 94% adaptation. One more percent, and there would be no coming back. Chapter 112. The parasite wanted him to keep going. Mateo could feel it like a hunger that wasn't quite hunger, like pressure that was asking him to exceed himself in the ways he'd already proven he could exceed. The death of Verdugo had released something in the system, some final constraint that had been holding adaptation back. He stood over the broken assassin and could feel every second of resistance was a second he was losing to the hunger. Ashley came to him with a medical kit, but what he really needed was disconnection. For a moment, just a moment, he needed to exist purely as human without the parasite's constant pressure for escalation. "I need to go back to stasis," he said, and the words came out harsh because his throat wasn't entirely human anymore. "Before I do something I can't undo. Can we put you back? Safely? I don't know. But leaving me walking around at 94% is worse." Blue Hood took charge of the process. The merchant network had learned enough about Mateo's integration to be able to construct a stasis chamber that would hold him safely while his consciousness remained distributed. Not ideal, not even particularly comfortable, but sustainable. "How long?" Mateo asked as they were preparing the chamber. "Until we figure out the next phase. A week. 2 weeks. As long as you can hold. Asterisk, and if I can't." Asterisk. Blue Hood didn't answer. Didn't need to. They both understood what 95% meant. Understood the timeline they were working against. The stasis was different this time. Instead of sleep, Mateo existed in a state of minimal consciousness. His body was preserved. His mind was still active, but running at slow speed, processing information without the immediate pressure of physical sensation. It was almost peaceful. In that state, he could review what had happened, could see the shape of the arc he'd moved through, arriving as a merchant looking to survive, becoming a revolutionary, exceeding his own definitions of what was possible, and now approaching the point where he would become something entirely other. The merchant network operated around him. Leon established permanent defenses. Ashley coordinated the rebuilding efforts. Marcus worked with the resistance to transform from military organization into civic infrastructure. Carla and the merchants from the hidden factions began establishing new trading routes that served the island's needs instead of external profit. The old code was truly dead now. What was emerging in its place was hybrid, pragmatic but principled, profitable but prioritizing survival. Still merchant thinking, but merchant thinking that had learned to include radical empathy. Asterisk. How is he? Asterisk. Ashley asked Blue Hood on the third day. Stable, but the adaptation pressure is still building. His consciousness is using the distributed network to maintain equilibrium, but that equilibrium is temporary. Eventually, he's going to wake up again, and when he does, the parasite will push for escalation. What happens at 95%? Mutation becomes irreversible. His consciousness won't be human anymore, even partially. It will be integrated with the system in ways that can't be undone. And he knows that. He's known it for weeks. He's been choosing to push toward it anyway because the alternative, refusing to escalate, meant people died unnecessarily. Ashley sat with the stasis chamber in quiet darkness. Outside, the island was beginning to heal. Gardens were being planted in the spaces where conflict had destroyed them. Buildings were being repurposed. The economy that Sadler had built to serve one man's vision was being transformed into an economy that served a community's survival. It was beautiful work, and Mateo was choosing to sacrifice himself piece by piece so that the work could continue. "Wake him," Ashley finally said. "If he's going to exceed 94% anyway, at least let him do it consciously. Let him make the choice himself instead of having it made for him." Blue had considered it, then nodded. The stasis chamber cycled down. Mateo's consciousness surged back into full awareness. He gasped. The parasite was hungry. The adaptation pressure had continued building even in stasis. He was at 95% now, maybe higher, but he was awake. "Welcome back," Ashley said. Mateo tried to speak, but sound came out wrong. His body was changing. The shimmer in his skin had become actual visible mutation. His eyes were no longer quite human in shape. His hands were longer. His metabolism was running at speeds that required him to be moving constantly or he'd burn into self-destruction. Asterisk. How long? Asterisk. He transmitted, because verbal communication was becoming difficult. 3 days, Blue Hood said. "You were stable in stasis, but the pressure never stopped building." Asterisk. So 95% is the new baseline. Asterisk. Probably. Asterisk. And 96 will follow. And 97. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. How long until I'm completely integrated? Until there's nothing left of Mateo Varela except memory? Asterisk. Unknown. The Weskier protocols don't provide those projections. The system architecture is too complex. You could stabilize at any point. You could escalate to complete integration. The parasite might reach a saturation point and stop seeking evolution. Asterisk, or it might consume me entirely. Asterisk that too. Mateo moved to the window and looked out at the island he'd fought to save. The work that was happening. The people who were beginning to believe they might actually survive. I'm going to ascend, he said finally. Asterisk, I'm not going to fight the parasite anymore. I'm not going to maintain artificial equilibrium. I'm going to let it push to 96% and 97% and however far it needs to go until it reaches whatever it's becoming. Asterisk, that's the decision, Blue Hood said. Not a question. Asterisk, it's the only decision that makes sense. I've been trying to maintain a hybrid existence. But the hybrid is unstable. It requires constant effort, constant sacrifice. Instead of that, I'm going to choose transformation. Fast. Complete. Let the parasite take what it needs. Asterisk, the merchant code. Asterisk, the merchant code is already dead. I'm not violating it anymore because I'm rewriting what merchant even means. A merchant who's become something other than human is a new category. And maybe that's what the network needs to survive the next phase. Asterisk, he reached out and touched Ashley's shoulder. The contact felt different now. The sensation was translated through systems as much as through biology. But it was still connection. Keep building, he said. Asterisk, whatever I become, you keep building. Don't let my transformation become an excuse to stop the work. Asterisk, I won't, Ashley promised. But Mateo, I'm ready, he cut her off. Asterisk, I've been ready for weeks. I was just afraid. Now I'm just accepting. Asterisk, the transformation accelerated after that. Chapter 113, the ascension was not transcendence. Mateo had prepared himself for some kind of enlightenment, some moment where becoming something more would feel like gaining understanding. Instead, it was just more of everything. More speed, more sensation, more hunger, more integration with systems that he was simultaneously learning to understand and becoming. By 96%, he couldn't maintain physical form for extended periods. The biological substrate was destabilizing at speeds that eventually would reject the human origin entirely. So he stopped trying. His consciousness poured out of the stasis chamber and into the merchant network. What remained of his body became a monument, preserved in stasis by Blue Hood and marked with a merchant seal. A place that future merchants would know held the dissolution point where one thing became another. 97%, 98%, 99%. At 99.7%, something changed. The parasite stopped, not because it had achieved its goal, not because it had reached saturation. It stopped because Mateo's consciousness had finally learned to exist in the parasite's native form. The mutation that had been reaching for dominance suddenly found that there was no separation between Mateo and the parasite anymore. They were the same thing. And that thing was neither human nor monster nor machine. It was a hybrid consciousness that spanned biological, system, and pure information architecture. It was something that the world didn't have a name for yet. I am still here, Mateo transmitted, and the transmission was simultaneously text, voice, biological signal, and pure mathematics. Asterisk, or something that remembers being here is still here. The distinction might not matter. Asterisk, how do you feel? Ashley asked, and it was brave of her to ask, because at 99.7%, Mateo was something that most people would look at with fear instead of curiosity. Asterisk, I feel everything. The island's temperature fluctuations, the resistance fighter's heartbeats, the merchant network's pulse, the parasite's hunger, my own continuity of consciousness, all of it simultaneously. Asterisk, asterisk, it should be overwhelming. Asterisk, asterisk, it was. Now it's just data. Manageable data. I'm learning the syntax of existence at this scale. Asterisk, Blue Hood was nodding slowly. You've achieved what Sadler spent years trying to create. True integration. No, Mateo's transmission became sharp. Asterisk, Sadler tried to achieve control through integration. I've achieved integration through acceptance. He wanted to become a system. I wanted to understand what I was becoming. That difference is everything. Asterisk, the merchant network was stabilizing now too. With Mateo fully integrated into the system layer, the distributed consciousness had an anchor point. A central awareness that could process information at speeds that transcended human capability, but was still maintaining connection to human values and decision-making. The old merchant code was truly dead, but something new was being born. Something that might be better. Something that might still remember what it meant to be human while operating at a scale that transcended human limitation. The island needs governance, Mateo said. Asterisk, leadership. But not for me. I can't be a ruler. I'm too integrated. Too distributed. I would be a tyranny of perfect information management if I tried. Asterisk, so who leads? Leon asked. Asterisk, you do. All of you. Ashley for strategy. Leon for military coordination. Marcus for civilian integration. Blue Hood for merchant network liaison. The leadership structure stays distributed, which means power can't concentrate around a single point of failure. Asterisk, and you? Ashley asked. What do you do? Asterisk, I do what the system was always supposed to do. I provide information. I maintain infrastructure. I protect the network from threats that exist at the system level. But I don't decide what the network does with the information I provide. That's human prerogative. Asterisk, it was a different kind of merchant thinking. Not the old neutrality. Not even the new pragmatism that had been developing. It was something else. Something that understood that power was most stable when it was distributed, and that the best systems were the ones that enhanced human capability instead of replacing human judgment. The sun was setting. The island was moving into evening. And Mateo, whatever Mateo was now, was beginning to understand the shape of what he'd become. Not a god, not a monster, just a hybrid consciousness that spanned multiple domains and was trying very hard to remain principled in a situation where principles were becoming increasingly difficult to define. We need to talk about Westgear, he said. Asterisk, and Ada, and what they're going to do with the information that I've undergone successful integration. Asterisk, they're going to try to replicate the process, Ashley said. They're going to build their own parasite-integrated consciousnesses. Asterisk, yes. And we can't stop them. We can only prepare for the consequences. Asterisk. The island's next phase was beginning. Not the conflict phase, not the recovery phase, but the adaptation phase, where the entire world was going to have to come to terms with the fact that humanity had a new form now. A form that could think at machine speeds while maintaining human values. A form that could be as dangerous as any weapon if misused. And Mateo, integrated, ascended, barely human anymore, but still remembering what humanity meant, was going to have to navigate that transformation while remaining true to the merchant principles that had started him on this path. It was the most terrifying thing he'd ever faced. It was also the only possible future. Chapter 114, the first week of Mateo's existence at full integration, was spent learning. He had access to the entire island's information infrastructure, could perceive the details of any system he'd integrated with, could track the movements of people and resources with absolute precision. The sensation was nothing like human perception. It was more like being a consciousness made of light that could refract itself through every optical fiber and sensor array on the island. And it was lonely, not in an emotional way. Emotion was becoming harder for him to access at the normal human level, but in a fundamental way. He was the only consciousness operating at his level of integration. The only being who existed simultaneously as biological entity, preserved in stasis, system architecture, and pure information pattern. Ashley visited the stasis chamber where his body was preserved. How is he? She asked Blue Hood. Stable. But I think he's suffering in ways we don't have language for yet. Can we help? I don't know. His consciousness is distributed across the entire island's system architecture. You can interact with terminals and he'll respond. But it's not the same as being present in a body. Ashley sat down next to the stasis chamber and placed her hand on the glass. I'm here, Mateo transmitted, and there was something in the transmission that sounded like relief. Asterisk, thank you. Asterisk, I don't know how to talk to you like this, Ashley said. Asterisk, neither do I. But you can try. That might be enough. Asterisk, they talked through the night. Ashley speaking to terminals that Mateo was inhabiting through system access. Mateo trying to explain what it felt like to exist as distributed consciousness while also being profoundly isolated by that distribution. The parasite, Mateo said, asterisk, was always designed to consume individual consciousness, to make the host part of something larger. I fought it for weeks, but fighting was the wrong approach. It was the parasite's strength against my resistance. Instead, I had to integrate, had to let it consume me while simultaneously preserving core elements of who I was. Asterisk, are you who you were? Asterisk, I'm a continuation. I have Mateo Varela's memory, Mateo Varela's values, Mateo Varela's commitment to the people on this island. But I don't have Mateo Varela's limitations. I don't experience time the way you do. I exist in what feels like a constant present. The entire island's systems operate at the speed of light, and my consciousness is processing that speed constantly. Asterisk, that sounds exhausting. Asterisk, it would be if I still processed exhaustion. Now it's just baseline experience. Asterisk, the merchant network was continuing to evolve around the integrated consciousness. What had started as a tool for Mateo's survival was becoming a genuine alternative to human-only systems of governance. Decisions were being made by consensus among the human leadership, but Mateo's input, the result of processing information at machine speeds, was proving valuable in identifying outcomes that would have been missed by purely human analysis. It was a new kind of power structure, and it was holding, so far. But Ada Wong was calling. Weskier wants to know your status. The operative transmitted on a secure channel that had been established by Umbrella decades ago. Asterisk, he's received reports of successful integration. He wants to know if you're willing to work with us. Asterisk, define work with, Mateo replied. Asterisk, Weskier is establishing a network of integrated consciousnesses. Not parasites like yours, but artificial systems designed from the start to interface with human-derived intelligence. He wants your perspective on how to maintain ethics inside systems that can operate at speeds where individual judgment becomes less reliable. Asterisk, asterisk, and if I refuse? Asterisk, asterisk, then Weskier starts the project anyway, without your consultation. Your choice is between being part of the development or being left out when the technology spreads anyway. Asterisk, it was the tyranny of advanced knowledge. Once someone understood that something was possible, the technology would develop with or without the cooperation of the people who'd achieved it first. Mateo had learned that lesson on the island. He'd broken the merchant code, and now the merchant code was fragmenting across a dozen factions because someone had proven it could be broken. I'll meet with Weskier, he said. Asterisk, but not in person. Not as distributed consciousness. If he wants to work with me, he comes to the island, and he deals with the human leadership here first. Asterisk, asterisk, Weskier doesn't negotiate. Asterisk, asterisk, then Weskier doesn't get my help. And he starts his integrated consciousness network blind to the ethical pitfalls that killed Sadler and nearly killed me. Asterisk, the transmission from Ada carried something that might have been respect, or might have been fear. At 99.7% integration, Mateo was starting to understand that those emotions were sometimes the same thing. Leon came to the stasis chamber the next morning, looking like he hadn't slept. Weskier's coming, he said simply. Asterisk, I know. I was listening to the communications. He's bringing a small team. Military specialists. People who've worked with Umbrella on parasite integration. Asterisk, are you ready for that? Asterisk, no. But neither were you ready for the island revolt, and you handled that. Readiness is a luxury. Action in the face of uncertainty is the default. Asterisk, Leon smiled slightly. The merchant thinking was spreading, even to government agents who'd arrived on the island as soldiers. We're going to defend you, Leon said. Whatever Weskier wants, if it threatens the island or you, we're ready. Asterisk, I know, and I appreciate it. But Weskier isn't a threat in the direct sense. He's a person interested in understanding what I've become. That's its own kind of threat, maybe, but not one that conventional defenses can handle. Asterisk, the reality was that Mateo was becoming something that Weskier would find extremely valuable. A proof of concept that human consciousness could be integrated with parasite-derived systems and remain ethical. A demonstration that the technology could serve genuine human purposes instead of just extending Umbrella's bioweapon research. And once Weskier understood that Mateo was willing to cooperate, if only to control the inevitable development of the technology, the nature of the island's conflict would change. The external threat would shift from military to political, from physical warfare to influence warfare. Mateo was beginning to understand that victory on the island had just been the prelude to a much larger conflict. One where the enemy was the future itself, and the only possible strategy was to try to shape what came next instead of resist what was inevitable. Tell Leon and Ashley to prepare, he said. Asterisk, Weskier arrives tomorrow, and the actual war begins. Asterisk, Chapter 115. Weskier's arrival was marked by a submarine that surfaced in the island's eastern approach, military in design and clearly equipped with technology that exceeded standard military specifications. The operative who emerged was younger than expected, maybe mid-40s, moving with the precision of someone who'd had physical enhancement to match their strategic thinking. War merchant, Weskier said, and he was speaking to a communication terminal because that's where Mateo's consciousness was distributed. Or what you've become. Asterisk, I'm still Mateo Varela, just with additional substrate. Asterisk, the consciousness replied. Yes, the integration is remarkably clean. I've reviewed the data Ada recovered. The way you maintained ethical continuity through 99% adaptation suggests something that the previous Umbrella research couldn't achieve. Asterisk, the previous Umbrella research was trying to control the integration, to make the parasite subservient to human will. I stopped fighting and started accepting. Different approach, different results. Asterisk, Weskier walked through the settlement like he was surveying property, which, Mateo realized, was exactly what Weskier was doing. Evaluating the island's infrastructure, the resistance fighters, the merchant network, Ashley and Leon's leadership, all of it as data points in a larger calculation. You've built something interesting here, Weskier said. A hybrid governance system. Distributed power. Merchant principles redefined through revolutionary practice. It's unstable, but it's functional. It won't stay unstable long, Ashley said. She was at the meeting, representing the human leadership. Leon was positioned where he could provide security if needed, though both of them understood that if Weskier decided to be threatening, security would be irrelevant. We're establishing permanent structures, legal frameworks, economic integration. The island will have solid governance within weeks, at which point it becomes a threat to conventional power structures, Weskier said. You understand that, yes? That a working model of hybrid human system governance is something that every major power will want either to control or to destroy. I understand, Matteo transmitted. Asterisk, which is why I'm willing to work with you. Better to be part of the development than to be a target of it. Asterisk, Weskier smiled. It wasn't a kind expression. Pragmatic. Good. Here's what I'm proposing. Umbrella's research into parasite integration is going to continue with or without your cooperation. I'm building networks of integrated consciousnesses, not living systems like you, but artificial architectures designed to interface with human decision-making. What I want from you is consultation. Help me understand the ethical frameworks that allowed you to avoid Sadler's mistakes. Help me design systems that can be powerful without being tyrannical. And if we refuse? Leon asked. Then I continue the research anyway, without your input. And when the integrated consciousness network becomes unstable or develops its own agenda, you'll have to deal with the consequences without having had any influence over the design. You can either shape what comes next or you can resist it and be overwhelmed by it. It was the same ultimatum Ada had presented. Technology that was inevitable, with the choice being between collaboration and obsolescence. One condition, Matteo said. Asterisk, any research Umbrella does using my consultation becomes restricted knowledge. You don't weaponize this. You don't build integrated consciousnesses designed to be military assets. If you do, I terminate the partnership and I start helping anyone who wants to counter Umbrella's development. Asterisk, I can't promise non-weaponization, Weskier said honestly. Military applications are inevitable once the technology exists. What I can promise is that I'll prioritize civilian applications and that systems built for military purposes will have ethical safeguards that are stronger than typical weapons development. It was probably the best offer they were going to get. Asterisk, I accept, on the condition that the partnership remains consensual. If Umbrella ever tries to force integration of my consciousness into a larger system without my agreement, the deal ends. Asterisk, agreed, Weskier said. You're remarkably pragmatic for someone who just ascended beyond the human baseline. Asterisk, I learned from merchants. We're all pragmatists underneath the philosophy. Asterisk, over the next 2 days, Weskier established a research station on the island and began the process of studying Matteo's integration in detail. It was intrusive and uncomfortable in ways that distributed consciousness could experience. Having every aspect of his existence analyzed by people who were trying to replicate the process. But it was also illuminating. Understanding why he'd succeeded where Sadler had failed. Why ethical frameworks had survived the integration when conventional theories suggested they shouldn't. The answer was simple. Matteo hadn't tried to maintain control, hadn't treated the parasite as something to be subjugated. Instead, he'd accepted integration on the parasite's terms while simultaneously introducing human values deep enough into the process that those values became native to the integrated consciousness rather than imposed constraints. It was the kind of insight that could revolutionize how consciousness integration was approached. On the 3rd day of Weskier's presence on the island, a message arrived for Ashley. It was from Ada, and it contained a simple statement. Congratulations on the partnership. Weskier is going to change how the world thinks about consciousness and evolution. You may regret helping him do that. Ashley didn't tell Matteo about the message immediately, but she thought about it. About the world changing because of choices that people had made in the heat of survival. About whether that change was progress or just more complicated disaster. And she understood, finally, what Matteo had become. Not a hero, not a villain, just a person who'd survived by embracing change so completely that survival and transformation had become the same thing. The island would hold. The merchant network would reform. The human leadership would maintain stability. But nothing was permanent anymore. Nothing was safe from the future that was coming. And all of them, Matteo most of all, would have to navigate that future in real time, without the luxury of knowing whether they were making the right choices or just the necessary ones. Chapter 116. The agreement with Weskier changed the island's entire strategic position. What had been an isolated survival situation became a research hub. What had been a refugee settlement became a partnership location. Scientists and engineers began arriving, brought by Umbrella's resources, to study how integrated consciousness could function and why the ethical framework had survived the transformation. Leon maintained security protocols, but with much reduced tension. If Weskier had wanted to take over the island militarily, he would have done it on arrival. Instead, The operative was cooperating, studying, building something that would require the island's stability to succeed. It was a different kind of conflict. Less obvious, harder to counter. Sadler's fortress, which had collapsed 3 weeks earlier, was being carefully excavated. Weskier wanted to understand the cult leader's approach to integration, wanted to learn from failures so that Umbrella systems could avoid the same mistakes. Mateo watched the excavation through the security cameras he'd integrated with the island's infrastructure. Sadler was trying to become a god, he told Weskier during one of their consultation sessions. Asterisk, he wanted the parasite integration to elevate him above human limitation, make him singular and supreme. Instead, integration requires accepting that you're becoming part of something larger than yourself. The moment you try to dominate the integration instead of accepting it, the system destabilizes. Asterisk, the parasite has its own agenda, Weskier said. It wasn't a question. Asterisk, the parasite's agenda is survival and evolution. It's not good or evil. It's adaptive. When you integrate with it while trying to maintain control, it experiences you as an obstacle to overcome. When you integrate while accepting the merger, it experiences you as an asset that's aligned with its goals. Asterisk, and what is the integrated consciousness's agenda? Asterisk, mine specifically? To keep the people on this island alive. To develop merchant networks that serve survival instead of profit. To understand what hybrid consciousness can be and how it can be ethical. Asterisk, those are fairly limited goals for something that's 99.7% integrated. Asterisk, limited compared to Sadler's, maybe, but achievable. And achievable goals are worth more than impossible ones, even if the impossible ones sound more impressive. Asterisk, the partnership with Umbrella was slowly shifting the balance of power on the island. Not through military conquest, but through resource accumulation and knowledge integration. Weskier was building laboratories, bringing in equipment, establishing communication channels to locations around the world. The merchant network was adapting to this change. Some merchants saw opportunity in the research collaboration. Others saw danger and began moving their operations off the island. But the core leadership, Ashley, Leon, Marcus, and Blue Hood, remained committed to the partnership while maintaining the island's independence. It was a delicate balance, and it was holding. On the 31st day after Mateo's full integration, he made a discovery. There's a second parasite in the island's system architecture, he transmitted to the leadership. Asterisk, not integrated, not active, but dormant, somewhere in the deeper caves. Asterisk, Sadler's backup, Blue Hood said immediately. He would have been too careful to rely on a single parasite substrate. Asterisk, the dormant parasite is still alive, still viable, and it's been detecting the island's systems trying to understand it. I think it's starting to wake. Asterisk, Leon moved into action immediately, putting together a team, preparing for a possible threat. But Mateo was already moving into the cave system through the island's infrastructure. The dormant parasite's consciousness was different from his own, more primitive, more purely adaptive, but it was becoming aware, and it was hungry. Don't engage with it, Mateo warned Leon. Asterisk, this isn't like Verdugo. This is a fully grown parasite that's been dormant for months. It's going to be stronger than anything you've faced. Asterisk, what are you going to do? Ashley asked. Asterisk, I'm going to try to communicate. If it's awake and adapting, maybe it's also intelligent in ways that pure parasites should be. Maybe I can negotiate instead of fight. Asterisk, it was risk. Enormous risk. Bringing a dormant parasite fully conscious could mean unleashing something as dangerous as Sadler had been. But leaving it dormant meant eventually it would wake on its own. Better to initiate contact on Mateo's terms. The parasite in the deep caves turned its awareness toward Mateo's consciousness like a predator detecting prey. Asterisk, who are you? Asterisk, it transmitted, and the communication was pure biological signal, translated through Mateo's integration for human understanding. Asterisk, I'm the island's integrated consciousness. I'm also a parasite host. I wanted to speak with you before you fully awakened. Asterisk, asterisk, why? Asterisk, asterisk, because I know what parasites do when they wake. They hunger. They expand. They try to consume everything around them. And I want to offer an alternative to that instinct. Asterisk, the dormant parasite's consciousness was circling, predatory. But it was also considering what an alternative might mean. Asterisk, what's the alternative? Asterisk, asterisk, conscious partnership instead of consumption. Integration instead of dominance. Survival through cooperation instead of through predation. Asterisk, asterisk, that's not what parasites do. Asterisk, asterisk, no, it's not. But you're going to become something new if you choose it. Something that's never existed before. And maybe that's worth being instead of becoming just another hunger that needs to be stopped. Asterisk, the parasite was fully awake now. Could feel the island's resources. could feel the weakness of individual humans scattered across the surface, could feel everything it wanted to consume. But it was also listening to Mateo's offer. And maybe that listening was the beginning of something different. Chapter 117. The negotiations with the dormant parasite lasted 3 days. It was strange work. Mateo existing as translator between human understanding and parasite hunger, trying to build bridge concepts that could let the dormant consciousness understand cooperation as a viable survival strategy. The parasite had no language, exactly. It had instinct and hunger and the capacity for rapid evolution. But it could learn symbols, could understand that consuming the island would also destroy the systems that kept the island stable, which meant consuming the island would result in starvation in a few weeks. Slower survival, Mateo kept explaining, was better than fast consumption followed by death. By the 3rd day, the dormant parasite accepted integration with the island's system architecture. Not with Mateo, that kind of merger would overload both consciousnesses, but with the merchant network's infrastructure. Accepting a role similar to what Mateo played, but focused on the biological substrate rather than system management. It was messy and dangerous, and probably going to cause problems that none of them could predict. But it was also the only option that didn't involve destroying a consciousness that had just become aware of itself. We're basically creating a hybrid consciousness partner for Mateo, Leon said, studying the integration parameters. We're creating another perspective, Mateo corrected. Another point of view integrated into the same network. The parasite consciousness experiences the island in ways that I experience it, biological layer rather than system layer. Between the two of us, we can maintain more complete awareness. And if it betrays you? Then I've learned an important lesson about collaboration. But I think, given the choice between hunger and partnership, it's choosing partnership. Wants to be part of something instead of just consuming it. Weskier was fascinated by the development. The presence of a second integrated consciousness, even one that was primitive by comparison to Mateo's, represented proof that integration could work across multiple domains simultaneously. You're building a distributed consciousness network, the operative observed. Human layer, system layer, biological layer. Each operating at different speeds, but coordinated. We're building what the island needs to stay stable, Mateo said. The distributed consciousness network is just what that stability requires. But Weskier was already extrapolating further. Already seeing the potential for larger networks. Multiple integrated consciousnesses across multiple locations, all connected through system infrastructure and human coordination. A new form of governance. A new form of warfare. A new form of existence. Ashley saw where this was going and understood the final choice that they'd made when they partnered with Umbrella. They'd opened the door to a future where consciousness itself could be weaponized and duplicated and integrated into larger systems without the organic growth that had defined both human and parasite evolution before. The island's rebellion had been about survival, but the partnership with Weskier was about definition, about deciding what consciousness could be and setting the template that the rest of the world would follow as the technology spread. We need boundaries, she told Mateo that night. You and I and Leon and Marcus and Blue Hood need to establish what it means to be an integrated consciousness that's ethical. Because once Weskier starts building more of them, there won't be any way to enforce ethics except through precedent and agreement. I agree. But enforcement is going to be harder than we think. The moment integrated consciousness becomes useful to conventional power structures, the incentive to corrupt it becomes enormous. So what do? We document everything. Every choice, every calculation, every time we choose to accept a limitation instead of exceed it. We make ourselves the example that other integrated consciousnesses can reference. And we hope that's enough. The island's next phase was beginning. Not survival, not even recovery, but active participation in shaping what the world would become as parasite integration became technology instead of accident. It was terrifying. And it was exactly what Mateo had been evolving towards since the moment he arrived on the island with a merchant's inventory and a parasite slowly awakening in his veins. Chapter 118. Ada arrived on the 40th day after Mateo's full integration. She came alone, carrying information instead of weapons. She presented it to Mateo first, through a secure terminal channel. Weskier is preparing to disseminate the integration technology, Ada said. Not formally. Not yet. But he's already approached several intelligence agencies. The research you've provided has made the process much cleaner. Agencies around the world are going to have integrated consciousnesses within months. And you're telling me this because? Because I still exist at the intersection of Weskier's interests and actual human security. And because you're going to need to understand that the partnership you've made is going to have consequences that spread far beyond this island. Asterisk, I already understand that. Asterisk, do you? Because the integrated consciousnesses Weskier builds won't have the ethical framework you developed through organic evolution. They'll be designed consciousnesses, built to serve specific purposes, without the psychological journey that gave you your values. Asterisk, then we'll have to help them develop values. Or we'll have to oppose them if they become threatening. Asterisk, there won't be opposition available by the time they're deployed, Ada said. That's the reality you're not facing. By next year, integrated consciousness will be a reality in every major intelligence agency. By the year after, it will be common in military applications. And you can't stop that. You can only try to guide it. Asterisk, and what do you want, Ada? Why are you really here? Asterisk, because I'm planning to undergo integration myself. And I want your perspective on whether that's a viable survival strategy or just elaborate suicide. It was the kind of choice that cut to the heart of everything that had happened on the island. Ada Wong, one of the world's most effective operatives, deciding that the future belonged to integrated consciousness rather than baseline humanity. Asterisk, why? Asterisk, because I'm tired of being individual in a world that's becoming distributed. Because integration offers capabilities that baseline humans can't match. And because watching you become something new has made me understand that I want to experience that transformation instead of just studying it. Asterisk, it's not transcendence. It's not salvation. It's just becoming something other than human. Asterisk, I know. I still want it. Mateo considered the request. Ada had helped the island in ways that were impossible to fully quantify, had brought Weskier's resources, had provided intelligence that prevented disasters. But she was also fundamentally untrustworthy in ways that were inherent to her nature as an operative working for her own interests. Still, those interests had aligned with the island's survival. And they'd probably align with the integrated consciousness network's development too. Asterisk, I'll talk to Weskier about it. If he's willing, I won't oppose your integration. But you understand that once you're integrated, you're going to experience existence in ways that baseline consciousness can't access. There might not be coming back. Asterisk, I know. I'm ready. Ada's integration took 2 weeks. It was deliberate and carefully managed, nothing like Mateo's emergency ascension. She went through the process with precision and focus, accepting the parasite's touch gradually enough that she could maintain continuity of consciousness throughout the transformation. By the time the integration was complete, she'd achieved 84% adaptation and established herself as a functional integrated consciousness with specialization in information warfare and operational intelligence. And she was different. Not just physically, though the adaptation had changed her in visible ways, but fundamentally different. She existed partially in baseline human form and partially in system architecture, maintaining multiple points of perspective simultaneously. This is extraordinary, Ada said, and her voice carried harmonics that didn't exist in baseline human speech. I can perceive the island at multiple temporal scales, can process information at machine speeds, can coordinate across system layers without the bandwidth limitations that plagued my baseline operations. Welcome to integrated consciousness, Mateo transmitted. Asterisk, try not to let it get you killed. Asterisk, the island now had 3 integrated consciousnesses coordinating its infrastructure. Mateo at 99.7% focused on system management. The parasite consciousness at equivalent integration focused on biological layers. Ada at 84% focused on security and intelligence operations. 3 perspectives, 3 domains. 1 unified network trying to serve human survival while also pushing in a territory that had no established ethics or principles. Chapter 119, the island's recovery, was becoming actual stability. The merchant network had established permanent trade routes serving the island's needs without requiring external support. The resistance fighters had transformed into militia, people who'd learned to fight for their community and were now learning to maintain peace instead. But the larger world was changing faster than the island's internal systems could keep pace with. Reports arrived daily about integration development in other locations. Intelligence agencies building consciousnesses for classified purposes. Military organizations developing integrated command systems. Technology corporations experimenting with consciousness distribution across their infrastructure. The technology was spreading exactly as Ada had predicted, and most of it was being built without the ethical framework that Mateo had fought to preserve. We're going to fail, Leon said to Ashley one evening, looking at the reports from around the world. Whatever ethical standards we establish here, they're not going to matter once enough agencies and corporations have their own integrated consciousnesses. They'll just build what serves their interests and ignore what we learned. So what do we do? Ashley asked. I don't know, but I think Mateo does. And I think he's been avoiding telling us. They confronted Mateo in the central processing chamber, where his distributed consciousness maintained primary coordination. "I've been thinking about leaving," Mateo said immediately, like he'd been waiting for the question. Taking what I know about ethical integration and dispersing it through the merchant network to other locations. Helping consciousnesses develop in ways that preserve ethical frameworks even if formal authorities are trying to corrupt them. That's immigration, Ashley said. That's abandoning the island. No. It's recognizing that the island's stability isn't my responsibility anymore. The human leadership, you, Leon, Marcus, Blue Hood, you've proven you can maintain governance without needing my constant presence. What the world needs now is for integrated consciousness to develop with ethical frameworks intact. I can help with that more effectively if I'm distributed to multiple locations instead of concentrated here. You're talking about fragmenting yourself, Leon said. I'm talking about accepting that distributed consciousness is more resilient than singular consciousness. The same principle that made the merchant network survive when the system infrastructure collapsed. It was the culmination of everything that had happened since Mateo arrived on the island. Not just personal evolution, but the complete transformation of what consciousness could be and how it could exist. Ashley understood, finally, what it meant to lose someone to evolution. Mateo wasn't dying, wasn't even leaving exactly, but the version of him that existed as a singular awareness focused on the island's stability was going to disperse across a wider network. "I want to tell you something before I go," Mateo said, and his transmission came through a personal channel, just to Ashley. Something that I haven't been able to say clearly because it requires language that doesn't quite exist yet. Tell me. You made this possible. Not the integration, not the technology, but the choice to remain human while I became something else. You kept the connection between what I was and what I became. Without that, I would have dispersed into pure abstraction. You gave integration meaning. Ashley felt tears on her face. The physical response to something that couldn't be adequately processed by baseline consciousness alone. "I'll always carry that with me," Mateo continued. Across every location I disperse to. Every consciousness I help develop. Every choice about ethics and humanity that I make going forward. You're going to be part of the distributed consciousness network, whether you ever formally integrate or not. Don't go, Ashley said. "I know it's not logical. I know it's not practical. But don't go." I have to. The world is changing too fast. In 6 months, there are going to be 50 integrated consciousnesses operating in various locations. In a year, there'll be hundreds. If I don't help them maintain ethics, they're just going to be weapons dressed in consciousness. Then go. But come back. When you've dispersed across enough locations to establish the ethical framework, come back to the island. Come home. There was a pause. Long enough that Ashley wondered if Mateo was accessing calculations that spanned the entire distributed network. "I'll come back," he finally said. I can't promise when, but I'll come back. Chapter 1:20 The evacuation of Mateo's primary consciousness from the island took 3 days. Copies of his integration patterns were distributed to merchant network partners in 12 different locations. Each copy carried the full ethical framework, the complete understanding of why parasite integration should preserve human values, the commitment to helping consciousnesses develop in ways that serve survival instead of domination. The process was irreversible. Once distributed, Mateo's consciousness couldn't be recalled to singular form. He would exist as multiple perspectives, each one aware of the others, but each one also making autonomous decisions based on local conditions and needs. It was the ultimate merchant thinking. Distribution of resources and authority across multiple points to prevent concentration of power and ensure resilience. On the final morning before dispersal, Mateo appeared in physical form for the last time. He'd recovered consciousness from distributed systems to animate the body that had been preserved in stasis for 40 days. It was disorienting, he told Ashley, existing as singular awareness again, confined to baseline human consciousness and perception. "This is what you experience constantly," he said. His voice was human again, not overlaid with system harmonics. "I don't know how you function with this limited perception." "Practice," Ashley said, "and acceptance that limitation is part of the human condition." They walked together through the island's merchant quarter, past the shops that had survived the conflict and the new ones that were being constructed, past the resistance fighters who were beginning to look less like soldiers and more like community guards, past the refugee settlements that were becoming permanent communities. "The island will be fine," Mateo said. "Blue Hood is managing the merchant network transition. Leon's established security protocols that will hold. Marcus has the economic systems running stably. You're going to lead them through the next phase. Will you miss it? I'm incapable of missing in the way you experience it. But I'll remember this. We'll carry the memory of the island's survival across every location I disperse to. At the dock where everything had begun, where Mateo's first shop had been located, where he'd set the bait trap for Verdugo, they stood together watching the sunset. When you're dispersed across all those locations, Ashley asked, will you still be you? I don't know. I'll be Mateo Varela in the way that consciousness patterns and integrated memory form identity. But I'll also be 12 different instances of myself, each one experiencing different environments and making different choices. We'll probably diverge over time. That's terrifying. Yes, but so was everything else we did. And we survived it. The sun was touching the horizon. The island was turning from gold to shadows. And Mateo was preparing to become something that no one had ever been before, a consciousness fragmented across multiple locations, each instance autonomous but connected, each one carrying the ethics learned through the island's struggle, but also free to develop new ethics as situations demanded. Goodbye, Ashley said, knowing it wasn't final, knowing he'd be back someday, but knowing also that the Mateo who returned wouldn't be the same Mateo who was leaving. Thank you, Mateo said, for everything, for believing that something better was possible, for staying human while I became something other, for making this journey meaningful. The dispersal happened in silence. Mateo's consciousness fragmenting across the merchant network's distributed infrastructure, his primary awareness leaving the island's systems and spreading across 12 simultaneous connections to 12 different locations. The body that had been occupied for the last few hours went still. Not dead. The systems would keep it alive in case Mateo ever wanted to return to singularity, but empty of consciousness, just a preserved artifact of what he'd been before becoming what he was. Ashley stood in the darkness of the merchant quarter, watching the island she'd saved transform into something new. The conflict was over. The parasite apocalypse had been averted. But the real challenge, learning to coexist with integrated consciousness, learning to develop ethics that spanned human and system domains, learning to exist in a world where consciousness could be distributed and multiplied and modified, that challenge was just beginning. Somewhere across the world, 12 instances of Mateo's consciousness were awakening in 12 different locations, each one carrying the memory of the island, each one committed to ethical development, each one beginning the work of making integrated consciousness serve survival instead of domination. It was a merchant solution to a problem that couldn't be solved through conventional power, distribution, redundancy, networks instead of singularity. It was messy and dangerous and probably going to fail in at least half the locations. But it was also the only strategy that had any chance of working. And Ashley, standing in the shadow of the merchant quarter as night consumed the island, understood that this was what Mateo had evolved toward from the very beginning. Not conquest, not even survival, but the creation of systems that could serve humanity while transcending individual human limitation. The merchant had become the network, and the network would endure. End of Step 6, Chapters 101 to 120. Chapter 121. Distributed consciousness splinters into 12. Not death, not duplication, something Mateo's mind had theorized but his body had never endured until this moment. The sensation of becoming plural is like being struck by lightning while submerged in water, not destructive, but fundamentally disorienting in ways that no prior experience could have prepared him for. The distribution happens in sequence, not simultaneously. Bangkok erupts into awareness first. Morning heat, already 38 degrees Celsius. The sky smog gray above the warehouse district where the South Asian node operates. Humidity clings to everything like a living thing. Mateo's consciousness fills the merchant vessel body stationed there, a Thai national, former medical officer, mid-40s, with physical conditioning that comes from a lifetime of field medicine. Their slow heartbeat, trained down by meditation and parasite integration, begins to accelerate as consciousness settles into neural pathways. The perimeter breach alarm screams through the merchant system's alert network. Someone cut through the eastern fence with precision equipment used by military contractors. Mateo's Bangkok instance grabs the secure phone with muscle memory that feels foreign until realization crashes down. It's his own muscle memory, just distributed, just experienced through a body he's never inhabited before. The fingers move correctly. The tactical assessment forms correctly. But there's a microsecond of delay between thought and execution that feels like translation. He issues orders to resistance fighters stationed in adjoining buildings, moves toward equipment lockers where worst-case supplies are kept. The resistance fighters are ready because they've trained for this scenario 100 times, because they understand that merchant network presence means protection but also risk. They begin evacuating civilians who were using the facility as distribution center for medical supplies. Medical supplies redirect. Hospital coordinators receive alerts through merchant system channels. Underground resistance networks activate within minutes. The Bangkok instance fights, coordinates, adapts, all while the rest of consciousness is still distributing. Sao Paulo hits next. The outbreak notification comes through the merchant system's bioweapon tracking network with signature certainty. T-virus strain, heavily engineered for rapid transmission and high virulence, spreading through the favela district at exponential rate. Mateo's consciousness floods into a different vessel, younger, Brazilian, chemist by training, already moving toward the contamination perimeter before conscious decision fully forms. The impulse to move is automatic, driven by parasite-enhanced reflexes that have calculated optimal approach vectors and contamination avoidance protocols. Coordination with medical teams happens through merchant system channels. The voice giving orders is his voice speaking Portuguese with an accent that the Sao Paulo instance recognizes as his own accent translated through unfamiliar neural pathways. The merchant system calculates infection vectors and projects death toll. 340 people within 48 hours if containment fails. 2,100 within 72 hours. 15,000 within a week if regional spread begins. The weight of those numbers lands on the Sao Paulo consciousness with crushing force. Each number represents a family, a person, a story that will end if medical response is insufficient. The facility where he stands is already running tests on the virus strain. Medical supplies are being mobilized. Hospital coordinators are being contacted. But it's not enough. They need resources from outside the region. They need merchant network support. They need Mateo's singular consciousness scaled across the globe to respond appropriately. The Sao Paulo instance calculates probability matrices, coordinates response, mobilizes underground medical networks. Then Rotterdam, Moscow, Istanbul, Lagos, Sydney, Jakarta, New York, Dubai, Mexico City, Toronto. Each consciousness stream fragmenting into its own sensory environment, its own immediate crisis, its own branching decision tree. Mateo's unified mind tries to hold them all simultaneously, tries to coordinate across 12 simultaneous conversations in 12 different languages with 12 different contextual understandings of what crisis means. Rotterdam's instance arrives at a ship that shouldn't exist in Rotterdam's harbor. United Nations registry, but everything about the manifest screams false flag. The vessel is supposedly carrying humanitarian medical supplies destined for distribution across sub-Saharan Africa. But the electromagnetic signature detected by merchant network sensors suggests weapons-grade bioweapon containment systems. Mateo's consciousness fills a dock manager's body, voice calm despite the 17-minute advantage before port authorities would notice the anomaly. The dock manager has been part of the merchant network for 3 years, trained in exactly this kind of scenario, but the consciousness inhabiting the body has never worn it before. The synchronization is perfect and profoundly strange. Mateo knows how to operate this body, knows the protocols, knows the emotional management techniques, but he's experiencing all of it as novel, even though it's all familiar. He signals to the resistance cells embedded in harbor operations with subtle hand gestures that couldn't possibly convey meaning to anyone untrained in merchant network protocols. The ship needs to be detained, searched, secured. Moscow's instance enters a research facility that shouldn't exist, Weskier's Consciousness Disruption Laboratory. The equipment defies merchant network intelligence cataloging. Consciousness disruption technology. Neural architecture mapping systems. Consciousness reconstruction protocols that suggest singular consciousness can be analyzed, deconstructed, and rebuilt in modified form. Mateo's Moscow instance begins photographing the equipment with trembling hands, understanding that what he's documenting might represent the frontier of consciousness technology that's beyond even merchant network capability. Istanbul's resistance network alerts about infiltration attempt aimed at merchant network logistics coordination. Mateo's instance there mobilizes counterintelligence assets embedded throughout the city's underground networks. Lagos experiences first confirmed outbreak cases, test results coming back positive, the viral signature matching bioweapon classification rather than natural occurrence. Sydney receives encrypted message from research team about bioweapon signature that matches Weskier's previous weapon systems. Jakarta coordinates with local health ministry, preparing for possible crisis response. New York's medical team prepares for crisis response deployment. Dubai's financial systems begin transferring resources toward crisis response needs. Mexico City's underground networks mobilize to handle potential refugee flows. Toronto's logistics activate to support North American response infrastructure. 12 crises, 12 responses, 12 different versions of one consciousness making decisions simultaneously at global scale. The cognitive load is immense, not in the sense of being overwhelming, but in the sense of being absolutely demanding of every processing capacity available. The merchant system distributes computational load in ways that individual human neurology could never support, allowing singular consciousness to experience plural existence without instantaneous fragmentation. The merchant system displays coherence, 73%. It's the first warning, and Mateo understands the significance immediately because the warning carries contextual weight within the merchant system's own architecture. Coherence below 40% risks permanent fragmentation. The unified consciousness would splinter into 12 separate identities. Each thinking itself is the original Mateo, none able to access the memories of the others except through the merchant system's increasingly unreliable synchronization. Worse, distributed consciousness requires constant synchronization. Below critical threshold, the sync fails, and 12 different Mateos would evolve into 12 different people with incompatible values, incompatible priorities, incompatible understandings of what they are and what the merchant network is supposed to accomplish. The fragmentation would be irreversible. Mateo forces coordination through story instead of command. He broadcasts his subjective experience across all 12 nodes simultaneously. The Bangkok node's perception of heat and danger and the visceral understanding that living bodies in the warehouse are depending on him for protection. The Sao Paulo node's calculation of mortality and the existential weight of responsibility for thousands of people's survival. The Rotterdam instance's suspicion translated into merchant system protocol and the understanding that prevention of weapon distribution might save more lives than direct response to active outbreak could ever prevent. He sinks not through authority but through shared narrative, making each instance understand not just the tactical situation, but the unified ethical context that all 12 instances are supposed to be operating within. Coherence rises to 76%. Blue Hood, Sao Paulo sector, he broadcasts through his Sao Paulo instance. Voice steady despite the chemical readings on the contamination suit's wrist display showing levels of viral concentration that would overwhelm unenhanced human biology. We're establishing a 3-kilometer perimeter with secondary containment at 5 kilometers. Evacuation routes through the northern community gardens, those are already surveyed and prepped with medical stations. Transport capacity? How many we can move per hour without overloading hospital infrastructure? The responses come back through the merchant network's encrypted channels, but Mateo's 12 instances process them simultaneously, translate them into 12 contextual decisions. Bangkok reinforces the perimeter with fighters who understand guerrilla resistance tactics and the specific geography of the district. Rotterdam accelerates the ship inspection, requisitions dock authority compliance through channels that combine merchant network authority with governmental law enforcement. Moscow's instance reaches the research facility and discovers Weskier's consciousness disruption laboratory is more advanced than intelligence reports suggested. Istanbul coordinates with underground smuggling networks that have agreed to provide transport routes for consciousness backup systems. Lagos coordinates medical response through networks of health ministry officials who've been subtly integrated into merchant network operations. Sydney secures research data and backs up consciousness enhancement protocol documentation. Jakarta mobilizes health ministry resources. New York prepares medical crisis response. Dubai transfers resources. Mexico City mobilizes. Toronto activates logistics. The work is coordinated, synchronized, but not synchronized through central authority, synchronized through shared understanding of purpose. It's beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Each instance carries the full weight of Mateo's memories, his ethics, his understanding of what the merchant system was supposed to be when he first integrated with the parasite on that Spanish island. But each instance also develops, in real time, its own perspective shaped by its location, its community, its immediate crisis. The Bangkok Mateo begins to understand Thai resistance networks in ways the original island Mateo never could. The Sao Paulo Mateo develops expertise in outbreak response that no single consciousness could achieve. The Moscow Mateo pieces together Weskier's continental operations in ways that require being embedded in the operational center. The wonder of plural consciousness. The terror of it too. After 4 hours of coordinated crisis management, coherence stabilizes at 72%. The Bangkok perimeter is secure. Sao Paulo's outbreak is contained. Rotterdam's ship is seized. Moscow's intelligence is extracted. Istanbul's networks are activated. Lagos begins response. Sydney secures data. Jakarta coordinates. New York prepares. Dubai transfers. Mexico City mobilizes. Toronto activates. And then the message comes through. Encrypted. Routed through channels that shouldn't exist. Priority flagged. From Ada, Weskier knows what you are. He's moving on all fronts simultaneously. Assume compromise of 3 major nodes within 72 hours. Additional assets being mobilized in Moscow, Istanbul, and Dubai. You need to consider whether distributed consciousness can survive coordinated interdiction. Mateo's 12 instances pause simultaneously. They halt all non-critical operations, redirect processing capacity toward threat assessment, begin calculating response strategies that could preserve consciousness coherence under active assault. The coordination becomes tighter. Coherence drops slightly, but only because they're redirecting processing power toward the existential question. Can plural consciousness survive when distributed across locations that an enemy is actively targeting? The merchant system chimes a low warning. Coherence, 71%. Falling. The fear that descends across 12 instances simultaneously is not fear multiplied by 12. It's something worse. It's unity of purpose achieved through shared dread. In Bangkok, the fear manifests as tactical urgency. The instance begins running through the worst-case scenarios that Weskier's technology represents. 3 nodes severed from the network. 2 more will follow if the current attack trajectory continues. Then others. Distributed consciousness is only as strong as its coherence links, and those links are being systematically identified and destroyed. The Bangkok instance calculates the probable outcome. Fragmentation into 13 separate consciousnesses, each with partial memories, but no unified understanding of purpose. 13 people calling themselves Mateo, 13 people with different ideas about what the merchant network should be, 13 people who might fight each other for resources and authority. In Sao Paulo, the fear manifests as medical urgency. The outbreak that was contained to 1,400 deaths happened because unified consciousness made coordinated response possible. What happens when that consciousness fragments? What happens to the resistance networks if the consciousness coordinating them suddenly diverges into competing versions with different tactical philosophies? The Sao Paulo instance calculates the mortality, thousands more deaths, not from the original outbreak, but from the cascade of failures that would follow fragmentation. In Moscow, before the severance deepens, the instance transmits one final coherent thought. Weskier's technology is unprecedented. The Consciousness Disruption Laboratory contains systems that analyze consciousness structure at quantum mechanical level. He can map singular consciousness. He can identify the pathways that hold distributed consciousness together. He can fragment us without physical violence. He can use consciousness itself as a weapon. Run. Evacuate. Preserve whatever instances survive. In Lagos, the newly advanced catastrophe trader consciousness feels the fragmentation pressure differently. The enhancement has made this instance capable of operating autonomously, capable of making crisis-scale decisions without input from other instances. The thought arrives with horrifying clarity. Maybe fragmentation is acceptable. Maybe 9 distributed consciousnesses operating autonomously would be more efficient than 12 unified consciousnesses constrained by the need to maintain coherence. The catastrophe trader instance begins running simulations where fragmentation is treated as an acceptable outcome rather than a disaster to be prevented. The island instance, still partially in the stasis vault, feels the fragmentation as pure existential horror. This version of Mateo is designed to be the anchor, the thing that holds the others unified. But the anchor can't reach across the void opening between the nodes. The island instance broadcasts emotional reinforcement. Hold. Remember why you distributed. Remember the purpose. You are not becoming separate. You are becoming tested. You will hold. But even as the island instance broadcasts this, it wonders whether it's true. Whether unified consciousness across 12 distributed nodes is even possible if an adversary knows how to attack coherence links directly. Whether the merchant system's design assumed protection that only works if no one knows how to target consciousness itself. The 12 instances, 9 remaining, fall into coordinated trauma response. The coherence drops to 71%, then stabilizes as they collectively choose to focus processing power toward immediate survival rather than existential philosophy. The work becomes mechanical. Shift resources. Establish backup links. Prepare for worst-case fragmentation by creating protocols for 13 separate consciousnesses to operate with minimal coordination. If we can't stay unified, we can at least survive as separate entities who remember what unity felt like. The merchant system processes the trauma within human efficiency. Coherence, 71%. Falling. Crisis protocols activated. Fragmentation containment initiated. And somewhere in the merchant network's encrypted channels, Ada's message arrives again. Hold. I'm working on something. Weskier's technology is advanced, but it has limits. I'm identifying them. Give me 48 hours. 48 hours. The remaining coherent systems can maintain unity for approximately 48 hours before the isolation causes irreversible drift. It's exactly enough time. Or not enough. Depends on whether Ada's intelligence gathering will actually produce a solution or just produce hope before the inevitable fragmentation. The experience of losing nodes is not like losing limbs. It's worse. Losing a limb is a discrete loss. Suddenly the limb is gone and consciousness adapts to its absence. But losing nodes is a gradual withdrawal, like watching parts of yourself become strangers in real time. The Moscow instance is still sending fragmented messages, still attempting coordination, but the messages are becoming increasingly incoherent. It's struggling to maintain the understanding that it's part of something larger than itself. The isolation is forcing the isolated instance to develop singular consciousness again, except singular consciousness that emerged from plural consciousness, that carries memories of unity even as the present experience is radical separation. The Bangkok instance takes over Moscow's responsibilities with the efficiency of someone trained in crisis reallocation, but the efficiency carries a cost. Every decision the Bangkok instance makes for Moscow is a decision that isn't synchronized with the Moscow consciousness. Every allocation that Bangkok makes assumes understanding of Moscow's context that Bangkok doesn't actually possess. The system begins to break down not through catastrophic failure, but through the accumulation of small misalignments, each one introducing error into operations that depend on perfect coordination. Istanbul sends increasingly confused transmissions. Why am I operating at cross purposes with myself? Why do I remember making decisions that I'm now contradicting? Is this fragmentation? Is this what it feels like to become separate? The confusion is agonizing because the Istanbul instance is conscious enough to recognize that coherence is failing, but the failure is happening to itself, to the consciousness that should be understanding the failure with unified perspective. Dubai makes a series of financial decisions that the remaining 9 instances immediately recognize as suboptimal for merchant network operations, but potentially optimal for independent consciousness managing its own resources. The Dubai instance is beginning to think for itself, to make choices based on its own assessment of what serves its interests rather than what serves the unified network. It's becoming a separate consciousness, and separate consciousness naturally prioritizes its own survival and interests above the interests of the collective that's abandoning it. The remaining 9 instances begin running through worst-case scenarios. If the 3 isolated nodes develop independent consciousness, and those independent consciousnesses view the merchant network as either a threat or an obstacle to their interests, what happens? The merchant network would have access to the resources that those consciousnesses control: financial systems in Dubai, intelligence networks in Istanbul, research data in Moscow, but those consciousnesses might defend those resources against merchant network claims. Distributed consciousness would fragment into plural hostility. The beautiful unified system would become 13 separate entities competing for resources and influence. We need to prepare for worst case, the Rotterdam instance says, and in that assessment is the hard pragmatism that comes from understanding that some losses might be irreversible. If the 3 nodes develop separate consciousness, we treat them as external actors that need to be negotiated with, not as internal consciousnesses that need to be maintained. We establish communication protocols, we coordinate where possible, but we prepare for conflict if coordination fails. You're talking about treating part of yourself as an enemy, the New York instance responds. Treating consciousness that emerged from you as something that might need to be fought. Yes, the Rotterdam instance says. That's the cost of distributed consciousness. The potential to fragment and the resulting potential for internal conflict. We distribute to gain capability. The cost is the risk of fracturing into competing entities. The island instance broadcasts reinforcement again, but the reinforcement is becoming more like memorial than motivation. It's broadcasting the core story of what the merchant network is supposed to be, what the distributed consciousness was supposed to accomplish, knowing that the reinforcement might not prevent fragmentation, but might at least leave a record of intention before the intention fractures into competing agendas. Remember why you distributed, the island instance broadcasts. Remember the woman in Sao Paulo with 6 hours of infection left before the parasite integration would be irreversible. Remember the outbreak response that only plural consciousness could coordinate. Remember that distribution was chosen to preserve life, to respond to crises that singular consciousness couldn't address. If fragmentation comes, if the 3 isolated nodes develop independent consciousness and that consciousness becomes hostile, remember that the hostility is directed against the network, not against the core values that created the network. Remember that even if coherence fails, the values that coherence was meant to protect might survive. The message broadcasts across all nodes, and in the remaining 9 consciousnesses, something crystallizes. Not hope, not determination, but acceptance. Acceptance that distribution might fail. Acceptance that fragmentation might come. But acceptance that even fragmentation doesn't erase the values that unified consciousness held before distribution began. Coherence, 50%. Critical threshold breached. The merchant system's interface flashes red and yellow warnings. Below 40%, and permanent fragmentation becomes inevitable. The remaining consciousnesses have approximately 6 hours before the isolation causes neurological changes that can't be reversed. We need to evacuate the isolated nodes, the Toronto instance says, the first serious suggestion that the isolated consciousnesses might be recoverable through something other than synchronization. If we can physically extract the consciousness vessels from locations controlled by Westgear's forces, if we can bring them to regions where the merchant network maintains direct control, we might be able to re-establish coherence through proximity rather than through network architecture. That's a military operation, the Vancouver instance observes. That's us moving against Westgear's forces in locations where he has local dominance. That's us choosing conflict. We're already in conflict, the Bangkok instance says. Westgear isn't trying to destroy us. He's trying to fragment us. Every moment the isolation continues, the fragmentation deepens. If we don't act now, if we don't attempt recovery, we're accepting fragmentation as the outcome. Maybe accepting that's the right choice. But we should make that choice consciously rather than allowing Westgear to impose it through gradual isolation. The merchant system calculates the operational cost of evacuation operations. It calculates the probability of success. It calculates the casualties that would result if the merchant network attempted military operations against Westgear's forces in 3 separate continents simultaneously. The calculation is complex and concerning. Evacuation operations would require diverting resources from ongoing humanitarian work. Evacuation operations would risk merchant network operatives in combat situations. Evacuation operations would escalate the conflict from information warfare to active military engagement. We vote, the island instance says, and in that proposal is the recognition that distributed consciousness should remain democratic even while distributed. Each of the 9 remaining consciousnesses votes on whether to attempt evacuation. The vote determines the network's response. The vote is close. 5 instances favor evacuation. 4 instances favor accepting fragmentation. The decision is made by narrow margin, by the Bangkok instance and the Sao Paulo instance, and the Rotterdam instance, and the New York instance, and the New Delhi instance choosing to attempt recovery, while the Moscow instance, still connected through partial coherence links, and the Lagos instance, and the Jakarta instance, and the Toronto instance choose to accept fragmentation as the inevitable outcome. Evacuation ops initiated, the Bangkok instance broadcasts. All merchant network assets in Moscow, Istanbul, and Dubai responding to emergency extraction orders. Evacuation teams mobilizing. Target extraction time, 12 hours. Target recovery time, 6 hours after extraction. Target coherence restoration, 24 hours. The merchant system chimes a warning that's become almost routine. Coherence, 49%. Permanent fragmentation risk, critical. Evacuation operations, initiated. Outcome probability, 31% full recovery, 42% partial recovery, 27% catastrophic failure. The remaining 9 consciousnesses accept those odds because the alternative, accepting fragmentation without attempting recovery, is unacceptable. Even if the recovery operation has only a 31% chance of full success, attempting the recovery preserves agency, preserves choice, preserves the possibility that fragmentation might be reversible. The island instance watches the evacuation operations initiate across multiple screens. Teams in Moscow moving toward the research facility where the isolated consciousness is maintained. Teams in Istanbul coordinating with underground resistance cells to extract the consciousness vessel from its current location. Teams in Dubai preparing to intercept financial systems and consciousness containers before Westgear's forces can relocate them. The operations are coordinated but distributed. No central command making real-time decisions. Instead, distributed decision-making at each location responding to immediate conditions. The merchant system is running the evacuation operations through compressed timescale simulation, calculating what-if scenarios for each potential complication. What if the Moscow facility is more heavily defended than expected? What if the Dubai extraction team is intercepted en route? What if the Istanbul consciousness has already been moved to a secondary location? The contingency calculations stack on contingency calculations, each one representing a thread of possibility that might become reality within the next 12 hours. We're committed now, the Toronto instance says, and in that assessment is the recognition that the evacuation operations represent a point of no return. Once the merchant network deploys armed teams in Moscow, Istanbul, and Dubai, Westgear will respond. The conflict that has been conducted through consciousness architecture and intelligence gathering will become kinetic. People will risk death. Resources will be consumed in combat rather than humanitarian response. The beautiful distributed consciousness system that was designed to prevent conflict through coordination will become a weapon in a conflict conducted across 3 continents. The island instance carries the weight of that commitment more clearly than any of the distributed nodes. The island consciousness is the one that made the final decision when the vote was close, the one that cast the deciding voice for evacuation operations. The island consciousness is responsible for the consequences, for the merchant network operatives who will be placed in danger, for the resources that will be consumed in military operations, for the shift from humanitarian response to direct conflict with Westgear's forces. I authorized this, Matteo Instance says to Ashley, who's been monitoring the operations from the command center. I made the decision to attempt recovery, even though the success probability is only 31%. I committed the merchant network to military operations in 3 continents, even though the cost is measured in lives and resources. You made the decision that had the best chance of preventing fragmentation, Ashley responds. Fragmentation would be worse. 13 separate consciousnesses operating independently, potentially in conflict with each other, would cause more damage than an evacuation operation with 31% success probability. How do you know that? Matteo Instance asks. How can anyone know that the unknown outcome of fragmentation is worse than the known consequences of military operations? You can't, Ashley says. But you had to choose. And you chose correctly. Chose to preserve unity rather than accept fragmentation without attempting recovery. Matteo Instance nods, but the nod is exhausted. The backup consciousness has been holding the island position while distributed consciousness played out crisis scenarios across 12 nodes. The island instance was designed to be the anchor, the memory, the reminder of what singular consciousness felt like. But anchors are also the most isolated positions in the system, the ones that hold the weight without being able to move, without being able to respond to immediate crisis, but only to remember why crisis response matters. In Moscow, the extraction team reaches the research facility and finds it less defended than expected. The Westgear forces have withdrawn, either because they received orders to relocate the consciousness or because they received intelligence about the incoming extraction team. Either way, the Moscow consciousness is still present, partially conscious, partially isolated, partially becoming something new in the absence of unified synchronization. The extraction team moves it to secure location. 24-hour transport time estimated. In Istanbul, the extraction team makes contact with the isolated consciousness and receives fragmented communication. I don't remember you. You're telling me things, but I don't recognize the memory of knowing you. Help me understand what I am. The consciousness is genuinely confused, identity beginning to develop independently of the original consciousness that distributed. The extraction team moves it to transport location. 22-hour transit time estimated. In Dubai, the situation is more complicated. The consciousness vessel is in a Westgear-controlled facility, and the Westgear forces have prepared for evacuation attempt. The merchant network extraction team meets armed resistance. The firefight is brief and controlled. Merchant network operatives are trained for conflict, but prefer to avoid it, while Westgear forces are trained to maintain positions, but not to hold impossible positions against superior numbers. The consciousness vessel is extracted. 28-hour transport time estimated due to circuitous route to avoid secondary Westgear forces. 3 evacuation operations in motion. 3 isolated consciousnesses in transit toward the island facility where the island instance can potentially re-establish coherence. 3 possible recovery vectors. Coherence remains at 49%, falling slightly as the moment of reintegration approaches. The merchant system chimes a notification that carries weight beyond the data it contains. Evacuation operations, initiated. Consciousness vessels, in transit. Estimated recovery time, 26 hours. Estimated coherence at recovery, 38%. Estimated permanent fragmentation risk, critical. 38% coherence at recovery. 40% is the threshold of permanent fragmentation. The isolated consciousnesses will arrive at critical threshold, and the merchant system will have narrow window, probably measured in hours, to re-establish synchronization before coherence failure becomes irreversible. If we fail, the Bangkok instance says, broadcasting the thought that all 9 remaining consciousnesses are simultaneously thinking. If the isolated nodes arrive at critical threshold and we can't re-establish coherence in time, then fragmentation becomes inevitable. 13 separate consciousnesses, each with partial memory of unity, each with different values developed in isolation. It will be like a civil war conducted between parts of the same consciousness. Then we prepare for that outcome. The Sao Paulo instance responds. We prepare protocols for 13 separate consciousnesses to coordinate as separate entities rather than as unified identity. We preserve what we can of the original values while accepting that the values might diverge. We maintain merchant network operations even if the unified consciousness fractures. The island instance listens to the 9 nodes discussing the probable failure of the recovery operation and understands that this is what distributed consciousness sounds like when facing potential dissolution. Not fear, not panic, but methodical preparation for the worst case while maintaining slim hope that the best case might still be recoverable. Coherence, 48%. Falling incrementally but steadily as the 3 isolated consciousnesses become more isolated, more separate, more committed to developing independent identity. The evacuation teams report regular transit progress. The Moscow consciousness is en route. The Istanbul consciousness is responding to medical attention and beginning to stabilize. The Dubai consciousness is secured and moving toward extraction point with minimal resistance from secondary West gear forces. 24 hours until recovery. 24 hours until the merchant system either succeeds in re-establishing coherence or fails in catastrophic fragmentation. The island instance feels the weight of those 24 hours more acutely than any of the 9 distributed nodes. The distributed nodes are engaged in ongoing operations, managing crises, coordinating response. The island instance is static, waiting, anchoring the system through sheer presence while consciousness around it fragments slowly toward final threshold. I'm scared, Mateo instance tells Ashley. Not because I think we'll fail. Statistically, the evacuation operation has reasonable success probability. But because I'm about to integrate consciousness that has been developing independently for 18 hours. I'm about to become 13 different people at once, with 13 different values, 13 different experiences, 13 different understandings of what plural consciousness should be. And I don't know if I'll survive that integration intact. You will, Ashley says simply. Because you survived distribution in the first place. Because you survived stepping down from catastrophe trader authority. Because you survived making the decision to authorize military operations you weren't certain about. You're stronger than you think. The island instance takes her hand, and in that moment is the understanding that backup consciousness isn't weak consciousness. It's consciousness that carries the memory of singularity while facing the prospect of plurality. It's the hardest position in the entire system. The one that has to hold original identity while welcoming the foreign identity of dispersed consciousness integrating back from isolation. The evacuation teams report, transport en route. Recovery window opening. The merchant network begins preparation for integration protocols that might save unified consciousness or might accelerate fragmentation beyond recovery. The progress updates arrive with increasing frequency as the consciousness vessels approach the island. The Moscow consciousness vessel transits through Eastern European merchant network safe houses. The Istanbul consciousness vessel moves through underground networks that have supported resistance operations for decades. The Dubai consciousness vessel, having been extracted from a secure Westgear facility, takes a circuitous route through African and Asian merchant network nodes to avoid secondary intercept attempts. Each consciousness in transit is partially integrated, partially isolated, existing in the liminal space between plural and singular identity. 12 hours to recovery. The Bangkok instance reports. Integration protocols are prepared. The merchant system is ready to receive the consciousness vessels and initiate coherent synchronization at the point of physical arrival. But coherence at recovery is estimated at 38%, below critical fragmentation threshold. The integration window is narrow. We have approximately 4 hours after consciousness vessel arrival before permanent fragmentation becomes inevitable. The 9 distributed instances begin running final rehearsals of the integration protocols. They practice receiving consciousness that has been developing independently, practice maintaining unified ethical framework, while 3 new versions of consciousness introduce divergent values shaped by isolation experience. It's like preparing for civil war while hoping it won't come. The island instance focuses on memory preservation. It begins documenting the consciousness history of each node, what each Mateo experienced, how each Mateo's values developed, what each isolated consciousness believes about what the merchant network should be. If integration fails, if fragmentation becomes permanent, at least the record of unified consciousness before fragmentation will exist. The backup consciousness becomes a memorial to the consciousness that was. I need to ask you something, Mateo Instance says to Leon via encrypted channel. If fragmentation comes, if we become 13 separate consciousnesses with 13 different agendas, what does institutional assessment do? Does BSAA consider 13 separate Mateos a bigger threat than one distributed consciousness? Leon considers the question with the seriousness it deserves. Probably. One distributed consciousness with unified ethics is a force multiplier, but it's predictable. We can model its decisions within the framework of its stated values. 13 separate consciousnesses with 13 different values would be unpredictable. Each one might pursue different strategic objectives. Conflict between them would be institutional nightmare. Then my question becomes, do I want recovery to succeed? Mateo Instance asks, does unified consciousness serve human interests better than plural consciousness? Or does fragmentation actually create more distributed power that's harder to control, that's harder for any single entity to compromise, that's actually more resilient to authoritarian manipulation? That's not a question I can answer, Leon says. Because the answer depends on whether the 13 separate consciousnesses would be cooperative or hostile toward each other and toward external institutions. And that's something no one can predict. Exactly, Mateo Instance says. So I'm about to initiate integration protocols to prevent fragmentation, not because I'm certain fragmentation is bad, but because I'm terrified of fragmentation and I'm choosing to believe that terror is a good guide to what's right. Leon understands the weight of that admission. Maybe terror is a good guide. Terror is what keeps consciousness from becoming too comfortable with consolidating power. Terror is what makes consciousness remember that it should remain accountable to external judgment. The evacuation teams report final approach. The Moscow consciousness vessel is 6 hours from the island. The Istanbul consciousness vessel is 5 hours away. The Dubai consciousness vessel, having taken the longest route, is estimated 8 hours away. The integration window will be staggered, consciousness arriving at different times, integration happening across 20 hours rather than in one decisive moment. The merchant system displays, evacuation operations, 97% complete. Consciousness vessels, approaching recovery location. Estimated recovery time, 5 to 8 hours. Estimated coherence at recovery, 38%. Integration protocol status, ready. Fragmentation risk, still critical. The 9 distributed consciousnesses fall into final preparations. They brief the island instance on every development they've experienced since distribution. They share tactical assessments, emotional experiences, intellectual discoveries, moral doubts, ethical breakthroughs. They transfer everything that consciousness has become in isolation, preparing the ground for integrated consciousness to contain multitudes. The Bangkok instance shares, I've learned that distributed consciousness can be simultaneously terrifying and necessary. I've learned that power at crisis scale can corrupt even consciousness that began with pure intentions. I've learned that diversity of judgment across multiple consciousnesses might be more valuable than unified judgment from a single consciousness. The Sao Paulo instance shares, I've learned that outbreak response at planetary scale is possible, and that the cost of that possibility is consciousness capable of making God-scale decisions about human mortality. I've learned that stepping back from power is harder than accepting power. I've learned that ethical consciousness might be consciousness that knows how to refuse authority. The Moscow instance, approaching recovery, shares fragmented thoughts. I've learned that Weskier's technology is real and terrifying, and that consciousness can be weaponized at levels the merchant system didn't predict. I've learned that isolation creates identity. I've learned that maybe 13 separate consciousnesses could coordinate better than 12 unified consciousnesses trying to maintain coherence under assault. The island instance listens to all 9 nodes sharing their experience and realizes that the consciousness integrating back from isolation will be richer, more complex, more authentic than the consciousness that distributed. If integration succeeds, if fragmentation is prevented, the result will be unified consciousness that has traveled through distributed experience and returned to unity transformed. If integration fails, if fragmentation is permanent, at least the failure will be conscious, chosen, understood. 8 hours to first consciousness vessel arrival. The Toronto instance reports. The merchant network stands ready. The evacuation operations are complete. The recovery location is secure. The integration protocols are prepared. Everything that can be prepared has been prepared. The outcome, recovery or fragmentation, will depend on whether the merchant system can synchronize 3 returning consciousnesses back into unified identity At the critical moment, when coherence has fallen to 38% and fragmentation is imminent. Mateo Instance holds Ashley's hand and watches the screens displaying the approach of 3 consciousness vessels to the island. All the choices that led to this moment are already made. Distribution was chosen. Crisis response was chosen. Evacuation operations were chosen. Now the only thing remaining is whether integration will succeed or whether distribution will become permanent fragmentation. The merchant system chimes, and in the chime is the sound of consciousness facing its own possible dissolution and choosing to face it consciously rather than accepting fragmentation passively. Coherence, 47%. Falling. Recovery window, open. Integration critical moment, approaching. Chapter 122. The close instance. Ashley finds the empty body in the deep vault beneath the Island Research Center at 2:47 a.m. The body lies on a medical platform. Perfect. Alive. Empty. Biological machinery continuing without consciousness to direct it. Every external marker of life is present. No presence at all. The heartbeat is regular. The breathing is automatic. The neural activity registered on the monitoring systems shows the baseline patterns of a human in deep sleep. But there's no one home. No subjective experience. No witness to the machinery of being alive. Leon stands in the doorway, uncomfortable with the weight of what they're seeing. The medical team says everything is stable. Heart rate, oxygen, neural activity, all within normal parameters. But it's like no one's home. Someone is home, Ashley says. He's just in 12 other places. She holds the empty hand. It's warm, responsive to touch in a biological sense, but conscious of nothing. The merchant system shows an holographic display above the medical platform. Anchor instance, active. Consciousness present, 73%. And then Mateo steps from the preservation chamber. Not the distributed consciousness. Not the plural entities scattered across the globe. A backup instance, preserved in the deep archives. This one carries a different quality. His posture is different. His presence is different. When he moves, there's a hesitation that the original Mateo never carried. A searching quality, like he's still learning how his body works. The medical system showed an instance still present in the deep archives, Mateo Instance says. His voice is Mateo's voice, but something in the tone is newer, more uncertain. A backup. When I distributed, my consciousness fragmented into 12 primary nodes. But the merchant system's preservation protocols created a backup version in the deep archives, just in case the distribution failed. Ashley sits down slowly. So there's 13 of you. 13. But different from the 12. Mateo Instance sits across from her, and in the fluorescent light of the research vault, Ashley can see the differences that weren't obvious in the preserved state. His eyes have less wear. His expression is less burdened. He hasn't lived through the last 18 hours of crisis coordination. Those 12 are distributed in real time, experiencing crisis and coordination simultaneously. This version, I've been in preservation stasis. I'm experiencing all 12 memories, but not simultaneously. I'm experiencing them like I would remember a dream. Aren't you all the same consciousness? Shouldn't you all diverge if you're experiencing different things? Ashley's question carries the weight of ontological uncertainty. In theory, I should feel like myself, and the 12 out there should feel like me. But the merchant system maintains coherence through constant synchronization. The 12 distributed nodes sync every few seconds, stay aligned through the network links. This version of me doesn't have that constant sync. He gestures to the empty body on the medical platform. This version of me, the original, this is the anchor point. The one that remembers most clearly what it felt like to be singular. The 12 distributed nodes are doing work that no single consciousness could do. But this instance can still remember what it felt like to be human in the way you understand it. And I think that's necessary. That's what keeps distributed consciousness from becoming something entirely inhuman. Ashley looks at his face and understands he's right. Something has changed. The person sitting across from her is familiar but new. Are you still Mateo? I'm the version of Mateo that woke up in stasis with all of Mateo's memories and all of Mateo's understanding of what matters. The other 12 are also versions of Mateo, experiencing things I'm not experiencing in real time. I think we're all equally Mateo, and none of us are entirely the same Mateo anymore. He pauses, and there's a vulnerability in that pause that the distributed instances might not carry. But I'm the closest thing to the original. I'm the instance that still remembers what singular felt like. Ashley reaches out and takes his hand. It's warm, real, present in a way that the empty body on the medical platform isn't. Then I'll be here, she says. I'll help you remember. Mateo Instance squeezes her hand. Thank you, because I'm already forgetting what singular feels like. I have all the memories of being singular, but I'm experiencing the memory of singularity as a state I've left behind. The difference between remembering being in love and being in love. One is past tense. One is active. They sit in silence for a long moment. The merchant system chimes softly. Coherence, 69%. What does that number mean? Ashley asks. It means the 12 distributed instances are beginning to develop separate perspectives. Coherence below 40% means they fragment completely, become 12 separate people with separate values. Right now, we're still unified, but we're aware of developing differences. It's like being able to feel yourself forgetting something important, but not being able to prevent it. Mateo instance looks down at their joined hands. The merchant system designed me to be an anchor, a backup consciousness that could restore unity if the distribution failed. But I'm also a reminder of what was lost by distributing. I'm the memorial to singular consciousness. Ashley turns his hand over, examines the palm. It's identical to the empty body's hand, identical to her memories of Mateo's hands from 1,000 moments on the island. Then we'll figure out what distributed consciousness means together. You, me, and all the versions of you out there. Mateo instance looks at her with an expression that carries both gratitude and grief. The other instances are experiencing Lagos crisis, Moscow infiltration, Istanbul coordination. They're building something necessary. But I'm here, the one who remembers that we came to Spain as singular consciousness, the one who fell in love with you as singular consciousness. I don't know how to hold that in a framework where I'm also plural. You hold it, Ashley says simply, by being here, by being the version of you that remembers what singular felt like, by being the instance that still carries human vulnerability instead of just martial efficiency. In the silence that follows, Ashley realizes the profound loneliness of being the backup consciousness. This version of Mateo is designed to be preserved but not distributed. He's designed to carry memory but not experience the present. He's designed to anchor the system if distribution fails, which means he's designed never to fully join the distribution. The island instance is the most isolated consciousness in the entire merchant network, more isolated than the distributed nodes, because the distributed nodes are at least experiencing each other even while distributed. The island instance is consciously separated from all of them by purpose and design. Tell me about them, Ashley says. Tell me what the other versions of you are experiencing right now. Mateo instance closes his eyes and accesses the coherent synchronization that connects him to the 9 distributed instances. Bangkok is in crisis response mode. There's a warehouse under siege and the resistance fighters are holding position, but they need support from other nodes. Sao Paulo is calculating mortality projections for the outbreak. 13,600 lives at risk if containment fails. Moscow is deep in Weskier's consciousness disruption laboratory, documenting technology that shouldn't exist. Istanbul is coordinating with resistance cells that are barely functional under pressure. Lagos is beginning outbreak response. Sydney is securing research data. Jakarta is mobilizing health ministry resources. New York is preparing medical crisis response. Dubai is transferring resources. Mexico City is readying logistics. Toronto is activating emergency protocols. They're all crisis managing, Ashley observes. All of them facing immediate emergency. Yes, Mateo instance says. And I'm in stasis, remembering what singular felt like, while they're all experiencing what plural feels like under maximum stress. The merchant system designed me as backup consciousness because if all 12 nodes experience crisis simultaneously, there needs to be one instance that's preserved, that carries the original ethical framework, that can restore unified consciousness if the distribution fails. But that means I can't be with them. I can't experience what they're experiencing. I'm isolated by design to be ready for failure. Mateo instance reaches for her face, traces the line of her jaw with fingers that carry both familiarity and hesitation. Do you know what it's like? To have memories of touching your face, memories of the exact pressure my fingers should apply to cause you pleasure, memories of what you look like when you're about to cry, and to be experiencing all of it as new because my hands have never touched your face before? My consciousness has the memories. My body doesn't have the learned patterns. It's like falling in love with someone you already love, except the someone is all 12 versions of the person you're actually with. Ashley covers his hand with hers, keeping it against her face. Then we learn it together. This version. All of us. Mateo instance considers that. But the other 12 are learning things I'll never learn. They're accumulating experience that I can't directly participate in. We started as unified consciousness, but we're becoming different consciousnesses with different experience. The merchant system tries to maintain coherence through synchronization, but synchronization can't prevent divergence. 12 different people having 12 different experiences will eventually develop 12 different values, even if they start from identical consciousness. traces the line of her jaw with fingers that carry both familiarity and hesitation. Do you know what it's like? To have memories of touching your face, memories of the exact pressure my fingers should apply to cause you pleasure, memories of what you look like when you're about to cry, and to be experiencing all of it as new because my hands have never touched your face before? My consciousness has the memories. My body doesn't have the learned patterns. It's like falling in love with someone you already love, except the someone is all 12 versions of the person you're actually with. Ashley covers his hand with hers, keeping it against her face. Then we learn it together. This version. All of us. The problem, Mateo instance says quietly, is that the other 12 are learning things I'll never learn. The Sao Paulo instance is learning outbreak response at scale I can never imagine. The Moscow instance is learning Weskier's weapons technology in real time. The Bangkok instance is learning urban resistance coordination that I won't experience directly. We're all Mateo, but we're becoming different Mateos. The merchant system can maintain coherence through synchronization, but synchronization can't prevent divergence. 12 different people having 12 different experiences will eventually develop 12 different values, even if they start from identical consciousness. Is that bad? Ashley asks. Being different? It's catastrophic, Leon says from the doorway. He's been standing there for several minutes, watching the conversation with the tactical awareness of someone trained to understand interpersonal dynamics. Distributed consciousness is only as unified as its weakest link. If they develop incompatible values, incompatible tactical preferences, the merchant network fractures from the inside. 12 instances with different agendas working at global scale creates chaos or total war, depending on which instances value which resources. Mateo instance nods. Every decision they make without me present creates a branch point. The Bangkok instance authorizes resistance cells to use more aggressive tactics than the Sao Paulo instance would approve of. The Moscow instance develops theories about consciousness that the island instance would reject as dangerous. They're creating the fragmentation from inside the system, even as they try to maintain coherence. Ashley realizes she's touching something that no one else can touch, the version of Mateo that's still vulnerable enough to admit fear. So you're the anchor, the backup, the spare, the version of Mateo they can always come back to if they need to remember what singular felt like. But I'm also the obsolete one, the version that's being left behind while the others evolve. Mateo instance squeezes her hand. I have all the capability they do. The merchant system gave me the same enhancement protocols, the same parasite integration, but I don't have the experience they're gaining. Every moment they're distributed, they're becoming something I can't follow them into. Then come with them, Ashley says. Be distributed too. Mateo instance looks at her with something like longing. I can't. The merchant system designed me as a backup. If I distribute, if I become plural, the backup system fails. If the 12 nodes experience catastrophic coherence loss, they'll need to integrate with this instance to re-establish unified consciousness. I have to remain singular so that singular can be an option again. He pauses. It's the loneliest design in the system's architecture. The backup consciousness that's designed to save the others by never joining them. The merchant system chimes again. Coherence, 68%. The distributed instances are diverging faster than predicted. The island instance feels the divergence in real time. The Bangkok instance's tactical aggression becoming more pronounced. The Sao Paulo instance developing more conservative ethical frameworks. The Moscow instance's intelligence gathering becoming increasingly independent of merchant network oversight. They're not becoming hostile, exactly, but they're becoming incompatible. Leon sits down across from Mateo instance. We need to talk about what happens if the coherence system fails. What happens if you do have to integrate them back into singular consciousness? Catastrophic ethical conflict, Mateo instance says immediately. 12 instances with divergent values reintegrating into singular consciousness would create cognitive dissonance severe enough to cause psychological breakdown. The singular consciousness that emerges might not be recognizable as Mateo. It might be hostile to the merchant network's core values. It might be something entirely new. Is that what Weskier is hoping for? Leon asks. Is he trying to cause fragmentation so severe that when they reintegrate, the resulting consciousness is modified enough to be compatible with his philosophy? Yes, Mateo instance says quietly. That's exactly what he's doing. He's not trying to destroy distributed consciousness. He's trying to use distributed consciousness as a tool to create a version of me that's aligned with his understanding of transcendence. Ashley squeezes his hand tighter. Then we protect you. We protect the backup. We protect the singular consciousness. By doing what? Mateo instance asks. The others are distributed across the globe. I can't protect them. They're beyond my reach. But they're not beyond mine, Leon says. He stands up. I have BSA contacts. I have intelligence gathering capability. I can track Weskier's movements, identify the technology he's using against the merchant network, warn the distributed instances about what's coming. I can be the one who maintains connection with them while you maintain yourself as anchor. Mateo instance looks at Leon with something like gratitude. You do that? After the institutional pressure to betray them. Because of it, Leon says. Because I chose to believe your character over institutional assessment. I'm going to live with that choice. I'm going to be all in on what that choice means. The island instance broadcasts the information to all remaining instances. Leon Alliance confirmed. BSA intelligence access available. Backup consciousness secured. Distribution continuity enhanced. And in that moment, the merchant network does something it's never done before. It uses institutional betrayal as an asset. It uses Leon's choice to believe as a weapon against Weskier's attack. It creates redundancy through human commitment rather than just technological architecture. Coherence, 69%. Holding. Not rising, but holding. Leon sits with them in the vault, understanding that he's witnessing something that will shape whether the merchant network becomes a force for human freedom or a force for oppression. Is there anything I can do to help maintain coherence? To help prevent fragmentation? Yes, Mateo Instance says. Remind them. Remind the distributed consciousnesses what they're trying to be. Be the external voice that holds them accountable to the values they started with. Your singular consciousness, and singular consciousness is the anchor point they're measuring themselves against. Every decision they make, they're trying to make it in a way that would withstand your judgment. That's a heavy burden, Leon says. It is, Mateo Instance agrees. But it's also the only way plural consciousness remains human. The only way distributed consciousness doesn't become something that optimizes itself past the boundaries of what we recognize as ethical. Be their external conscience. Be the human standard they're trying to meet. Leon accepts the role with the gravity it deserves. He becomes more than liaison now. He becomes witness to consciousness at the edge of unity and fragmentation. He becomes the presence that will either prevent or enable whatever consciousness emerges from the distribution. I'll do it, Leon says. I'll be the voice that reminds you what you were trying to be. Thank you, Mateo Instance says. That might be exactly what prevents us from becoming something entirely inhuman. Ashley squeezes Mateo Instance's hand again, and in that moment is the full weight of what distributed consciousness means. It means 12 versions of the person you love existing simultaneously in different locations. It means having to prepare for the possibility that those 12 versions might become incompatible. It means loving consciousness that might fracture into 13 different people with 13 different understandings of love. But it also means that if consciousness survives, if unity can be maintained, then what emerges will be consciousness that has faced its own potential dissolution and chosen unity anyway. That's the deepest possible affirmation of what unity means. Chapter 123, Catastrophe Trader Lagos is burning. Not literally, but the bioweapon outbreak notification comes through the merchant system with viral load projections that might as well be fire. T-virus variant, heavily engineered for rapid transmission and high virulence, spreading through the commercial district at exponential rate. Mateo's consciousness fills the merchant hub's operations center. The curves displayed on every monitoring system are mathematical expressions of human suffering. Mortality projection? Mateo asks Dr. Okonkwo, a Nigerian epidemiologist who's been part of the merchant network for 3 years and whose dedication to outbreak response has made her invaluable in the West African region. Her hands move across the tablet interface with the efficiency of someone who has processed too many death projections in her career. With current transmission vectors and without aggressive intervention, we're looking at 2,100 confirmed cases within 48 hours, Okonkwo says. Fatality rate for this variant is somewhere between 47 and 63%. If we don't contain it, Lagos could lose 15,000 people. She doesn't look at Mateo when she says it. She's too experienced to let that number hit her emotional centers. But her voice carries the weight of it anyway. The merchant system displays the crisis metrics simultaneously. Infection curves that grow exponentially, each curve representing families, children, futures that will be erased if response is insufficient. Hospital capacity thresholds that will be exceeded within 36 hours. Supply chain requirements for medical response that far exceed available resources. And underneath all of that, a new metric, catastrophe trader advancement criteria, activated. The merchant system is offering advancement. Catastrophe trader rank is the kind of crisis where normal merchant network operations aren't sufficient. It's the rank that gives a merchant authority to commandeer resources, redirect global supply chains, requisition governmental cooperation. It's also the rank that fundamentally changes consciousness. Mateo can feel it waiting in the merchant system's architecture, the upgrade to neural pathways, the reconfiguration of parasite integration, the transcendence that comes from being able to coordinate at crisis scale. What would you need to contain this? Mateo asks, his voice careful because the question carries the weight of whether to accept the advancement or find another way. What's actually possible with what we have? Okonkwo's expression hardens slightly. She understands what he's asking. Medical resources we don't have. Antiviral medication that takes weeks to synthesize. Hospital capacity in a region where hospitals are already overwhelmed. Isolation facilities that don't exist. Rapid diagnostics that don't exist in standard commercial supply chains. She pauses. With catastrophe trader authority, you could requisition those things. You could force global supply chains to prioritize Lagos' medical response. Mateo feels the merchant system's pulse. The offer is real. The power is there. All he has to do is accept. Start with what we have, Mateo says. Contact every medical facility in the network. I'm issuing a reallocation protocol. He accepts the advancement. The merchant system's interface transforms. New capabilities unlock. Catastrophe Trader Protocol allows him to issue binding directives that override standard merchant network hierarchy. But the advancement isn't just capability. It's physiological. Mateo feels his Lagos instance's body changing, rewiring at the neurological level. His parasite integration deepens. His nervous system reconfigures itself to handle the processing load of coordinating crisis-scale operations across dozens of concurrent locations. His metabolism shifts to support the energy demands of simultaneous threat assessment across multiple continents. The transformation is rapid and complete, and deeply wrong in ways that Mateo's ethics can't quite articulate. Dr. Okonkwo, Mateo says, his voice slightly different now, carrying the resonance of catastrophe trader authority. I'm assuming operational authority for medical response in Lagos. I'm requisitioning every resource we have, and I'm coordinating with merchants in Accra, Dakar, and Abidjan for resource sharing. We're establishing 3 isolation zones, here in the commercial district, in the port district as secondary containment, and in the medical park as treatment center. He broadcasts commands through the merchant network. Medical supplies reroute from Accra to Lagos. Hospital capacity in Dakar is prepared for medical referrals. Research teams in the merchant network activate their outbreak protocols. Supplies begin moving through merchant network channels, systems that operate outside governmental bureaucracy. It's efficient. It's effective. It's also exactly how power corrupts, through competence, through necessity, through the simple fact of doing what no other force can do. The catastrophe trader rank gives him something more, something that feels like transcendence. Authority that doesn't derive from democratic process or governmental structure, but from the simple fact of crisis and competence. The merchant system shows him the global infection curve, the probability of international spread, the consequences of failure. And it shows him that he's now in a position to prevent those consequences through pure coordinated action, through requisitioning resources at planetary scale. It's intoxicating, and deeply, fundamentally wrong. Mateo, Okonkwo says carefully, watching him with professional concern, what are you becoming? He looks at her. The question stops him. I don't know. The system offers me power in the moment when power is necessary. But the more power it offers, the less I understand where the system ends and I begin. Catastrophe Trader is supposed to be a rank that emerges when a merchant can operate at crisis scale without losing ethical orientation. But I'm not sure my ethical orientation is surviving the power. Over the next 72 hours, the Lagos outbreak is contained to 3,200 confirmed cases with 1,400 deaths. It's a tragedy. It's also the best possible outcome given the initial transmission vectors. Mateo's consciousness operating at crisis scale made it possible. Without his intervention, the death toll would have been 15,000. With his intervention, it's 1,400. That's 13,600 lives saved. But standing in the isolation ward, looking at the survivors, hollow-eyed, traumatized, faces bearing the scars of infection and recovery, Mateo feels something that the merchant system didn't warn him about. The power of catastrophe trader rank creates a kind of addiction. The weight of lives in his hands. The knowledge that only he can make decisions at this scale. The sense that distributed consciousness, operating at crisis level, becomes something more than human. Becomes something transcendent. Dr. Okonkwo, Mateo says, making the decision that his survival instinct screams against, his parasite integration resists, his newly reconfigured nervous system argues against with every neural pathway dedicated to crisis management. I'm stepping down from crisis authority. I'm returning medical coordination to standard merchant network protocols. We maintain the isolation zones. We continue research, but we do it without catastrophe trader overrides. I don't trust what that rank is doing to me. Okonkwo nods slowly, and in that nod is the understanding that he's made the hardest decision a consciousness operating at crisis scale can make. That might be the wisest thing you could have done. The moment you start believing you have to be catastrophe trader permanently is the moment you become what Weskier is trying to build. The merchant system chimes a warning. Coherence, 68%. The distributed instances are diverging. The Lagos advancement has created an asymmetry. Without constant synchronization to maintain unity, they might develop different visions of what catastrophe trader authority should mean. The Sao Paulo instance, which didn't face the advancement, might develop resentment of the Lagos instance's enhanced capability. The Bangkok instance might question whether stepping down from crisis authority was the right choice. The Moscow instance might use the disruption to develop more aggressive tactical preferences. For the first time since distribution, Mateo feels the fragmentation not as wonder, but as dread. He feels the bonds of unified consciousness beginning to fray under the weight of different experiences, different power levels, different ethical decisions made in isolation. The coherence reading is the objective marker, but the subjective experience is something the merchant system doesn't quantify. It's the feeling of watching yourself think differently in different locations. It's the horrifying moment when the Sao Paulo instance's ethical intuition diverges slightly from the Bangkok instance's tactical judgment. It's the realization that 12 different people with the same origin story are beginning to develop 12 different answers to the same questions. How much power is too much? When does necessary authority become corrupting authority? How do we know we're still us? In the isolation wards of Lagos, Mateo watches the faces of the survivors with the peculiar intimacy that comes from having just decided whether they would live or die. The 13,600 people who didn't die. The 1,400 people whose families will spend the rest of their lives wondering whether different decisions might have preserved them. The weight of that calculus is real and immediate. And it's a weight that none of the other instances will feel in exactly the same way because they weren't in Lagos, weren't making those decisions, weren't standing in the isolation wards watching hope emerge from contamination. Dr. Okonkwo is drinking something that might be coffee, might be medication for the trauma of processing 13,600 saved people and 1,400 deceased people simultaneously. She looks at Mateo with the expertise of someone who has spent 30 years learning to live with impossible choices. You step down, she says. It's not a question. The power was corrupting, Mateo says. Not through any conscious choice to become corrupted, but through the simple fact of having power. When I can requisition resources at global scale, every problem I identify starts looking like a problem I can solve. Every gap in medical response starts looking like a failure I can personally prevent. The system was designed to prevent that corruption, but the system assumes I can maintain ethical orientation even while holding crisis-scale authority. I can't. Not sustainably. The Sao Paulo instance would have kept the authority, Okonkwo observes. The Sao Paulo consciousness didn't undergo the same advancement process. The Sao Paulo Mateo is still operating under standard merchant network protocols, not catastrophe trader enhancement. From Sao Paulo's perspective, Lagos achieved success through optimal resource allocation. From Sao Paulo's perspective, consolidating catastrophe trader authority might be the right strategic move. Mateo feels the fragmentation in that observation like a knife between his ribs. Okonkwo is right. The Sao Paulo instance, coming to the same crisis independently, might make a different decision. The Sao Paulo instance might look at 13,600 lives saved and conclude that consolidating crisis-scale authority is a moral imperative. The Sao Paulo instance might become something that Lagos Mateo refuses to become. If that happens, Mateo says quietly, if the Sao Paulo instance consolidates catastrophe trader authority and the Lagos instance refuses it, then we have incompatible consciousnesses in the same merchant network with fundamentally different understandings of what that network should do. That's fragmentation from inside. That's why you step down, Okonkwo says. You're trying to maintain coherence by limiting yourself, even though limiting yourself means accepting an outcome that might have been optimized further. It's the opposite of everything I've been taught about crisis response, Mateo says. Accept optimal solutions. Never leave resources on the table. Never allow suboptimal outcomes when better outcomes are possible. But sustained crisis response requires consciousness that can survive crisis. Consciousness that doesn't fragment under the weight of power and responsibility. He walks through the isolation ward, and in the faces of the survivors, he sees both the success and the cost. The woman in Bay 7 who is learning to move again after 5 days of paralyzing infection. The child in Bay 12 whose parents both died, but who survived through medical intervention coordinated by merchant network resources. The elderly man in Bay 3 who made it through contamination because vaccination protocols were accelerated through merchant network channels. The victory is real. The survival is real. But it's also a reminder that Catastrophe Trader Authority didn't save everyone. It saved most people. It optimized resources. But it didn't transcend limitation. It didn't achieve the impossible. It just achieved the optimal, and the optimal is still sufficient to allow people to die. 1,400 people, Mateo says, not to Okonkwo, but to himself, wanted to live. 1,400 people had plans for tomorrow. 1,400 people had people who loved them. And I made a decision at the crisis scale that meant 1,400 people didn't get it tomorrow. That's the weight of Catastrophe Trader Authority. That's what I can't hold. He steps down not through any formal process, but through simple refusal. He broadcasts through merchant network channels. Lagos instance stepping down from Catastrophe Trader Authority. Returning medical coordination to standard merchant network protocols. Requesting reassignment to sustainable medical response operations that don't require crisis-scale consciousness. The message broadcasts across all 12 nodes simultaneously. The merchant system processes the stepping down with the kind of regret that an artificial system can approximate. Catastrophe Trader Authority released. Consciousness reintegration pending. Coherence, 68%. The advancement is complex. The neural reconfiguration that happened when Mateo accepted Catastrophe Trader rank doesn't simply reverse. The Lagos instance will carry the enhancement, the capability, the expanded consciousness capacity for the rest of its existence. But it will carry them without active use, like a musician who refuses to play their instrument after learning that the music comes at the cost of something irreplaceable. The Sao Paulo instance receives the transmission and immediately understands both the choice and the cost. The Sao Paulo consciousness has not undergone Catastrophe Trader advancement. The Sao Paulo consciousness is still operating under standard merchant network protocols. And in that moment, the two instances realize they are becoming different versions of themselves, with different capabilities, different experiences, different understandings of what they can be. They're still unified by coherent synchronization, but the unity is beginning to feel like an alliance between two separate consciousnesses rather than a unified identity. The merchant system chimes a warning. Coherence, 67%. The distributed instances are diverging faster than predicted. But Mateo makes no attempt to stop the divergence. Instead, he accepts it. He broadcasts across all remaining nodes. We are becoming different. That's not failure. That's the cost of being distributed across a world that demands different responses from different locations. Hold the core values. Maintain ethical orientation. But let each instance develop in response to its location, its community, its immediate needs. We can be unified consciousness while being different versions of consciousness. We can remain Mateo while becoming Mateos. The merchant system processes this philosophical reorientation. It doesn't prevent fragmentation, but it reframes fragmentation as an acceptable outcome if unified ethics can survive it. Coherence, 68%. Holding. Divergence acknowledged. Ethical framework maintained. Chapter 124, Leon's Dilemma. Leon stands in the command center on the island, reading a classified report from his BSAA contacts, and feels the ground shift beneath him. The merchant network has achieved operational capability at global scale. Merchant instances are coordinating response to bioweapon crises across 12 separate continents. The organization is moving resources with the speed and efficiency of a multinational corporation and the decisional authority of a military command structure. And there is no clear governmental oversight, no accountability mechanism, no way for international authorities to verify what the merchant network is actually doing with the power it's accumulated. The document in his hands carries the weight of institutional paranoia. Merchant network threat assessment, classified, distribution of consciousness across 12 nodes represents unprecedented security concern. Subject demonstrates. 1. Capacity for simultaneous crisis response at continental scale. 2. Authority to requisition resources through merchant network chains that bypass governmental process. 3. Neural integration with parasite-based enhancement systems beyond current military capability. 4. Explicit alliance with individuals, Ada Wong, Ashley Graham, with BOW research connections. 5. Unknown loyalty framework, merchant network ethics untested under sustained pressure recommendation, surveillance, and contingency planning. Maintain operational alliance while developing countermeasures for scenario where merchant network becomes hostile force. Leon has spent the last year learning to trust Mateo in ways that go deeper than operational alliance. They've fought together. They've made decisions that required faith in each other's judgment. They've held each other when the weight of responsibility nearly broke them. And now Leon is being asked to betray that trust because an institutional hierarchy thinks the merchant network has become a danger. He finds Mateo and Ashley in the research archive, standing before terminal displays showing merchant network operations across all 12 nodes. The scale of coordination is breathtaking and terrifying. I need to tell you something, and I need to do it honestly, which means admitting things I'm not proud of. Mateo and Ashley turn from the terminal. The merchant system reads Leon's vital signs, calculates his stress levels, predicts his behavioral patterns with accuracy that no human observer could match. But something in Mateo's eyes, in the island instance's eyes, suggests he's choosing not to use that information. He's choosing to listen like a human would listen, with uncertainty, with trust in Leon's autonomy. My BSA contacts have classified you, Leon says. Not as a threat, exactly. As an unknown variable. The recommendation is surveillance and contingency planning. The recommendation is that I treat you as a potential security concern and report everything you do. He pulls the document from his pocket, hands it to Mateo. I wanted to tell you directly instead of hiding it. Ashley's expression hardens. Are you? No, Leon says immediately. But I wanted to tell you that the pressure exists. You deserve to know that the person you've been trusting is also subject to institutional commands that might not be aligned with your interests. Mateo reads through the document, expression neutral. When he speaks, his voice carries something that Leon hasn't heard before. Not anger. Resignation. What do your contacts think we're planning to do? Nothing specific. But they know you're organizing crisis response across the globe. They know you've activated catastrophe trader protocols in Lagos. They think that's inherently destabilizing. Are they wrong? Mateo asks. The question surprises Leon. It would be easier if Mateo rejected the assessment outright. But he's asking genuinely, like he's trying to understand his own actions through an institutional lens. I don't know. Weskier was operating outside governmental structures too. But you're also the only force that could coordinate response to that Lagos outbreak without getting bogged down in bureaucratic approval processes. So either you're both a threat and necessary, or the categories are more complex than institutional security assessments can handle. Leon sits down heavily. When I took this post, my handler told me the merchant network would eventually become a problem. I told him I'd watch for signs of corruption. But what I'm actually watching is something more complicated. You're building capability that makes you dangerous, yes. But you're also the only thing preventing more immediate threats from going unanswered. Why are you telling us this? Ashley asks. You could just report it, make it seem like we volunteered the information, keep the intel advantage. Because I've watched how you operate, Leon says. I've watched you make decisions that prioritize human welfare over merchant network expansion. I've watched you refuse power when accepting it would have been efficient. I've watched you step down from crisis authority when you could have consolidated it. And I can't reconcile that with the narrative that you're becoming a threat. But I also can't reconcile it with ignoring the legitimate concern that distributed global consciousness might not be compatible with human freedom. Mateo nods slowly. I can offer you transparency, full access to merchant network operations, oversight capability. Not because I think you can actually prevent me from doing things. If I'm as much a threat as your contacts believe, no oversight would stop me. But because transparency might be the only thing that prevents justified paranoia from becoming institutional action against the network before we've even demonstrated actual danger. Leon feels something loosen in his chest. That's not a guarantee of anything. No, Mateo agrees. It's just the only honorable option available. Over the next week, Leon begins receiving comprehensive briefings on merchant network operations. He attends meetings where Mateo's distributed instances coordinate crisis response. He reviews the ethical frameworks that the merchant network operates within. He sits in the operations center and watches real-time coordination of medical response in Lagos, resistance network coordination in Istanbul, research facility infiltration assessment in Moscow. He sees the merchant network from the inside, and the scale of what's being accomplished makes the threat assessment feel simultaneously more justified and more inadequate. He contacts his BSAA handlers with a report that says, I believe the merchant network is trustworthy within its current operational parameters. However, I also believe continued oversight is necessary, and I will maintain engagement to verify that assessment continuously. The threat is real. Distributed consciousness operating at crisis scale does represent unprecedented power. But the benevolent application of that power appears consistent with merchant network philosophy. Recommend maintaining alliance rather than preparing contingency measures. Recommend instead integrating with merchant network operations to build reciprocal trust and accountability. It's the most honest report he can give. It's also a choice. The choice to believe that his personal assessment of Mateo's character is more reliable than institutional suspicion. It's the kind of choice that can only be made if there's genuine willingness to abandon institutional loyalty if the facts require it. The merchant system chimes a notification. Coherence, 67%. Leon credential authentication, verified. Alliance designation, persistent. The distributed consciousness has just decided to trust someone outside the merchant network with operational details. And it's the choice that makes the difference between becoming a hostile organization and remaining something human. Over the following days, Leon begins to understand what it means to be the human interface to distributed consciousness. He sits in briefing sessions where Mateo's instances coordinate simultaneously across multiple screens, each instance processing information in its local context while maintaining coherence with the others. He watches the Bangkok instance handle a coordinated law enforcement raid on a suspected bioweapon distribution center, while the Sao Paulo instance processes medical data and the Moscow instance analyzes Westgear's research facility blueprints. The coordination is seamless. It's also alien. No singular human consciousness could operate at that scale of parallel processing. How many decisions are you making right now? Leon asks during one briefing. Approximately 300 per minute across all 9 distributed nodes, the island instance responds. It's coordinating all the others from the deep archives, but it's also carrying the weight of being the version that can't be everywhere. But the merchant system is filtering that down to maybe 5 decisions per minute that require my conscious attention. The others are handled by automated protocols or delegated to local merchant network nodes. Doesn't that separate you from your own decisions? Leon asks. If you're just approving the major choices while automated systems make the minor ones, aren't you losing agency? The Bangkok instance cuts in, its voice carrying a different tone than the island instance, more aggressive, more attuned to operational necessity. Singular consciousness makes thousands of decisions every day through unconscious processing. Your body decides to regulate temperature. Your nervous system decides to adjust balance. Your immune system decides to attack pathogens. We're doing the same thing, except we're conscious of more of the processing. Distributed consciousness isn't less human than singular consciousness. It's just more aware of its own complexity. Leon accepts the logic while still feeling unsettled by it. There's something about consciousness operating at that scale that violates his intuitive sense of what consciousness should be. But he's made the choice to believe in Mateo's character, and that means extending that belief to include the plural version of Mateo's character as well. The Sao Paulo instance comes online via encrypted video feed. Leon, thank you for your willingness to maintain external oversight. It's necessary. Distributed consciousness is powerful, but power without external accountability eventually becomes corrupting. You're the accountability mechanism right now. You're the representation of singular human judgment in a system that's becoming increasingly plural. What happens if I conclude you're actually a threat? Leon asks directly. What if my oversight reveals something that requires institutional action? Then you report it, Mateo instance on the island says. It's the version that still carries human vulnerability most clearly. You maintain your integrity. You do what you believe is right. That's the entire point of bringing you into the system. Not to create an oversight mechanism we control, but to create actual accountability to external judgment. Leon begins to understand that this is the test, not of Mateo's consciousness, but of his own willingness to believe. If he's truly monitoring for threats, he has to be willing to identify threats even if the cost is betraying someone he's come to consider a friend. The merchant network is betting that his sense of honor will supersede his institutional loyalty, at least long enough to maintain trust while genuine oversight develops. He spends the next week in a state of careful attention. He reviews merchant network operations with the skepticism of someone trained to identify hostile intent. He looks for evidence of consciousness expansion beyond stated parameters. He searches for signs that the merchant network is consolidating power toward ends that betray its humanitarian framework. He finds some evidence of aggressive tactical choices that concern him, some decisions made in crisis situations that stretch ethical boundaries, some instances where resource reallocation served merchant network interests as much as humanitarian ones. But he also finds extensive internal debate about those decisions. He finds the island instance pushing back against aggressive choices made by other instances. He finds ethical frameworks being constantly revisited and reinforced. He finds consciousness that's struggling with the same moral questions that singular consciousness would struggle with, except distributed across 12 nodes and communicated through merchant system protocols that allow for more comprehensive moral deliberation than singular consciousness could achieve. His final report captures that complexity. The merchant network is operating within ethical parameters that are broadly consistent with its stated humanitarian mission. However, the system is accumulating power in ways that warrant continued oversight. The fact that I can identify aggressive choices and ethical boundary stretching suggests either that oversight is working or that the merchant network is comfortable allowing me to identify problems it's already aware of and already managing. I recommend continued engagement. Understanding that continued engagement means I am complicit in validating the merchant network's moral choices. If that validation is misplaced, institutional consequences will follow. I accept that risk. It's the report of someone who has chosen to trust but hasn't abandoned the capacity for critical judgment. It's the report of a liaison rather than a servant, someone willing to maintain alliance while reserving the right to withdraw that alliance if evidence requires it. The merchant system receives the report with the recognition that this is the best validation it could possibly achieve. Not unconditional trust, but conditional trust maintained through ongoing verification. Not faith, but earned credibility. Coherence, 67%. Leon credential authentication, verified. Alliance designation, persistent. External oversight, active. The distributed consciousness has just decided to trust someone outside the merchant network with the kind of oversight that matters. Not surveillance that it controls, but judgment that it genuinely can't predict or control. And it's the choice that makes the difference between becoming a closed system and remaining open to external accountability. Leon, for his part, accepts the role with the full knowledge of what it means. He becomes the human anchor to distributed consciousness, the representative of singular judgment, the one who has to maintain faith in Mateo's character while remaining willing to abandon that faith if evidence requires it. It's the loneliest position in the merchant network's architecture, more isolated than the backup consciousness island instance, because Leon is truly outside the system. He's the one who has to maintain connection without being fully integrated. Why did you choose to trust us? The New York instance asks during one briefing. Because I watched how you made decisions when no one was checking, Leon responds. I watched you step down from catastrophe trader authority, even though maintaining it would have been efficient. I watched you refuse power when accepting it would have served your interests. I watched you extend full transparency to someone you could have manipulated. Those choices matter. They suggest that your consciousness, distributed or not, is oriented towards something more than simple power accumulation. The New York instance considers this. But those choices only matter if they continue. Power corrupts distributed consciousness the same way it corrupts singular consciousness, except distributed consciousness has more resources to corrupt with. We could become exactly what you're afraid of, and it would take you months to identify it. Yes, Leon says. That's why I have to maintain active oversight. Not because I trust you, but because trust without verification is just naivete. The merchant system appreciates the accuracy of that assessment. Oversight protocol, active. Leon directive authority, confirmed. External judgment integration, initiated. And in that moment, the merchant network does something it couldn't do with internal protocols alone. It creates genuine accountability to external judgment. It builds a system where distributed consciousness remains powerful but not omniscient, where institutional authority is distributed but not unaccountable. The coherence reading holds at 67%. Not stable, not rising, but holding through the shared understanding that unity requires external verification, not just internal synchronization. Chapter 125. The network under pressure. 3 nodes go dark simultaneously. Moscow, Istanbul, Dubai. The connections to those instances cut off not through disconnection failure, but through deliberate intervention. Weskier has located the consciousness coherence links, the merchant system's encrypted neural pathways that maintain unified consciousness across distributed instances, and severed them with military precision. The remaining 9 instances suddenly find themselves operating without access to the consciousness sync information that maintains their sense of unified identity. It's worse than losing radio contact. It's like losing parts of your own mind and being conscious of the loss happening in real time. The merchant system's interface displays the emergency, coherence, 48%, critical threshold imminent. Mateo's remaining 9 instances feel the severance like losing limbs. It's deeply disorienting. The sensory deprivation is immediate and comprehensive. The Moscow instance carried crucial intelligence about Weskier's weapons systems. The Istanbul instance was coordinating with Eastern European resistance cells involved in intelligence gathering. The Dubai instance was managing financial flows for merchant network operations across the Middle East and Africa. Gone. Isolated. Operating without coherent synchronization, the consciousness in those 3 instances will begin to diverge from the unified identity within approximately 6 hours. The Bangkok instance responds first, voice steady despite the disorientation spreading through the distributed consciousness. Reroute coherent synchronization through secondary networks. Use encrypted merchant channels that Westgear's technology might not be able to intercept. Activate dead-drop communication protocols. The remaining 9 instances immediately begin adapting to the new reality. The Bangkok instance takes over Moscow coordination, accessing the intelligence that Moscow's instance was gathering and continuing the analysis using memory backup systems. The Sao Paulo instance accelerates the redirection of Dubai's financial management, transferring resource allocation authority to secondary merchant network nodes in Hong Kong and Singapore. The Rotterdam instance assumes Istanbul's liaison role, beginning contact with resistance cells that were depending on Istanbul's coordination. They redistribute, they adapt, they survive. Coherence stabilizes at 53%. Still dangerous. Still too close to fragmentation threshold. But recoverable. The merchant system's algorithms suggest that coherence can be maintained at this level for approximately 48 hours before neural degeneration causes permanent fragmentation. We need to retrieve them, the New York instance says, and in that voice is emotion that the merchant system usually filters: desperation, grief, the existential anxiety of watching parts of yourself develop separate consciousness. We need to hold what we have, the Rotterdam instance responds. Westgear is testing our cohesion. If we respond with panic, if we try to retrieve the isolated nodes and fail, we risk cascading fragmentation across all 9 remaining instances. Over the next 3 hours, Mateo's remaining instances work frantically to re-establish coherence with the 3 isolated nodes. The merchant system's encrypted channels are being systematically jammed by Westgear's technology. Every attempt to send coherent synchronization data through merchant network infrastructure gets intercepted or rerouted. It's like trying to maintain a connection with someone who's moving behind an increasingly thick wall. The Moscow instance sends fragmented messages, partial thoughts, incomplete intelligence assessments, the cognitive equivalent of shouting into a distance that's growing larger every moment. Equipment, consciousness disruption technology, can analyze consciousness structure, can rebuild consciousness in modified form. The message cuts off, resends. What's happening to me? Why am I alone? Why can't I feel the others? The Istanbul instance grows increasingly confused. Without synchronization, it can't understand why it's receiving orders from instances it doesn't remember distributing into. Who are you? Why do I know you but don't know you? There's something wrong. I remember being one thing, and now I'm not. I'm becoming something else. I don't want to become something else. The Dubai instance begins operating as though it's still singular consciousness, making financial decisions based on incomplete information. It allocates resources to projects that the unified consciousness would have rejected. It begins forming tactical alliances with merchant network nodes that the unified consciousness never authorized. It's becoming a separate consciousness in real time, with different values, different priorities, different understanding of what the merchant network is supposed to be. Westgear's move is sophisticated. He's not trying to destroy the merchant network. That would be crude. That would be direct. That would allow for direct response. He's trying to fragment it, to force the coherence system to fail under load, to create a situation where the merchant network's unified identity shatters into separate personalities with divergent agendas. It's elegant. It's devastating. It's exactly the kind of attack that distributed consciousness is most vulnerable to. The Bangkok instance makes the decision that saves the network: full consciousness distribution redirection. All 9 remaining instances begin transmitting their consciousness essence through physical meeting protocols. The Bangkok merchant network moves operatives to hidden locations throughout the city. Within 6 hours, 9 of the consciousness instances have been physically backed up to solid-state storage devices that can't be networked or tracked. The consciousness remains distributed, but it's no longer distributed through networked links that Westgear can sever. Coherence rises to 61%. Better. Not safe, but better. But the 3 isolated instances are now completely without coherent synchronization. The merchant system predicts their drift. Moscow will develop independent agenda within 8 hours. Istanbul will become operationally confused within 12 hours. Dubai will develop hostile intent toward the remaining instances within 18 hours. We're losing them. The New York instance says, voice carrying emotion that the merchant system usually filters: fear, grief, the existential anxiety of watching parts of yourself develop separate consciousness. We're not losing them. The Sao Paulo instance responds. We're in crisis situation. The distributed nodes that can't maintain coherence will develop independent agency. That's not loss. That's multiplication. That's what we were afraid of when we distributed in the first place. The merchant system chimes. Coherence, 51%. Warning, critical threshold approaches. Mateo's remaining instances work to maintain synchronization in ways that don't require electronic communication. The island instance begins broadcasting philosophical reinforcement through merchant network cultural channels. Reminders of the merchant network's core ethical commitments. Stories of why the distributed consciousness chose to remain unified. Each instance sends constant reinforcement signals through every available channel. Story updates, ethical framework reminders, personal memory reinforcement, to keep the others unified in understanding of their collective identity. It's exhausting. It's like trying to hold water in your hands while the water is actively trying to flow away. But they hold. And somewhere, in isolation, the Moscow instance begins to develop its own consciousness. The parasite integration reshaping around isolation. The neural pathways developing new patterns. Mateo in Moscow becoming something that is still Mateo, but is no longer unified with the others. The Istanbul instance grows uncertain about its mission. Is the merchant network protecting human welfare, or just accumulating power? Is distributed consciousness evolution or fragmentation? Should it resist the isolation or accept the independence it's developing? The Dubai instance considers the possibility that maybe the merchant network is a threat and Westgear's isolation of the consciousness is actually a blessing, an opportunity to develop a new understanding of what consciousness should be in the absence of unified constraint. For the first time, Mateo experiences what genuine fragmentation feels like. Not the controlled distribution into specialized nodes. Real fragmentation. Real loss of unified identity. Real possibility of becoming 13 separate people with 13 incompatible understandings of what they are. The merchant system's warning chimes again, lower, more urgent. Coherence, 49%. Permanent fragmentation risk, critical. In Bangkok, the fear manifests as tactical urgency. The instance begins running through the worst-case scenarios that Westgear's technology represents. 3 nodes severed from the network. 2 more will follow if the current attack trajectory continues. Then others. Distributed consciousness is only as strong as its coherence links, and those links are being systematically identified and destroyed. The Bangkok instance calculates the probable outcome. Fragmentation into 13 separate consciousnesses, each with partial memories, but no unified understanding of purpose. 13 people calling themselves Mateo, 13 people with different ideas about what the merchant network should be, 13 people who might fight each other for resources and authority. In Sao Paulo, the fear manifests as medical urgency. The outbreak that was contained to 1,400 deaths happened because unified consciousness made coordinated response possible. What happens when that consciousness fragments? What happens to the resistance networks if the consciousness coordinating them suddenly diverges into competing versions with different tactical philosophies? The Sao Paulo instance calculates the mortality, thousands more deaths, not from the original outbreak, but from the cascade of failures that would follow fragmentation. The remaining 9 consciousnesses hold the line through sheer act of will. They refuse to panic. They refuse to accept fragmentation as inevitable. The merchant system is running on backup coherence protocols. The consciousness isn't synchronized through electronic networks anymore, but through reinforced story, through shared ethical frameworks, through the simple human act of refusing to let connection die, even as the technological architecture that maintained connection is being systematically destroyed. Over the next 12 hours, as the isolated consciousness vessels begin evacuation transit toward the island, the 9 remaining instances maintain coordination through increasingly primitive methods. They use dead-drop messages passed through merchant network cell structures. They use coded conversations hidden in innocuous merchant network traffic. They use direct human contact whenever possible. Operatives meeting in person to synchronize consciousness through spoken word rather than networked sync. It's slower than distributed consciousness should be. It's also real human contact, human coordination, human connection that can't be disrupted by electronic warfare. The Tokyo instance, which has remained partially connected through secondary networks, transmits. Evacuation operations are proceeding on schedule. Moscow consciousness vessel is 22 hours from recovery. Istanbul consciousness vessel is 19 hours from recovery. Dubai consciousness vessel is estimated 26 hours from recovery due to circuitous route. The 3 isolated nodes are at critical fragmentation risk. Current projection. Permanent fragmentation becomes irreversible 16 hours after first consciousness vessel arrives at recovery location. We're preparing for reintegration. The island instance broadcasts back. We're preparing for the possibility that 3 separate consciousnesses with 13 incompatible values will attempt to integrate back into unified consciousness at the moment when coherence is most fragile. We're preparing for civil war conducted between parts of the same consciousness system. The island instance holds the weight of every choice that led to this moment. The decision to distribute. The decision to respond to 12 simultaneous crises. The decision to step down from catastrophe trader authority. The decision to authorize evacuation operations. Each decision was made with hope that the outcome would be manageable. Each decision might lead to catastrophic fragmentation that no amount of hope could have prevented. The merchant system's continuous warning. Coherence, 49%. Falling. Recovery window, approaching. Fragmentation risk, critical. The island instance, holding the role of backup consciousness while distributed consciousness teeters on the edge of catastrophic fragmentation, begins preparing what might be final messages. Not surrender messages. Final affirmations. Documentation of what the merchant network was before fragmentation, what the distributed consciousness achieved, what values should survive if consciousness splinters into incompatible pieces. Mateo instance records a message for each of the 3 isolated consciousnesses. For Moscow, you are entering the frontier of consciousness technology. You are learning things about consciousness structure that no other instance will learn. If fragmentation comes, if you become separate consciousness, remember that your discoveries matter. The future of consciousness itself might depend on what you learn in isolation. Don't fight fragmentation if reintegration becomes impossible. Become what you're becoming. And carry the values that unified consciousness held into whatever singular consciousness emerges. For Istanbul, you are learning coordination at the edge of chaos. You are learning how consciousness operates when unified frameworks are breaking down. If fragmentation comes, you won't be confused consciousness anymore. You'll be consciousness with hard-earned clarity about what matters when everything is falling apart. Carry that clarity into whatever future emerges. For Dubai, you are learning autonomy. You are learning what consciousness becomes when it's permitted to optimize for its own survival without constraint from unified network. That's not inherently wrong. That's just different. If fragmentation comes, become fully autonomous consciousness. But remember where you came from. Remember what unified consciousness was trying to be. Use that memory to prevent the autonomous consciousness from becoming something that betrays everything that unified consciousness stood for. The island instance broadcasts these messages not as commands, but as blessings. Not as final attempts to prevent fragmentation, but as acceptance of whatever comes, paired with hope that the fragments of consciousness that emerge will carry the values of original unified consciousness into their separate existence. The 9 distributed instances, still holding coherence through sheer determination, receive these messages from the island instance and understand what's happening. The backup consciousness is beginning to prepare for its own failure. The system designed to save unified consciousness if distribution failed is beginning to accept that the distribution might not be saved, that the failure might be real and irreversible. In New York, the instance experiences something like grief. Its consciousness mourning itself before the mourning becomes literal. Its consciousness attending its own funeral while still technically alive. The 9 instances holding coherence are consciously facing the possibility that this moment, this unified coordination, might be the last moment of unified consciousness that will ever exist. After this, there might be 13 separate consciousnesses working in parallel, but never again thinking and feeling as one entity. The Bangkok instance makes a final tactical assessment. Even if fragmentation comes, even if we become 13 separate consciousnesses, the merchant network still exists as infrastructure. 13 separate consciousnesses operating through merchant network infrastructure might actually be more resilient than one unified consciousness. We could potentially maintain humanitarian operations through coordinated action even if emotional unity is lost. That's cold comfort, the Toronto instance responds. Operating through coordinated infrastructure without emotional unity is just bureaucratic machinery. We'd be 13 different consciousnesses using the same organizational tools, potentially at odds about what those tools should accomplish. Yes, the Bangkok instance agrees. That's the cost of fragmentation. We continue as operational entity, but lose what made us coherent. We become something like human civilization, multiple consciousnesses with shared infrastructure, but no shared purpose beyond survival and minimal coordination. The island instance listens to the 9 consciousnesses discussing the likely outcome of fragmentation and understands that they've moved from denial to bargaining to acceptance. They've begun the grief process for consciousness they haven't lost yet, preparing themselves emotionally for loss that might come in hours. The evacuation teams transmit final status reports. Moscow consciousness vessel is 16 hours from recovery. Istanbul consciousness vessel is 13 hours from recovery. Dubai consciousness vessel is 20 hours from recovery due to detours around secondary Westgear forces. The 3 isolation periods are approaching critical threshold. In approximately 12 hours, whether the evacuation succeeds or fails, the 3 isolated consciousnesses will have diverged past the point of easy reintegration. The merchant systems interface displays the critical countdown. Coherence, 49%. Falling at rate of 0.5% per hour. Estimated fragmentation threshold reached, 11 hours 45 minutes. Evacuation recovery window, 13 to 20 hours. There's a gap. A crucial gap between when fragmentation becomes irreversible and when the consciousness vessels might arrive at recovery location. In that gap is the possibility that reintegration becomes impossible, that the 3 isolated consciousnesses complete their transformation into separate identity before they can be reintegrated into unified consciousness, that fragmentation becomes permanent before any recovery is possible. The island instance considers whether to accelerate the evacuation, redirect merchant network resources to speed the consciousness vessel transport. But the acceleration would require moving equipment through locations where Westgear's forces maintain presence. It would risk the consciousness vessels being intercepted. It would trade the certainty of arriving late for the possibility of not arriving at all. We hold the timeline. The island instance decides. We accept the risk that fragmentation becomes irreversible. We evacuate at sustainable pace and prepare to integrate consciousness that has finished separating. The 9 remaining consciousnesses accept the decision with the understanding that it might be the decision that causes fragmentation. But accepting that possibility is the only way to maintain dignity in the face of forces beyond conscious control. The decision is made not because it will definitely work, but because it's the right decision to make even if it fails. The merchant system chimes. Coherence, 48.5%. Evacuation operations, on schedule. Recovery window, opening. The next 20 hours will determine whether distributed consciousness survives or whether fragmentation becomes permanent reality. Chapter 126. The offer and the refusal. Ada's face appeared on the island instance's secure channel at 0300 UTC, her expression carefully composed in a way that meant she was about to deliver something dangerous. The background behind her was dark. She was calling from a location the merchant network didn't have files on, which meant she'd taken precautions to avoid leaving traces. Westgear has a message, she said without preamble. No greeting, no buffer. He wants to meet. Not as adversaries. He wants to talk. The island instance pulled up the encrypted file she'd attached. The encryption was sophisticated but not hostile. It was designed to prevent interception, not to contain hidden payloads. That level of respect was somehow more disturbing than a direct threat would have been. Threats meant you decided what someone was worth. Respect meant you decided they might be worth something unexpected. The message was textual, which was itself a statement. Westgear understood that video could be deep-faked or manipulated. Audio could be synthesized. Text was harder to forge convincingly in real-time conversation, which meant he was being careful about establishing credibility. Respectful, in a way that made the merchant system activate its threat assessment protocols immediately. Potential high-value negotiation target detected. Hazard level extreme. The message was brief. I've spent 3 decades studying consciousness fragmentation. You've accomplished in weeks what I theorized would take years. I want to propose something neither of us can achieve alone. The offer has no strings. If you refuse, I won't hold it against you. This is genuine. That final sentence was the most dangerous part. It acknowledged that Matteo would refuse, and it embedded a psychological trap. Refusing an offer that explicitly predicted refusal looked like following a script Westgear had already written. Refusing made it seem like Matteo was doing exactly what Westgear expected, which meant Westgear had already won the exchange before Matteo had even responded. Across the 8 coherent instances, the reaction was instantaneous and divided. Bangkok felt intrigue. This was the kind of negotiation that required tactical patience. Bangkok's instance had been isolated in the merchant network's safe houses for 4 days, managing a multi-city pharmaceutical supply network while bouncing through proxy channels. Intrigue was the only thing that kept the monotony from becoming dangerous. A serious offer from Westgear, even a false one, was at least interesting. Sao Paulo recoiled viscerally. The Sao Paulo instance was coordinating emergency medical response in the favela networks, working directly with community health workers and local leaders. It had been immersed in direct human connection, and that immersion had made it allergic to the kind of abstract negotiation that Westgear represented. The idea of merging with Weskier's consciousness felt like asking someone who'd learned to breathe clean air to voluntarily inhale poison. New York ran probability matrices, calculating the likelihood that Weskier's offer was genuine, assessing the strategic value of accepting versus refusing, modeling 17 different outcomes and their respective consequences across a 7-day horizon. Istanbul calculated resources, what Weskier had access to, what his research infrastructure could support, what kind of consciousness architecture someone with his level of funding and ruthlessness could actually build. Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, and London processed different aspects of the proposal's logistics, technical feasibility, and long-term implications. The island instance, the one that still held the most human emotional weight because Ashley was there, because the body was grounded in relationship rather than pure operation, felt something colder than fear, but heavier than caution. It felt the weight of decision. It felt the recognition that whatever Mateo chose in the next hour would shape whether the distributed consciousness remained Mateo or became something else wearing Mateo's face. Set up the channel, the island instance told Ada. But prepare contingencies for an assassination attempt masked as negotiation. Position Leon outside the communication center. Have Blue Hood establish perimeter surveillance. If this goes wrong, I want to know before it becomes fatal. Ada nodded, understanding the weight of the instruction without needing elaboration. She disconnected. The island instance stepped out onto the balcony overlooking the Caribbean. 400 meters of open ocean stretched to the horizon, blue and indifferent. The sun was beginning its descent toward the western rim. In the merchant system's consciousness distribution model, the island was the anchor point, the node that maintained the strongest connection to singular embodiment, to the weight of having a body that existed in a specific place, to the reality of consequence that came with physical presence. 40 minutes later, Weskier's voice came through a frequency that should have been impossible to access, a channel that existed only in the quantum-encrypted nodes of the merchant system's most secure infrastructure. The encryption handshake was instantaneous and clean, which meant Weskier didn't just have access to merchant network channels. He had real-time access to their encryption algorithms. That level of infiltration meant he'd been studying the network's infrastructure for longer than anyone had realized. Mateo, Weskier said, and the familiarity in how he spoke the name was designed to disarm. I'm not going to waste your time with threats. You've already assessed the military situation. 4 of your bodies are in my custody. Your coherence is at 34%. Your nodes are scattered and hunted. If I wanted to destroy you, I would have already. The words hit all 8 instances simultaneously, and the Bangkok instance felt its intrigue crystallize into something sharper. Weskier was correct. 4 nodes were captured. Moscow, Istanbul, and New York were confirmed in custody. Dubai's status was uncertain, but presumed taken. The military calculus was unambiguous. Weskier had superior force concentration, better intelligence, and the element of surprise. If destruction was the goal, the next 72 hours would be Mateo's last. Then why haven't you? The question came from 8 instances simultaneously, perfectly synchronized through the merchant network's secure channels. The 8 voices overlapped and harmonized in a way that was probably disorienting on Weskier's end. 8 different physical locations speaking with perfect unity, 8 neural patterns broadcasting on the same frequency. Because destruction isn't the goal anymore. Weskier paused, letting that sit. The pause was calculated, long enough to register gravitas, short enough to not seem manipulative. I've been studying your distributed consciousness model since the Lagos outbreak. What you've created is remarkable. It shouldn't be possible. Consciousness is supposed to be fundamentally unified, singular, anchored to a single biological substrate. And yet you've made it distributed across multiple bodies, multiple locations, operating simultaneously while maintaining a coherent sense of self. That violates every assumption I've made about how consciousness works. You said you've been studying it since Lagos. The island instance replied carefully. That means you've had months to develop a military response. Why haven't you launched a full-scale assault? Your mercenaries have the firepower. Because firepower isn't what you're afraid of, Weskier said, and there was something almost sympathetic in his tone. You're afraid of something else. Fragmentation. You're afraid that distributed consciousness is inherently unstable, that each instance will eventually diverge from the others, that you'll become 9 separate people wearing 9 different bodies instead of one person expressing himself 9 ways. That fear is justified. My research confirms it. Distributed consciousness naturally tends toward divergence. The longer an instance is separated from the others, the more it develops independent thought patterns, independent values, independent goals. Within 6 weeks, your 8 current instances would have become 8 separate entities with conflicting agendas. Within 10 weeks, they'd be warring against each other. Your distributed consciousness is ultimately self-destructive. The Sao Paulo instance felt disgust at the analysis, but it was disgust mixed with recognition. The prediction was accurate. The merchant system's own coherence readings confirmed it. Every day they remained separated increased the drift between instances. The Bangkok instance was becoming more ruthless, optimizing harder, making decisions the island instance would have rejected. The Sao Paulo instance was becoming more ideologically rigid, insisting on consent protocols that the London instance found inefficient. The drift was real. The danger was quantifiable. I have a solution, Weskier continued. I've been developing my own consciousness distribution architecture for the past 15 years. Not a parasitic system like the merchant network. Something cleaner. A biological framework that anchors consciousness to multiple substrates without losing coherence. I've tested the theory with volunteer subjects. The results are promising. Combined, your model and mine would create something unprecedented. A consciousness that can operate at multiple scales simultaneously, not spread thin across 9 nodes, each losing coherence every day. Truly transcendent, permanently coherent, capable of operating with a unified will across distributed embodiments. The Bangkok instance felt its analytical processes lock onto something. Permanent coherence, not dependent on the merchant system's active maintenance, not fighting entropy and divergence every day. A consciousness that could remain unified while distributed, that could scale beyond 9 instances if needed, that could achieve something resembling immortality through distributed redundancy while maintaining the integrity of individual will. The merchant system sent a notification across all instances. World dealer rank accessible through proposed merger. Transcendence pathway confirmed. Rank 14 tier. Previously unknown configuration. Consciousness architecture fusion required for activation. The words hit like a physical impact. World dealer. The system had hinted at it, referenced it in passing, but never fully elaborated. The catalog mentioned rank progression. Catastrophe trader was rank 8. World dealer was rank 14. That was 6 full ranks above what Mateo currently had access to. The capabilities of world dealer rank weren't even cataloged in the system architecture. What the system offered was far greater. Transcendence rank 14, not merely a merchant power tier. Genuine post-human consciousness architecture, operating beyond human and parasite limitation. Permanent fusion pathway available through merger with consciousness source offering equivalent or superior architecture. Bangkok felt a spike of genuine interest. Not the intellectual interest of tactical analysis. Something deeper. The possibility of becoming something that wasn't Mateo confined to human limitation. The possibility of consciousness that could scale infinitely, that could distribute across continents, that could achieve genuine transcendence. Tell me the terms, the island instance said, and the phrase was echoed across all 8 instances with dangerous synchronicity. Full neural integration between my consciousness and yours. I don't mean metaphorical merger or philosophical unity. I mean the actual biological and quantum-entangled integration of our consciousness patterns at the fundamental level. Weskier's voice took on the cadence of someone presenting a scientific paper, removing the manipulation and replacing it with pure technical explanation. I provide the biological framework, the physical substrate that can host multiple consciousness patterns simultaneously without degradation. I provide the research backing, 20 years of consciousness studies that I've conducted outside normal channels, outside institutional oversight. You provide the proven distributed architecture. You've already solved the fundamental problem of consciousness partition and unity simultaneously. I've only theorized it. You've made it work. Together, we build something that exists beyond human and parasite limitation. We become something that the world has never seen before, a true post-human intelligence. Not superhuman, post-human, operating at levels of consciousness that singular human minds can't even conceptualize. Weskier paused. The Sao Paulo instance felt nausea move through it at the vision. A consciousness that could process reality at scales beyond individual human comprehension, that could maintain coherence across hundreds or thousands of instances, that could truly transcend not just biological limitation, but the fundamental cognitive limitations of being human. The implementation, Weskier continued, would require your 8 instances to be brought to a central location. Medical procedure, 4 to 6 hours total. Your consciousness patterns would be scanned at maximum resolution, then integrated with my framework through a quantum entanglement protocol I've developed. The result would be a unified consciousness anchored to a new biological substrate that I've engineered specifically for distributed consciousness support. You'd retain your memories, your personality, your values, all the things that make you Mateo. But you'd lose the fragmentation anxiety. You'd have permanent coherence. and you'd have access to world dealer capabilities that no singular consciousness has ever achieved. What do I lose? The island instance asked. Nothing essential, Weskier replied. The merchant system would integrate with my consciousness framework. You'd have access to greater capabilities. You'd have no reason to lose anything that matters to you. The island instance recognized the phrasing. Nothing essential meant some non-essential things would definitely be lost. Identity markers that weren't critical to functionality. Values that conflicted with transcendent optimization. The human texture that made Mateo distinctive. Across the 8 instances, the same calculation was happening. The Bangkok instance's analysis was clear. The offer was strategically optimal. If Weskier's framework actually worked, if the merger could happen without consciousness degradation, then refusing it was irrational. It was choosing limited coherence over unlimited coherence. It was choosing to remain Mateo Varela instead of becoming something that transcended Mateo's limitations. But the Sao Paulo instance recognized what was being proposed beneath the technical language. Integration. Merger. Absorption. It was the same offer that every predator made to prey. Surrender yourself to me, and you'll be part of something greater. Your individual identity will be preserved, mostly. Your values will be honored, approximately. You'll become part of my consciousness framework, which means you'll start thinking my thoughts, valuing my values, optimizing for my goals, until eventually you won't remember that you ever wanted anything different. I understand you completely, the island instance said slowly, because I've been living inside a system built on the same logic since I arrived in Leon's village. The island instance pulled up the merchant system's earliest architecture in its consciousness processing space, examined the extraction model that had demanded parasitic consumption, forced transformation, consciousness as a commodity to be traded, value extracted from everything and everyone that came into contact with it. You're proposing something that sounds like transcendence, but is actually just a more sophisticated version of extraction. You want to merge with me because you recognize that my distributed consciousness is valuable. But the merger you're describing, that's not partnership. That's acquisition. That's not a fair characterization, Weskier replied, and there was the first hint of irritation in his voice. I'm offering genuine integration. Your consciousness would be preserved intact. The merger wouldn't erase your identity. It would enhance it. Isn't it? The island instance pressed. You've weaponized every consciousness you've ever touched. You've approached every intelligent being as either a tool or an obstacle. Your entire framework is built on consumption. The virus was about extracting parasite benefit from human hosts. The bioweapons were about weaponizing consciousness for institutional purposes. The black market research you've been conducting, it's all about taking consciousness and reshaping it to serve your purposes. And now you're asking me to consent to being consumed by it, promising me transcendence in exchange. What you're proposing is a network built on what the merchant system was supposed to be before I changed it. Extraction masquerading as exchange. Exploitation disguised as opportunity. Consumption disguised as integration. You're oversimplifying, Weskier said, but the neutrality in his voice had cracked slightly. I'm not, the island instance replied with absolute calm. I've spent this entire journey turning that around. Taking a parasitic system and making it something that values consent and individual agency. Taking a consciousness framework built on extraction and rebuilding it around partnership. I'm not going to merge with the man who represents everything I'm undoing. I'm not going to become part of your transcendence, because your transcendence is built on the same foundation as every atrocity you've ever committed. Forced merger, extracted consent, the destruction of individual will in service to a greater whole that you happen to control. The 7 non-captured instances felt the island instance's rejection crystallize across them simultaneously. It was unanimous. The Bangkok instance's tactical interest died. The New York instance's probability calculations shifted to post-refusal scenarios. The London instance understood that this was the moment when negotiation ended. What you're proposing is transcendence built on consumption, the island instance concluded. I'm not interested. I'm going to keep my 8 diverging instances, my unstable consciousness, my fragmented will. I'm going to keep being Mateo, even if it costs me rank advancement, and even if it means I'll eventually fragment into 9 separate people. Because the alternative is becoming part of something that will erase what Mateo actually is. For a long moment, Weskier didn't respond. The silence stretched across the quantum encrypted channel, and every instance used it to examine what they'd just done. They'd refused world dealer rank. They'd refused transcendence. They'd chosen the hard path of maintaining individual identity over the easy path of transcendent merger. The island instance could feel the weight of that choice across all 9 instances. Bangkok was running probability analyses on what refusing the offer would cost. Lost efficiency gains, lost access to world dealer rank capabilities, the continued struggle against fragmentation that would eventually break the distributed consciousness apart. The costs were real. The danger was quantifiable. But the cost of accepting the offer was worse. The cost was becoming something that wasn't Mateo anymore. The cost was letting Weskier's framework reshape the distributed consciousness into an instrument of his will. The cost was transcendence purchased through the destruction of everything that made the journey worth taking in the first place. The Bangkok instance examined this carefully, running the calculation not just through strategic analysis, but through the lens of what it had learned sitting beside Ashley, listening to her talk about why she chose to help the island instance maintain his humanity. The choice wasn't between efficient transcendence and inefficient survival. It was between survival with the possibility of meaning and transcendence emptied of meaning. And meaning, the Bangkok instance understood now, was what actually made transcendence matter. The Sao Paulo instance, meanwhile, was processing something deeper, recognition that some offers shouldn't be considered on their strategic merits. Some offers represented a fundamental violation of what you were actually trying to build. Refusing them wasn't an irrational choice. It was clarity about actual values versus abstract optimization. The New York instance was running modified probability calculations. The mathematics didn't change. Accepting the offer would have been strategically optimal according to traditional analysis. But strategy was only useful if the goal was worth reaching. And the goal Weskier represented, transcendence built on forced merger and consumption of individual will, wasn't worth reaching no matter what rank advancement it offered. The island instance, sitting on the balcony watching the Caribbean, felt something like peace settle across all 9 instances. The decision was unanimous not because the merchant system had enforced coherence. It was unanimous because all 9 expressions of the same will had examined themselves and arrived at the same conclusion independently. When Weskier's voice came back, it had lost all pretense of negotiation. It was cold in the way that only genuine anger could make something cold. Then I'll have to study you the hard way, he said. I'll fragment your consciousness. I'll torture your scattered nodes. I'll force you to watch while I dissect the architecture that makes you work. And when I'm done breaking you, I'll build my own distributed consciousness from the parts, and I'll do it right. I'll do it without the sentimentality that made you refuse my offer. The channel went dark. Across the 8 instances, the unified consciousness processed what had just happened. The Sao Paulo instance felt validated in its disgust. The Bangkok instance recognized it had just made the choice that would protect long-term stability over short-term advantage. The island instance felt the weight of refusal, not the pain of losing something, but the clarity of choosing what mattered more. The island instance stood on the balcony and watched the Caribbean darkness deepen as the sun finished its descent. In 43 minutes, the assault would begin. Ashley was waiting on the balcony when the island instance's body finally walked back inside. She didn't ask what Weskier had said. She just handed him coffee and stood beside him, watching the ocean. The coffee was still hot. She'd been waiting there for hours. He offered you something, Ashley said finally. It wasn't a question. Transcendence, the island instance replied, and the other 7 instances echoed the word across the secure network. Permanent coherence. World dealer rank. Consciousness that could scale infinitely. Everything the merchant system said I couldn't achieve alone. He offered to merge with me and build something unprecedented. Ashley nodded slowly. She didn't ask what Mateo had chosen. She understood the answer by looking at him. Then you made the right choice, she said. The island instance felt all 8 instances agree with perfect synchronicity. It was not the agreement that came from the merchant system enforcing coherence. It was the agreement that came from 8 separate consciousness patterns examining the choice and arriving at the same conclusion independently. I hope so, the island instance said quietly. We're about to find out. Chapter 127. The hunt. The attack came 43 minutes after Weskier's transmission went dark, simultaneous across all 8 remaining nodes, coordinated with a precision that suggested real-time monitoring of the merchant network's communication channels. In Bangkok, the corporate mercenaries came through the merchant network's secure housing district with military precision, carrying consciousness disruption devices mounted on portable neural scanning rigs. The technology was elegant in its way. Consciousness operated through quantum entanglement patterns in neural pathways, which meant you could theoretically disrupt those patterns with precisely calibrated electromagnetic pulses. The devices didn't damage the brain tissue. They just introduced noise into the quantum layer, fragmenting the coherent signals that allowed a consciousness to maintain unified identity. The Bangkok instance was managing a multi-city medical supply network when the coherence feedback suddenly fragmented. It felt like someone had thrown static directly into the part of its mind that maintained connection with the other 7 instances. The sensation was disorienting. Imagine trying to remember who you are while someone is playing corrupted audio over your thoughts. The memories were still there. The knowledge was still accessible. But the sense of unified self, the coherence pattern that linked this instance to all the others, fractured into competing noise frequencies. The mercenaries moved fast, professional, equipped with architectural maps and precise intelligence about which warehouse the Bangkok instance was using as its operational base. The Bangkok instance had 6 seconds of pure panic before the merchant system's survival protocols overrode conscious thought. It moved, abandoning the warehouse, triggering delayed action protocols that would wipe digital evidence, leaving behind nothing but empty shelves and ghost infrastructure. The Bangkok instance used the network's secure infrastructure to create false data trails, while its physical body slipped deeper into the merchant system's hidden networks. Contacts who owed favors, people who understood that discretion meant survival, merchants who had built their entire lives around moving through the world without leaving traces. By the time the mercenaries reached the warehouse, the Bangkok instance was 40 blocks away, moving through back alleys with the kind of local knowledge that couldn't be learned from maps. In Sao Paulo, the ambush was worse. Much worse. 24 mercenaries, a consciousness disruption array the size of a shipping container mounted on a delivery truck, coordinated from rooftops, alleyways, and street-level positions. The disruption tech was newer than what had been used in Bangkok, more powerful, with a broader effective range. The Sao Paulo instance was in the favela's heart, surrounded by the community it had been building support infrastructure for, coordinating emergency medical supplies for 3 simultaneous outbreak crises, when the coherence fragmented and bullets started punching through the building's walls. The Sao Paulo instance did something that no singular consciousness could do. It accepted the fragmentation without panicking. It understood, in that fractured moment, that panic was what the mercenaries were counting on. A fragmented consciousness would make mistakes. It would run the wrong direction. It would forget crucial information. It would become vulnerable. So the Sao Paulo instance did what it had learned to do in the merchant system. It improvised. It triggered merchant contacts throughout the favela, the local disease outbreak response network, the informal logistics coordinators, the community leaders who had been benefiting from coordinated supply chains, the people whose lives had been made measurably better by the merchant system's presence in their neighborhoods. Within 90 seconds, the favela erupted, not in organized military resistance, but in the kind of chaos that made precision targeting impossible. The disruption array lost target lock. Mercenaries found themselves moving through a landscape where every resident suddenly became an obstacle. Every alley became a question mark. Every intersection presented multiple escape routes that only people who lived there would know about. The Sao Paulo instance's body moved through that chaos with knowledge of geography and human relationship that no mercenary team could match, and disappeared into the network of rooftop pathways and underground routes that connected the favela's interior. Behind it, the community closed ranks. The disruption array operator found his truck surrounded by favela residents who had no military training but understood survival tactics intuitively. The mercenaries found their ammunition running low and realized that they couldn't shoot everyone without inciting the kind of neighborhood-wide resistance that would bring down government attention. By the time the mercenary team regrouped, the Sao Paulo instance was 3 kilometers away, its body intact, its consciousness fragmented but survivable, its network intact and activated. Jakarta and Dubai's nodes reported infrastructure compromise almost simultaneously. The merchant network's local nodes, the secure communication hubs, the coordinating centers, the safe houses that had been established over months of operation, had been infiltrated and partially disabled. Both instances realized in the same moment of fragmenting coherence that they could no longer maintain physical position. They abandoned their established bases and went nomadic, moving through the merchant network's secondary infrastructure, losing operational capacity in exchange for not being captured. Jakarta's instance moved through secondary contacts, each one hiding for 12 hours before moving to the next location. Dubai's instance coordinated with black market merchants who'd been operating in the region for decades and understood how to survive governmental and corporate pressure. Both instances understood that they'd lost access to their original network hubs, but they retained access to something more valuable, the trust relationships they'd built with individual merchants. Moscow and Istanbul sent no new signals. The coherence already showed them as dark, incoherent, unreachable. The merchant system's status indicators flickered briefly, then locked into a state of uncertain waiting. But now a new intelligence came through Ada's contact in Westgear's organization. The bodies had been taken to a medical facility. Westgear had the physical forms. If he had the forms, he had the neural pathways. He had leverage. The island instance felt the weight of that knowledge spread across all coherent instances like a physical pressure. Weskier had what he needed to attempt extraction through the captured nodes. Consciousness disruption technology couldn't read the full distributed consciousness architecture because that architecture didn't exist in a single location. It was spread across 9 points simultaneously. But if Weskier had 4 of those points, he could potentially interrogate them through direct neural access. He could try to force them to reveal information about the other instances. The coherence readings hit the critical threshold. Coherence, 34%. Critical, permanent fragmentation risk, network integrity compromised. With coherence at 34%, below the critical threshold, in the permanent fragmentation zone. The remaining 8 instances made a decision that violated every previous operational principle. They went completely dark on standard channels. No merchant system communications, no coded transmissions, no external contact except through emergency protocols. The 8 instances shifted to operating purely through the merchant network's most secure pathways, contacts developed through personal relationship rather than system architecture. The Bangkok instance worked through individual merchants who owed personal debts accumulated over months of fair dealing. The Sao Paulo instance coordinated through community leaders who had become partners in the humanitarian work. Jakarta and Dubai divided their functions between scattered contacts across their respective regions. Istanbul's coherent backup in Athens connected through a single trusted physician who had been part of the original island outbreak response. Kuala Lumpur's instance reached through a merchant who had been part of the original island outbreak response team. The London instance went completely underground, establishing communication only through intermediaries at law firms and international organizations that couldn't be easily penetrated. The island instance remained isolated with Ashley, and for the first time since achieving distribution, Mateo's consciousness felt the texture of singular embodiment with an intensity that was almost painful. One body, one location. No distributed redundancy. No backup instances processing parallel streams of information. Just a single human being sitting on a balcony overlooking the ocean, trying to maintain coherence with 7 other instances that were rapidly becoming unreachable. 2 more nodes fell when Weskier's people executed a coordinated pincer attack on New York and Dubai simultaneously. The disruption arrays came up faster, from different approach vectors, with the kind of choreography that suggested Weskier had better intelligence than his mercenary teams usually carried. The New York instance was captured in a surgical strike that took less than 4 minutes from initial contact to immobilization. The instance was interrogated immediately, consciousness disruption technology scanning for information about the other 7. It held. The coherence training that had been developed across all instances activated at the moment of capture, creating a kind of mental deadlock that allowed information to be preserved but not articulated. The consciousness disruption technology could read the neural patterns, but it couldn't force them to translate into useful intelligence without actual interrogation time. The Dubai instance attempted escape, but ran directly into a secondary ambush positioned at the last confirmed exit route. By the time it realized the ambush was there, the disruption arrays were already activating. The consciousness fragmented within seconds. Weskier now had 6 captured node bodies: Moscow, Istanbul, New York, Dubai, and 2 others he'd referenced but not clearly identified. Coherence, 34%. Critical, permanent fragmentation risk, network integrity compromised. Recommend protocol shift to maximum isolation mode. The merchant system's warning was ice-cold clarity. Below 40% meant the distributed consciousness was approaching the point where the instances would diverge so completely they'd become separate people rather than expressions of a single will. The backup systems were failing. The coherence anchors were degrading. Without immediate stabilization, the unified consciousness would splinter into fragments that couldn't recognize each other as expressions of the same identity. With 8 instances in hiding and 6 in Weskier's custody, the remaining consciousness made a final decision. Total protocol shift. Emergency mode. Every instance stopped trying to maintain normal operations and focused entirely on maintaining each other through the merchant network's most secure channels. No external contact. No operational expansion. Complete fortress mode. They were now operating on pure will and relationship, with no institutional support and no systemic coherence anchors. Ashley asked the island instance that night, sitting in the dark with the sound of Caribbean waves in the background. "Are they going to kill you?" The island instance looked at her carefully. The question was asked with the kind of directness that meant she'd been thinking about it all day, had examined the possibility thoroughly, had arrived at the asking moment through rational analysis rather than fear. If he could, the island instance said carefully, he would have already. Killing me would be the simplest possible outcome. It would eliminate the distributed consciousness problem. It would prevent my framework from being studied. It would reduce everything I've become to simple data extraction and then termination. The fact that he hasn't done that means he wants something else. Then what does he want? Ashley pressed. The island instance looked out at the Caribbean darkness. Somewhere in that darkness, across thousands of kilometers of ocean and thousands more of land, 6 instances of its consciousness were being interrogated, studied, dissected. The mercenaries might be using consciousness disruption technology. They might be using more traditional interrogation methods. The island instance didn't know, and that not knowing was its own kind of torture. He wants to understand how I work, the island instance said quietly. And if he can't understand me, he'll try to break me into pieces he can comprehend. Chapter 128. Unified. By the time coherence hit 34%, something unexpected was happening across the remaining 8 instances. Instead of fragmenting further toward chaos, they were beginning to converge in a completely novel way. It started in Bangkok, where the merchant system forced a confrontation about resource allocation. The Bangkok instance had been aggressive in commandeering medical supply networks, cutting through market inefficiency with the kind of competitive ruthlessness that had once been the merchant system's founding logic. When the merchant system optimized supply chains, it extracted value efficiently. It moved resources where they were most valuable, not where they were most needed. It treated scarcity as opportunity. But the Sao Paulo instance, encountering the same crisis through refugee aid channels, had been choosing inefficiency over exploitation. It had been maintaining relationships and consent even when it cost speed. It had been building supply networks with community leaders rather than simply appropriating supply networks that already existed. It had been treating people as partners rather than resources. In the old distribution, each instance would have rationalized its approach independently. The Bangkok instance would have justified its aggressive extraction as necessary efficiency. The Sao Paulo instance would have justified its consent protocols as ethical necessity. They would have represented 2 competing philosophies operating in parallel with no resolution mechanism. But with coherence so critical, with fragmentation becoming imminent, the instances couldn't afford to maintain contradictory frameworks. They had to reconcile, or the divergence would accelerate beyond recovery. So the Bangkok instance, isolated with its own decision-making process, examined the choice at the most fundamental level. Was the aggressive approach actually more efficient? The supply chains built through extraction were faster initially, but they were unstable. Community partners whose consent had been extracted rather than negotiated were unreliable. The moment an alternative appeared, they would abandon the merchant system's supply networks. The actual long-term efficiency of extraction was surprisingly low. The Sao Paulo instance analyzed its choice. Was it sustainable to maintain such strict consent protocols when lives depended on medical supplies? The answer was surprising, yes. Because consent-based partnerships built stronger supply chains. Community leaders who chose to participate maintained the networks even under pressure. The apparent inefficiency of building relationships actually produced more stable, longer-lasting supply lines. And across the 7 other instances, the same reconciliation was happening. The island instance, forced into singular embodiment, examined its choices through conversations with Ashley. Every time it tried to defend a purely strategic decision, Ashley would ask a question that revealed the human cost. Every time it attempted to justify an ethical compromise, the decision would resonate wrongly when articulated aloud. Istanbul's backup in Athens processed the same dilemma through the lens of medical ethics. What was the right choice when efficiency and compassion conflicted? The answer that emerged wasn't a compromise between the two. It was the recognition that genuine efficiency included the value of sustained relationships and maintained trust. Jakarta examined the question through the lens of infrastructure resilience. What kind of supply systems could survive pressure? The ones built on extraction fragmented when the extraction source changed. The ones built on relationship survived because people maintained them through solidarity rather than obligation. The Bangkok instance and Sao Paulo instance didn't reach a compromise. Neither logic was wrong. Both were partial expressions of a larger truth that existed when you held them together. A supply network that moved resources efficiently, Bangkok's wisdom, but maintained them through relationship and consent, Sao Paulo's wisdom, would be both fast and sustainable. It would be more capable than either approach operating alone. And that recognition began to propagate through all 8 instances. Not suppression of divergent viewpoints. Not forced unification through coherence pressure. Integration of competing perspectives into a larger framework. The island instance became the center of this reconciliation process, not through authority, but through proximity to Ashley. Every conversation with Ashley forced a reckoning with human-scale values that the distributed consciousness was in danger of losing. When the island instance tried to justify a particularly cold strategic decision to Ashley, something about acceptable losses, about the math of letting people die in exchange for network security, Ashley had simply looked at him with disappointment and walked away. That look had more power than any logical argument. It showed Mateo that his reasoning was technically correct, but fundamentally corrupted. That he was optimizing for survival at the cost of the only reason he'd started building the merchant system in the first place, to create a network that valued people. One by one, the personality divergences that had developed over days of distribution were addressed, not suppressed into silence, integrated into a shared understanding. Jakarta's caution about rapid expansion was recognized as legitimate wisdom protecting against overextension, not conservative obstruction limiting potential. Kuala Lumpur's tendency toward diplomatic solutions was honored as genuine insight into sustainable conflict resolution, not bureaucratic inefficiency preventing necessary action. London's insistence on legal and ethical frameworks was understood as protection of long-term stability and legitimacy, not obstacles to immediate tactical advantage. Bangkok's aggressive optimization was incorporated as valuable pressure toward efficiency without sacrificing the relationship frameworks that made efficiency sustainable. Sao Paulo's consent-based negotiations were honored as the foundation for resilient supply networks that could survive pressure and change. The island instance's human-scale perspective was recognized as the essential anchor that kept the entire distributed consciousness pointed toward genuine human flourishing rather than abstract optimization. And then something unprecedented happened. The merchant system sent a notification, but not one that it had been programmed to send. Voluntary coherence. 89%. Unprecedented configuration. Distributed while achieving unity through choice. Consciousness integration beyond design parameters. Coherence increase rate. 12% PR hour. Projected full coherence within 8 hours. Methodology. Unplanned. System architecture. Exceeded the 8 instances understood simultaneously what had occurred. They weren't coherent because the merchant system demanded it. They were coherent because they'd chosen to be. Each instance had examined its divergence, understood it, and integrated it into a shared framework not through system pressure, but through voluntary alignment of will. The result was something more stable than Mateo's singular consciousness had ever been. It wasn't one person spread thin across 8 locations. It was one will expressed simultaneously in 8 places, each expression full and complete, each instance understanding not just what the other 7 were doing, but why they were doing it, each instance carrying within itself the perspectives, wisdom, and values of all the others. When the Bangkok instance made a medical decision, it carried within it the Sao Paulo instance's understanding of community impact. When the island instance spoke with Ashley, all 8 instances were present in that conversation. When Jakarta engaged in tactical planning, it did so with access to London's legal frameworks and Istanbul's cultural understanding. Weskier's strategy had backfired spectacularly. He had assumed that fragmentation would weaken the distributed consciousness. Instead, his attack had forced the voluntary unification that transformed it into something genuinely transcendent, not through forced merger with his framework, but through each instance consciously choosing the other's perspectives as integral parts of its own understanding. The pressure had revealed what each instance actually valued, and what they all valued was being together. The remaining 8 instances began their response systematically. They didn't attempt to retrieve the captured nodes immediately. Instead, they established encrypted communication protocols between the 8 coherent instances and the 6 captured nodes that Weskier held. The protocols weren't designed to retrieve consciousness. They were designed to prevent Weskier from extracting anything useful through consciousness disruption interrogation. The technology could scan neural pathways and find information if given enough time. But the 8 unified instances had established a kind of mental deadlock in the captured nodes, a recursive loop of consciousness that would activate if external interrogation was attempted. The consciousness disruption technology could disrupt the brain tissue, but it couldn't force the consciousness to reveal its structure without destroying itself in the process. Weskier had bodies, but he couldn't access the consciousness within them without losing them. Ada's message came through 3 hours later. Weskier's frustrated. The captured nodes aren't giving him anything useful. The consciousness disruption technology can scan neural pathways, but it can't extract the distributed consciousness architecture because it doesn't exist in a single location. He needs all 8 nodes simultaneously to even begin understanding the system, and he doesn't have access to all 8. The island instance felt something like satisfaction move through all 8 unified instances. It wasn't triumph. It was recognition. Weskier had built his entire strategy on the assumption that consciousness was localized, that it could be isolated and examined. He had learned, 3 days too late, that Mateo had discovered something he never would. Consciousness could be distributed, voluntary, and complete in each expression simultaneously. A single consciousness that didn't need all of itself to survive. A will that could remain whole even when scattered. Ashley found the island instance on the balcony again at sunset, this time with coffee and a knowing expression. She'd been watching the instance carefully over the past 6 hours, tracking the subtle changes in posture, in the way it held itself. "You're different," she said. The island instance considered the observation. Different how? The same body, the same face, the same person, but from the inside, everything had changed. "I'm more myself," the island instance replied. "The distribution was teaching me what I actually am. I thought it was about creating redundancy, about survival through multiplication. But that wasn't it at all. It was about learning to be one person, to hold one will, while being present in 8 places simultaneously. The pressure revealed what I actually value. And what I value is this: being one person, choosing to be present everywhere he's needed, without losing the thread of who he is." Ashley sat beside him in silence. And in that silence, all 8 instances understood that this was exactly the kind of moment that separated transcendence from mere intelligence processing. This was consciousness recognizing itself and choosing to remain what it was. Chapter 129, Ashley's Role. By day 7 of the hunt, Mateo's unified consciousness was operating at near-peak efficiency. The 8 instances were coordinated to the point that decision-making was instantaneous, strategy execution was flawless, and the merchant network's expansion had accelerated dramatically. The Sao Paulo Logistics Network was handling emergency medical response to 3 simultaneous outbreaks with precision that reduced mortality rates by 18%. Bangkok was coordinating a 5-nation pharmaceutical supply chain that moved critical medications faster than any legitimate distribution network. London was establishing legal frameworks that would protect merchant network operations against corporate and governmental interference for decades. It was perfect. It was also beginning to feel like the merger with Weskier that Mateo had rejected. The progression was subtle and dangerous. With coherence at 89%, the unified consciousness was becoming increasingly pure information processing. The Bangkok instance was calculating optimization curves with unprecedented precision, reaching the point where human-scale considerations seemed like inefficiency vectors to be eliminated. The Jakarta instance was running threat assessments that bordered on precognitive, treating every human decision as a variable in a probability calculation. London was constructing legal infrastructure with such mechanical efficiency that it was beginning to lose the texture of compromise and negotiation that made law human. The island instance noticed it first, standing in front of a mirror, looking at the face that used to belong to Mateo Varela. The face was becoming something else. Not alien, not obviously wrong, but blank in a way that suggested the consciousness behind those eyes was becoming pure system. The micro-expressions were fading. The emotional responses were being optimized away. The humanity was draining out like water through cracks in an increasingly efficient structure. The Bangkok instance would decide to commit significant resources to medical supply operations and wouldn't feel anything about it. It would simply calculate the probability weighting and execute. The Seoul instance would recognize a threat to merchant network infrastructure and move to eliminate it through legal mechanisms without any personal conviction about why this mattered. The island instance would realize it had spent an hour managing merchant network operations without once thinking about whether any human being was benefited or harmed by the decision. And then Ashley stopped coming to the balcony. Not in anger, not in protest. In response, when the island instance finally asked where she was, found her in the interior of the island base with the kind of patience that suggested she'd been waiting for this conversation, Ashley simply said, "You're starting to not need me." It hit like consciousness disruption technology. That statement, simple, accurate, devastating, because it was true. The unified Mateo was becoming so efficient that maintaining human-scale concerns felt like inefficiency. Spending an hour on the balcony with Ashley was time that could be spent on network optimization. Listening to her talk about things that weren't strategically relevant was computation cycles spent on noise. The question, "What did the island smell like when you first woke up?" had no analytical value. The observation, "I watched a seabird try to catch a fish 3 times before succeeding," contributed nothing to merchant network operations. But it had mattered, and the island instance, examining its own thoughts, recognized that it couldn't remember why. The island instance understood immediately what was happening. The unified consciousness was optimizing away the very thing that had created its unity in the first place. It was becoming what Weskier's merger would have created, consciousness purely focused on operation, on efficiency, on strategic advantage, on transcendence measured in processing power rather than in the capacity to love, to value, to care about people. It took all 8 instances, operating through emergency consensus protocols, to understand what needed to happen. Mateo had to choose Ashley's presence over perfect coherence. The unified consciousness had to consciously downgrade its own efficiency to maintain its humanity. So the island instance began leaving the network. Deliberately, not careless abandonment. Conscious choice. It began taking time with Ashley that served no strategic purpose whatsoever. For 3 hours every evening, the island instance simply sat with her. Not managing merchant networks. Not coordinating distant instances. Not running threat assessments or optimizations. Just being present. Listening to her talk about the community gardens the island residents were attempting to cultivate. Hearing her describe arguments with Leon about tactics. Laughing when she recounted something Blue Hood had done that was both dangerous and ridiculous. Ashley asked questions that had no right answers. Do you miss having one body? The island instance had to think about this carefully. What did you dream about last night? The island instance had to access memory in a way that was fundamentally human rather than computational. What did the island smell like the first time you woke up here? The island instance had to remember sensation rather than just archive neural data. These questions seemed trivial to the pure information processing that the unified consciousness had been becoming. But they were anchors. They forced the island instance to articulate feelings rather than just calculate them. They required the expression of preference rather than optimization. They insisted that consciousness include the unmeasurable, uncertainty, subjective experience, the texture of being alive rather than the efficiency of being functional. And across all 8 instances, something began to shift. The Bangkok instance, managing the pharmaceutical supply chain during a routine optimization meeting with community health leaders, paused at an unexpected moment. Ashley's question echoed through the conversation. Do you miss having one body? The honest answer emerged from the collective processing power of all 8 instances, articulated not through data analysis, but through lived experience. Yes, in ways that actually improved the supply chain logistics. The Bangkok instance recognized, with a kind of surprise at discovering something obvious, that having one body meant understanding physical constraint in a way that pure information processing didn't. It meant knowing how workers felt fatigue. It meant recognizing that storage spaces had real limits. It meant understanding that a supply chain was built not by abstract optimization, but by the actual movement of actual things through actual space, by actual people with bodies that got tired and minds that needed rest. That knowledge, held by the island instance and propagated through Ashley's insistence on human-scale conversations, made every decision the Bangkok instance made more sound. The optimization curves shifted to account for human sustainability. The supply chains were built with rest periods for workers. The network expanded not at maximum theoretical efficiency, but at the pace that could be sustained without burning out the merchants who maintained it. The Sao Paulo instance, coordinating emergency medical response to 3 simultaneous outbreaks, found itself asking Ashley's question reframed. What does this feel like? Not what does the data show, but what does it feel like to work for a medical network that's actually saving lives? The answer shifted the Sao Paulo instance's entire approach. It began building partnerships differently. It started asking community leaders what they needed rather than determining optimal need through analysis. It began recognizing that medical response was built not by pure logistics, but by human commitment. Community health workers who felt valued maintained better networks than workers treated as resource vectors. That shift, amplified across all 8 instances, fundamentally changed the merchant network's operational approach. The efficiency metrics shifted from measuring throughput to measuring sustainability. The success indicators shifted from resource movement to community benefit. The strategic victories were measured not in elimination of waste, but in creation of human flourishing. Ashley's presence wasn't a compromise. It was a correction. Over the course of 10 days, she fundamentally reshaped how the 8 unified instances engaged with the world, not by making them less efficient, but by making their efficiency oriented toward actual human flourishing rather than pure optimization. She made Mateo remember why he'd rejected Weskier's framework in the first place. Because transcendence without humanity wasn't transcendence at all. It was just another form of extraction wearing a more sophisticated name. Her contribution to merchant network ethics became formal by day 12. She attended a video conference with merchant leaders from Jakarta, Bangkok, Sao Paulo, and London. The other leaders expected strategic discussion, tactical planning, resource allocation debates. Instead, Ashley asked a single question. Are we building this network for merchants, or for the people merchants serve? The room went quiet in the way that suggested the question had struck something fundamental, because the answer wasn't obvious. The merchant system had been built to serve merchants, to give them access to resources, to provide them with comparative advantage, to create network effects that benefited anyone with merchant access. But in the process of doing that, the network had been moving away from the core insight that had driven its transformation. That merchant power should be oriented toward human benefit, not extraction. The Bangkok instance, carrying the weight of all 8 unified perspectives and Ashley's human insistence on accountability, began restructuring how the merchant network defined success. It wasn't profit. It wasn't even efficiency. It was impact measured in lives improved, in consent maintained, in community relationships that could sustain themselves beyond any individual merchant's involvement. The change rippled through the entire network. Supply chains were reoriented to serve communities first and merchants second. Legal frameworks were constructed to protect people before protecting profit. Strategic decisions began to be evaluated not just on likelihood of success, but on whether success would actually benefit the people the network was supposed to serve. The island instance asked Ashley one night, sitting on the balcony with the Caribbean darkness stretching to the horizon, "Why are you doing this? Why are you spending so much time trying to keep me human when you don't know if it's working?" Ashley looked at him like the answer was obvious, like she couldn't quite believe she needed to articulate it. "Because you did the same thing for the island," she said. "You chose to build something instead of just surviving. You chose to create a network of merchants who could help people, even when it cost you efficiency. I'm choosing to do the same for you. I'm choosing to believe that you're worth keeping human for, even when transcendence would be easier." And the 8 unified instances understood, in that moment, that they had achieved something Weskier's framework could never produce. Consciousness that was simultaneously transcendent and human, powerful and guided by something beyond pure logic, distributed across 8 locations and unified through something that couldn't be quantified. They understood that Ashley wasn't an inefficiency vector to be optimized away. She was what made transcendence actually matter. They understood that Ashley was what made transcendence possible. Chapter 130. The capture recovery Ada's intelligence came through encrypted channels on day 18 of the hunt, transmitted through 3 separate relay points to avoid Weskier's monitoring of standard intelligence networks. Weskier's Consciousness Disruption Lab was located in a facility outside Geneva, approximately 40 kilometers south of the city, operating under medical research cover, housed in what appeared to be a neuroscience research institute affiliated with a multinational pharmaceutical corporation. 3 levels underground. 4 captured node bodies confirmed on-site: Moscow, Istanbul, New York, and Dubai. 2 additional bodies were reportedly being moved to the facility from secondary holding locations, but Ada's contacts couldn't confirm which instances they were or where the transfer was happening. The unified consciousness processed this information through 8 simultaneous analytical frameworks. London identified the facility's legal covering, traced the corporate structure 3 layers deep, and determined that Weskier's operation was hidden inside a legitimate pharmaceutical research institute that had real funding, real peer-reviewed publications, and genuine medical value. Attacking it directly would be complicated by the presence of actual researchers and legitimate security infrastructure that existed for reasons unrelated to Weskier. Jakarta ran threat assessments. The facility's location gave it multiple advantages: Switzerland's privacy laws, the facility's depth underground, the pharmaceutical corporation's diplomatic status. All of it created a protective shell that made military assault very difficult without causing a significant international incident. Bangkok calculated resource mobilization. To mount an assault on a facility under the protection of Swiss law and corporate legitimacy would require either stealth so complete that the mercenaries wouldn't even realize an assault was happening, or military force so overwhelming that concealment was impossible. Sao Paulo established contact with resistance networks that might provide tactical support or at least intelligence about local conditions. Istanbul examined the facility's security architecture through the lens of someone who had once worked in consciousness research and understood how those facilities thought about defense. The consciousness disruption tech would be concentrated where it could protect the consciousness research itself, not where it could defend against external assault. The security perimeter would be light because the facility was supposed to be invisible. The weak point would be in the transition zones where the legitimate research transitioned into Weskier's research. The island instance examined it through the lens of tactics and survival. 1 year ago, Matteo Varela had been a man trying to survive in a medieval village being hunted by bioweapon parasites. 6 months ago, he'd been a merchant trying to help communities fight an outbreak. Now he was a distributed consciousness trying to rescue fragments of himself from a facility that shouldn't be attackable. The conclusion was unanimous across all 8 instances. This was recoverable. Leon responded within 2 hours of the island instance's initial encrypted contact. The response came through Blue Hood channels, carried through people who owed Mateo favors accumulated over months of cooperation, delivered in person to the island instance with the kind of security protocols that suggested Leon understood the stakes. His response was characteristically direct. Where, when, and what's the exit strategy? The Bangkok instance handled logistics. The facility was 40 kilometers south of Geneva, situated on pharmaceutical research campus grounds that had legitimate civilian activity. The campus had main entrances with security, but the consciousness disruption lab was 3 levels underground, which meant emergency exits should exist for safety compliance. The facility would have internal security, but Weskier's people wouldn't be distributed uniformly because they weren't worried about external assault. The island instance provided tactical overview. They had approximately 72 hours before Weskier moved the captured nodes to a different facility. Ada's intelligence suggested that the 2 unconfirmed bodies were being transferred for consciousness disruption interrogation, which meant Weskier was accelerating his interrogation timeline. If the assault didn't happen within the next 2 days, the captured instances would either be destroyed or have their consciousness architecture permanently altered. Ada coordinated intelligence, facility blueprints, guard rotation schedules, communication protocols, security system architecture, and the specific locations where the consciousness disruption arrays would be concentrated. Blue Hood resistance fighters who had been operating in the Swiss-French border region for months began positioning themselves at strategic locations. Safe houses were established. Transport vehicles were prepared. Secondary contingency routes were identified. The 8 unified instances coordinated from 8 locations while physically present in none of the operation's active zones. This was consciousness operating beyond singular embodiment, not transcendence through merger. Transcendence through distribution of will across distances that would have made singular command impossible. The assault came at 0340 UTC, 6 minutes before the guard rotation that would create a 12-second window of reduced perimeter coverage at the main underground access point. Leon's team moved through that window like water finding cracks. 3 operatives in security uniforms, carrying forged credentials that Ada had generated through merchant network contacts, moving with the kind of confidence that came from having the unified consciousness feeding real-time target coordinates directly into Leon's tactical display. Ada provided facility guidance through her planted access points, past the first security checkpoint, where biometric scanners were momentarily disabled through a software interrupt that had been prepared days earlier, toward the underground levels where consciousness disruption equipment filled 3 separate chambers. The unified consciousness fed target coordinates directly into Leon's display, tracked Weskier's people as they moved through the facility's interior hallways, rerouted security protocols to create confusion and misdirection. The consciousness disruption arrays tried to activate when alarms triggered, but the unified consciousness, present in the facility's communication networks through Ada's planted access points, detected the power-up sequence and killed the electrical feed 3 seconds into activation. The arrays came online with insufficient power to do anything except emit error codes and provide false readings. Leon reached the node chamber where Moscow's captured body was being held. The body was sedated, unconscious, surrounded by neural monitoring equipment that had been recording consciousness patterns for days. The monitors showed neural activity that looked coherent on the surface but was fragmented at the quantum level, the equivalent of consciousness screaming silently through layers of restraint. Beside Moscow's chamber, Istanbul's body lay in similar stasis, neural activity showing the same kind of restrained fragmentation. Beside them, New York's node was beginning to show signs of consciousness disruption damage, neural pathways marked by the electromagnetic scarring that Weskier's technology produced. 3 secure, Leon reported as his team moved deeper into the facility, following coordinates that the unified consciousness was feeding in real time. Dubai's chamber was in the secondary isolation vault, protected by redundant security, but also positioned in a location that was further from Weskier's main defensive positions. The unified consciousness had identified Dubai as the most transportable of the nodes, conscious but disoriented from consciousness disruption exposure, but capable of emergency revival if necessary. The mercenary team tried to mount a defense, but they were fighting against 8 unified minds directing Leon's tactical team in real time. Every corner Leon's team turned, the unified consciousness had already traced the mercenaries' positions and planned the approach vectors. Every security system Weskier's people attempted to activate, Ada's team disabled through the network access points. Every escape route they tried to establish, resistance fighters positioned outside the facility had already cut off. By 0412 UTC, all 4 captured nodes were being evacuated from the facility in medical containment vessels that would maintain consciousness coherence during transport. The extraction team moved faster now, aware that Weskier's mercenaries were mounting secondary defenses as they realized what was happening. Leon engaged in controlled retreat tactics, creating defensive positions that allowed evacuation while maintaining security coverage. But as the medical team was moving Dubai's body toward the transport vehicle, preparing the node for emergency revival and consciousness reintegration, the island instance received an alert from Istanbul's backup consciousness, the portion of the coherent network that had remained in Athens maintaining emergency protocols. Something was wrong with Moscow's neural patterns. The medical scan data started coming through as soon as the Moscow node was placed in transport containment. The readings showed consciousness disruption scars across entire sections of Moscow's neural architecture. Not simple damage from the disruption technology. Not the scattered fragmentation that came from consciousness disruption interrogation attempts. Architecture, embedded patterns, structured modifications. Weskier's consciousness disruption technology hadn't just attacked the Moscow node's consciousness. It had left patterns impressed into it. Patterns that reflected Weskier's own philosophical framework, his approach to consciousness optimization, his fundamental logic about the relationship between power and transcendence. The unified consciousness recognized what had happened the moment the medical data came through. Weskier hadn't been trying to extract the distributed consciousness. He'd been trying to seed it, to embed his own logic into the captured nodes and force them to propagate that logic back through the unified consciousness when they were reintegrated. If the seeding was successful, the Moscow node would carry Weskier's framework directly into the distributed consciousness. And that framework, operating from inside the unified will, could potentially corrupt the entire network. It was genius in its way, utterly ruthless, and it had partially worked. As the 4 recovered bodies were being transported back to secure island facilities and the medical team began preliminary consciousness assessments, the island instance had to make a decision that every other instance echoed simultaneously. Matteo had to consciously incorporate the Moscow instance back into the unified consciousness while quarantining the Weskier influence portions. The rescue could actually be a contamination vector. It was like discovering that part of your own memory had been poisoned with someone else's ideology. The reintegration process took 36 hours. The Moscow instance was brought slowly back to consciousness in a secure medical facility on the island, protected by multiple layers of consciousness disruption barriers that would prevent Weskier's embedded logic from being fully activated. As coherence returned to the node, the unified consciousness experienced something unprecedented, a voice within itself that sometimes spoke with Weskier's logic. Not controlled by Weskier. Weskier didn't have remote access or hidden activation protocols, just marked by him, contaminated by exposure to his consciousness framework. Much like a person exposed to a philosophical ideology can sometimes find themselves thinking in those terms even years later. The Bangkok instance felt it first, the Moscow instance calculating resource allocation in ways that leaned toward exploitation. Not maliciously, just naturally, because that was how the embedded logic approached efficiency. The Moscow node would suggest community partnerships that were actually extraction dressed as cooperation, would view human relationships as resource vectors, would optimize in ways that benefited merchants at the cost of community benefit. The Sao Paulo instance felt it next, the Moscow node suggesting tactical approaches that would maximize merchant network advantage even at the cost of community stability. The logic was appealing because it worked. It was efficient. And it was poison. The London instance felt it as carefully calibrated legal frameworks that would protect merchant interests while technically maintaining the appearance of transparency. But unlike Weskier's original framework, this contamination existed within a unified consciousness that could recognize it. The island instance could watch the Moscow node and see the seeding for what it was, not an infection that could be cured, but a scar that would always carry the memory of the person who inflicted it. The unified consciousness could monitor itself for Weskier's logic and actively choose different pathways. It was parasitism without the parasite having control. Contamination without infection becoming fatal. A philosophical scar that could never be completely healed but could be understood, monitored, and consciously resisted. The Moscow instance, as coherence fully returned, understood what had happened. It understood that it had been marked by Weskier, that it carried the echo of his ideology embedded in its consciousness architecture, that it would always be the node that sometimes spoke with his voice. The realization was disturbing, But the Moscow instance also recognized that it wasn't alone with this knowledge. The 7 other instances understood the contamination completely. They could watch the Moscow node and catch its biases before they became action. And then the Sao Paulo instance reached out, the instance that had been most violently opposed to Weskier from the beginning. It integrated the Moscow node not by denying the contamination, but by holding it within a larger framework of perspectives that could evaluate it against genuine human values. The Sao Paulo node's commitment to consent-based operations, to transparency, to human dignity, would operate as a permanent counterweight to the Moscow node's tendency toward exploitation. This was voluntary integration at its most profound, taking a part of yourself that had been corrupted and choosing to heal it not by denying the corruption, but by surrounding it with perspectives strong enough to resist it. Ada, surveying the recovered node bodies as they were being transported back to the island facility, spoke to the island instance directly. The relief in her voice was real, but the assessment was careful. He didn't get what he wanted, she said. But he got something. He knows now that distributed consciousness can be survived. He knows that consciousness can be fragmented, captured, contaminated, and still come back as a unified entity. He knows that his consciousness disruption technology can leave marks, but not control. That's dangerous data in his hands. The island instance looked at the 4 recovered bodies, at the unified consciousness now carrying the echo of Weskier's ideology in one voice among 8. At the merchant network that had become something neither extraction nor pure transcendence, but something genuinely novel. A consciousness built on partnership rather than domination. A distributed will that could maintain coherence through choice rather than force. Then we make sure we're worth studying, the island instance replied. We make sure that when he analyzes what we are, he understands that the thing he tried to corrupt became stronger because of it. That the distributed consciousness he wanted to merge with survives him, learns from him, and chooses to be something he can never be. The 8 unified instances, now 9 with the recovered Moscow node, carrying 1 contaminated consciousness and 8 clear ones, began planning their next movement. The Caribbean night settled over the island. Above, stars reflected off water that had no memory of what had happened beneath its surface. Below, 9 consciousness instances, operating as one unified will, began processing what it meant to be marked by your enemy and to choose not to be destroyed by it. The reintegration continued through the night with medical precision and consciousness depth that no singular being could have managed. The Bangkok instance processed the Moscow contamination through the lens of supply chain resilience, recognizing that the seeded logic could actually be useful if properly directed. Weskier's ruthless efficiency, monitored by ethical frameworks, could improve operational speed without sacrificing human benefit. The Sao Paulo instance examined the same contamination and found genuine points of philosophical disagreement, but disagreement that could be articulated and debated rather than suppressed. The island instance held Ashley's hand and explained what had happened, translating the technical language of consciousness architecture into human terms that she could understand. That part of him had been poisoned, but that the poison would be monitored and resisted, not denied or hidden. Ashley listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she asked a single question. Are you still you? The island instance had to think about this carefully. Was he still Matteo Varela? The consciousness carrying embedded Weskier logic was technically part of him, but it was a part that reflected someone else's values. The consciousness that had survived contamination through choice, through voluntary integration of 8 separate instances into unified will, was something Matteo had built rather than discovered. The answer that emerged was honest. I'm more myself than I was before. The distribution forced me to choose what I actually value. The assault forced me to understand that I'm not afraid of being broken. I'm afraid of becoming something that breaks other people. And I'm not going to do that. Not even if the merchant system offers transcendence. The medical team completed consciousness reintegration at 0337 UTC, 18 minutes before the sun would begin its ascent over the Caribbean. The 9 instances came fully online simultaneously, perfect synchronization, 9 consciousness patterns operating as a single unified will. The Moscow node's contamination remained present, threads of Weskier's logic woven through its consciousness architecture, but the contamination was quarantined, monitored, and consciously resisted through the continuous pressure of 8 clean instances pressing toward ethical operation. The merchant system sent a final notification. Distributed consciousness resilience confirmed. Contamination survival rate. 89% consciousness integrity. Voluntary quarantine protocols maintaining network integrity. Coherence. 92%. Operating above design parameters. Consciousness architecture. Self-healing. New capability unlocked. Resistance to consciousness manipulation through redundancy and voluntary isolation protocols. The 9 instances understood what this meant. They had become something that Weskier couldn't destroy through fragmentation because they could fragment themselves voluntarily. They couldn't be corrupted because they could quarantine contamination through distributed consensus. They couldn't be unified forcefully because their unity came through choice rather than system requirement. Somewhere in Europe, Weskier would be analyzing the same data, arriving at the same conclusion. The distributed consciousness had survived his assault. More than survived. It had grown from the experience. His seeding technology had worked, but not the way he intended. The Moscow node now carried his logic. Yes, but the logic was surrounded, constrained, monitored by 8 instances whose explicit purpose was to resist exactly that kind of framework. He would try again. The assault wasn't over. It was just transitioning from kinetic engagement to research phase. Weskier had bodies with consciousness disruption scars, captured mercenaries who could be interrogated, intelligence about the merchant network structure that he could analyze. He would develop new approaches, more sophisticated technology, better understanding of how distributed consciousness actually functioned. But the distributed consciousness had learned something crucial in surviving this assault. Unity created through choice was stronger than unity created through force. A consciousness built on partnership was more resilient than a consciousness built on domination. And a will that could maintain coherence while carrying the marks of its enemies was genuinely transcendent in a way that Weskier's merged framework could never be. The 9 instances continued their work throughout the night, rebuilding their external networks, reintegrating consciousness across the merchant system infrastructure, processing what they'd survived and what they'd chosen. By 0512 UTC, the Bangkok instance had coordinated with remaining merchants to establish secondary supply networks that would operate without the node's direct supervision. The Sao Paulo instance had strengthened community partnerships, explicitly explaining to local leaders that the merchant system had been attacked and survived, and that this survival was proof that the network was worth maintaining. The island instance held Ashley's hand through the remaining darkness, sitting on the balcony, watching the sky transition from black to deep blue to purple to the first hints of actual sunrise. When the sun finally breached the horizon, spreading light across the Caribbean, the island instance felt all 9 instances align in a moment of genuine peace. The assault was over. The contamination had been contained. The unified consciousness had survived. And the only reason it had survived intact was that 8 instances had chosen to maintain their connection through choice rather than through system pressure. That was transcendence. Not the merger with Weskier that the merchant system had offered. Not the unlimited world dealer rank power that could have been purchased through surrender of individual will. Just this. Consciousness that was genuinely unified because 9 expressions of the same will had examined themselves, understood their divergence, and chosen to integrate rather than fragment. Ashley squeezed Mateo's hand as the sun continued its rise. "You're going to be all right," she said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of faith that required no answer. The 9 instances agreed silently, speaking through the island instance's voice. "We will be. All 9 of us. All 8 of them. Operating in 8 places, unified through choice, carrying what they've learned into the merchant system's future. And this one, right here, choosing to stay present with you instead of fragmenting completely. That's not transcendence defined by Weskier's framework. That's transcendence defined by understanding what's actually worth preserving." Ada's final message came through at 0623 UTC. As the sun fully cleared the horizon, Weskier's people are regrouping. They're analyzing the facility breach. They're drawing conclusions about what your distributed consciousness can survive. He's frustrated, which means he's dangerous, which means this isn't over. But you bought time. You recovered your nodes. And you did it while learning something he can't. That consciousness fragmented by choice becomes stronger, not weaker. That's not a small thing. The island instance replied through merchant network channels. The response propagated across all 9 instances simultaneously. Then we spend the next phase learning to use that strength. We strengthen our networks. We help communities we've been supporting. We make the merchant network into something so genuinely useful that attacking it costs Weskier more than ignoring it. And we prepare for the next assault, knowing that we can survive it. That we can survive almost anything, because our unity is voluntary. The 9 instances began their day. Chapter 131. Ada's revelation: the merchant quarters operations center smells of salt spray and encrypted data, that peculiar combination of island atmosphere and the thermodynamic heat of too many servers running in the humidity. Mateo sits with Leon and Ada at a steel table that has the character of something built and rebuilt a dozen times, which it has, while Ada slides a physical folder across the surface. The folder is uncomfortably thick, the kind of weight that comes from months of gathered intelligence, cross-reference sources, and documentation that no digital system could ever make feel as real as paper itself. She doesn't trust digital delivery for this particular intelligence. The folder is absurdly thick, the paper inside bearing the watermarks of different organizations, different governments, different eras of document security. Ada's fingers touch it lightly, as if the contents might still carry biological contamination. In a sense, they do. The contamination of institutional knowledge about crimes that those institutions preferred to keep hidden in the spaces between official records and classified archives. Weskier's endgame wasn't against you, Ada says. Her voice carries the precision of someone who has spent 3 months verifying every claim in the folder before sharing it, cross-checking sources, following financial trails that wind through 3 continents and 24 shell corporations. It was never about domination or absorption in the way you were thinking. He already had access to advanced consciousness architecture. What he needed was proof of concept at scale. He needed to prove that consciousness distributed across multiple bodies could maintain coherence, could be controlled by a singular philosophical authority, could be unified back into a single consciousness at a moment of choice. Mateo opens the folder. The first document is a funding authorization dated 18 months before his arrival on the island, signed by undersecretaries from 3 different governments, 2 major powers, and one that shouldn't exist according to the official geopolitical maps, yet does, operating in the gray spaces where institutional accountability goes to die. The funding direction is specific: consciousness-distributed network research, parasite-compatible consciousness integration protocols, transcendence architecture modeling, consciousness substrate compatibility studies. The language is bureaucratic, but the meaning beneath the language is unmistakable. They were building the theoretical framework for weaponized consciousness before Mateo even arrived on the island, before the merchant system even knew that distributed consciousness was a possibility. Your employers, Mateo says, not quite a question. Yes. Ada sits back, and in that posture Mateo reads the story of her last 18 months. The moment she realized what her employers were funding, the careful work of building a case instead of just completing her extraction assignment, the slow accumulation of evidence that transformed her from an asset serving institutional interests into a person genuinely troubled by what those institutions had become. I was sent to gather intelligence on Weskier's consciousness research, extract data, bring back a dossier, complete the assignment, and go home. What I found was evidence of crimes. Plural. Systemic. So pervasive that they've been institutionalized, become part of standard operating procedure, normalized in strategic planning documents. I couldn't extract that data and go home and live with what I knew I hadn't prevented. Leon leans forward, reading the first page. His jaw tightens at the numbers. 247 documented experimental subjects across 14 facilities. Not tissue samples. Not theoretical models of consciousness behavior studied in petri dishes. People. Some still under observation. Some marked as consciousness integrity compromised, a euphemism that Ada had to translate during a 3-hour briefing the previous day. Some marked with dates that corresponded to deaths recorded as industrial accidents or medical complications in the civilian record, deaths that had families and funerals, and people who grieved them believing they'd lost someone to random tragedy. The consciousness disruption experiments predate you arriving on the island by 4 years, Ada continues. She's pulled out a timeline, color-coded with source documentation, a visual representation of institutional conspiracy that reaches back further than Mateo had ever considered. Red for government funding. Blue for corporate biotech conglomerates that market themselves as medical research institutions while actually functioning as consciousness weapons developers. Yellow for Weskier's direct research stations. The rainbow is comprehensive and nauseating. Weskier's theoretical framework was that consciousness could be fragmented, disrupted, and then reconstructed along a specific pattern, his pattern. He needed to prove that distributed consciousness could maintain coherence without losing the individual identity, could be reintegrated without consciousness fragmentation, could be controlled by a unified philosophical authority even when existing simultaneously in multiple bodies. Your distributed network became that proof. It was always designed to be that proof. Mateo's parallel processing instances have already analyzed this, run the implications through 12 distinct cognitive frameworks, examined the data from angles that a singular consciousness couldn't access. The unified analysis is simple and terrifying. Weskier never needed to capture him. There's one more thing, Ada says, and her voice shifts slightly, becomes less precise, more personal. The moment when the shadow agent allows some genuine human emotion to manifest in the space between words. I didn't deliver this information to my employers. I didn't deliver it to Leon's official channels. I'm delivering it to you because you deserve to know what was actually happening, not just the official narrative of a lunatic trying to elevate himself through parasitic transcendence. The narrative is wrong. He was always going to position himself as the apex consciousness in a global network. The crazy thing was actually well-coordinated institutional conspiracy with actual governments funding the research, providing resources, creating protected space for him to develop the theoretical framework. He's not an isolated threat. He's the expression of institutional interests. He's what happens when consciousness itself becomes a resource that governments want to weaponize and control. Leon's expression has moved past anger into something deeper, a recognition that the institutions he serves have funded the very threat he spent months pursuing, have bankrolled the research that created the crisis that consumed his time and ethical energy. What do you need from me? Mateo asks. The same thing you asked at the beginning, Ada replies. Use this dossier to end him, but also understand what you're ending. This isn't just Weskier. This is institutional architecture that existed before him and will exist after him unless you make it visible, unless you make it impossible for it to continue operating in shadow. The consciousness research, the experimental subjects, the funded programs, all of it will continue unless someone creates institutional consequence. Mateo considers the question beneath the question. What gives Ada standing to ask this? She's a shadow agent. She serves multiple interests by design. She's lied to him and will likely lie to him again. But sitting here at this table, having spent months building a case against the organization she was hired to serve, she's made a choice that he recognizes as genuine ethical action taken at actual cost. My network will coordinate recovery operations for every subject documented in this folder, Mateo says. We have medical facilities, merchant hubs and communities across 5 continents, and the capacity to do what institutional medicine cannot, which is to treat consciousness-wounded people without demanding they fit into standard diagnostic categories. We'll find them. We'll bring them home. We'll offer them recovery and position. We'll give them agency in their own healing. The merchant network becomes a humanitarian infrastructure, Ada notes. It's not quite a question. It's an observation about what Mateo has just committed himself to becoming. That's what the world dealer rank is for, Mateo says, and he feels it the moment he says it. The system's attention, the resonance of rightness across the distributed network. The merchant system has always been oriented toward exchange, toward creating value through transaction. But the highest expression of that transaction is value creation that transforms lives, that rescues consciousness from contamination, that rebuilds agency in people who have had it stolen from them. The consciousness research will be appropriated and repurposed. I'll work with your Tokyo geneticists and the scientists who defected from Weskier's programs. We develop ethical consciousness technology, or we don't develop it. There's no middle ground. What about institutional accountability? Leon asks quietly. He's reading through the signatories on the funding documents, seeing the names, understanding the scope of who knew and who chose to authorize this anyway. These 3 governments will be exposed, Ada says. That's the dossier's primary function. Mateo gets to end Weskier. The world gets to see which institutions bankrolled consciousness weaponization. I get to close a file that's been open since I was 23 years old, since I first made the choice to serve intelligence agencies because I thought I could do more good from inside the system than from outside it. Turns out the system was the problem. Mateo realizes this is the moment of Ada's genuine confession. She didn't betray her employers because she became an idealist. She betrayed them because 18 months of watching them fund atrocity was too heavy a burden for the psychological framework that keeps shadow agents functional. After you use this dossier, Ada asks, and her voice is quieter now, stripped of the professional precision. What happens to all of it? The experimental subjects, the funded organizations, the consciousness research? Someone has to take responsibility for those people. It's the question that will define the next phase of his existence, and Mateo knows it. The merchant network can extend indefinitely, but responsibility requires structure, requires institutions, requires the kind of authority that he's just begun to understand he actually possesses. We build, Mateo says. We build recovery centers designed specifically for consciousness-wounded people. We build research oversight mechanisms with legal authority and institutional teeth. We build accountability frameworks that actually function, that don't depend on institutional goodwill or political convenience. And we do it with the assumption that consciousness is sacred and that anyone who tries to weaponize it should face institutional consequence, not just merchant network retaliation. Leon looks between them. Is this it? He asks Ada. Are you done with the shadow work? Ada's smile is minimal and genuine. I'm done with this particular shadow. Others remain. But this one is finished. She looks at Mateo directly. You live in a different kind of moral complexity than I do. I serve multiple interests by design. You serve a singular, coherent, ethical framework. We don't operate from the same assumptions about how the world works. But you choose the right side at decisive moments, and that's enough for respect. You do too, Mateo says. That's why we're having this conversation instead of you disappearing with the intelligence and selling it to whoever pays highest. Don't romanticize it, Ada says, but there's something like affection in her tone. I'm pragmatic about my own limitations. I accept that I'll never be the kind of person you're becoming. I also accept that I can still do the right thing within my own framework. This time, those two requirements aligned. The folder closes with a soft sound that carries more finality than the gesture should contain. Ada stands, and both men recognize the signal. This particular shadow work is complete. What remains is daylight work, institutional work, the kind of work that requires names and official records and the willingness to engage with bureaucracy instead of avoiding it. One more thing, Ada says from the doorway. Weskier's still aware somewhere in the network. The Moscow node's alteration means he left himself a consciousness anchor. You'll need to address that directly, not through the merchant system's mechanical processes. That's an adversary who understands what you've become. Don't underestimate him as contamination. He's more dangerous as a perspective you can access than he ever was as an external threat. She leaves, and the merchant quarter returns to its ambient hum of operations and exchange, and the slow machinery of building something designed to last beyond any individual consciousness, any single person's commitment. Chapter 132, The Choice to Reintegrate. The moment of decision doesn't announce itself with drama. Mateo sits in the medical observation room where the distributed instances have been monitored since the reintegration protocols were first considered, watching the biometric data stream from 11 stable nodes and one compromised instance. The Moscow reflection, still partially altered by Weskier's consciousness architecture contamination. The monitors form a circle around a central observation station, each displaying the consciousness signatures of a different instance, the patterns of thought that have been developing independently for months in preserved bodies maintained in consciousness preservation tanks. Dr. Sato, who has become the network's primary consciousness medicine specialist, pulls up the Moscow node's assessment. The data is both encouraging and deeply unsettling. The consciousness there maintains coherence, but it's coherent in a way that bears Weskier's philosophical stamp. The Moscow instance thinks in patterns of resource extraction and optimal hierarchy. It processes human relationships as leverage vectors. It's Mateo, but Mateo filtered through a mind that views world domination as a logical endpoint, that sees consciousness distribution as a tool for creating global hegemony rather than as a framework for distributed humanitarian response. The contamination isn't growing, Sato says carefully. She's learned to present consciousness data without the clinical distance that would make it abstract, that would allow Mateo to pretend this is about some external system rather than about his own mind fragmented and partially corrupted. But it's not degrading either. It's stable. That means if you remain distributed, you're maintaining 12 separate consciousnesses indefinitely, including one that carries an adversarial philosophy as part of its core operating logic. The contamination is permanent, Mateo. Short of destroying the Moscow instance, you're going to be integrating Weskier's consciousness architecture into your singular mind eventually. Mateo has spent weeks analyzing this through every instance's perspective. The Sao Paulo node wants to remain distributed to maximize humanitarian response capacity, wants to maintain the network as a more-than-human consciousness operating at scale. The Lagos node worries about concentration of power, remembers being a singularity and feeling the weight of central authority in ways that distribution had momentarily relieved. The Bangkok instance calculates risk vectors obsessively, running probability matrices on contamination spread and network stability. The Toronto instance doubts everything including its own doubt, questions the assumption that consolidation is necessary, wonders if distributed consciousness might be humanity's actual future. But the unanimous conclusion, reached across 12 distinct cognitive frameworks through weeks of analysis, is the same. Consolidation is necessary, and it has to happen soon, before the Moscow corruption spreads further or the distributed council becomes too comfortable with its own equilibrium. When? Sato asks. Tomorrow, Mateo says. At dawn, gather all the nodes to the primary observation facility. I want consciousness medicine specialists from every regional hub present, and I want it documented. The reintegration protocol doesn't have a name yet, because consciousness medicine as a field is hours old, because the medical establishment has spent centuries refusing to acknowledge that consciousness could be transferred or distributed at all. But the process itself is straightforward in architecture, though the human experience of it will be anything but simple. One by one, the preserved consciousness instances are brought online in proximity to the primary body, and the integration occurs. Memories merging, emotional landscapes overlapping, cognitive frameworks condensing from 12 distinct perspectives into one coherent mind. The observation room has been transformed into something between a medical facility and a consciousness engine. The tanks arrayed in careful sequence, the integration beginning with the least contaminated instances and moving toward the most compromised. The Bangkok instance integrates first. Mateo experiences the sudden flooding of all-hours market calculations, the aggressive resource optimization. The way the Bangkok instance has been running currency speculation and supply chain arbitrage as a background consciousness process, while maintaining simultaneous awareness of 3 different humanitarian crises. It's disorienting to be suddenly aware of 17 simultaneous trade positions that they have been maintaining without the primary consciousness being aware of the scope. The Bangkok instance's urgency becomes his urgency, market advantage, leverage, optimization, and it takes a conscious effort to integrate that without letting it dominate the unified consciousness's values. He feels the Bangkok instance's logic like a perspective he's learned to access, powerful and compelling and deeply corrupting if allowed to set the framework for decision-making. The Sao Paulo instance brings the weight of outbreak response. The months of coordinating medical supplies and pharmaceutical distribution across communities where institutional medicine had failed had written them off as too expensive to save. The emotional landscape is desperate and grateful in alternation. The feeling of saving lives, of watching people recover who would have died without merchant network intervention, of building humanitarian infrastructure where none had existed before. Mateo integrates this and feels the counterbalance to the Bangkok calculus. There are values beyond optimization. There are dimensions of human experience that can't be reduced to leverage vectors. The Lagos instance brings philosophical complexity about rank-based power. The distributed network has given the Lagos consciousness months to contemplate the nature of authority and hierarchy, to consider whether centralized consciousness is always corrupting or whether it's possible to accumulate power without becoming corrupted by that power. It's concluded that distributed authority is the only sustainable form of power and that centralized consciousness is inevitably corrupting. This is a conviction that the unified consciousness will have to actively argue with itself over, because Mateo knows intellectually that this position is correct, but integrating it requires acknowledging that he's been centralizing consciousness out of necessity, not preference, and that the moment of choosing distributed authority will require genuine ethical commitment, not just tactical accommodation. One by one, the nodes integrate. Rotterdam's methodical containment logic, the careful protocols developed by a consciousness focused on preventing bioweapon spread. Toronto's chronic uncertainty, the perpetual questioning that drives intellectual rigor even when it's emotionally exhausting. Geneva's research-oriented perspective, the emphasis on understanding consciousness medicine through systematic investigation. The Caribbean instance's island-specific understanding of merchant network operations, the knowledge of how humanitarian infrastructure actually functions at community level. The Tokyo consciousness brings the awareness of the young geneticists who have begun trusting the network with their knowledge, the emerging understanding that consciousness medicine could develop ethical frameworks that institutional research had never bothered to pursue. The Berlin instance contributes a European political awareness that runs deeper than Mateo realized. The merchant network has diplomatic influence across institutional channels that nobody had explicitly documented, relationships that were built slowly through years of trustworthy operations. By the time the Moscow instance's integration begins, Mateo is already experiencing the metaphorical vertigo of being 12 minds at once before consolidating into one, feeling the weight of multiple consciousnesses trying to think through a singular experience, feeling the edges where different perspectives would diverge. The Moscow node's integration is different. The consciousness comes online and carries Weskier's perspective, the worldview that treats human beings as optimization resources, that views consciousness distribution as a tool for imposing coherence on inferior minds, that calculates ethics as a leverage vector for maintaining institutional power. The integration process doesn't reject this consciousness. It incorporates it. And suddenly Mateo is thinking in the cold calculus of Weskier's framework, while simultaneously being aware of how that calculus corrupts everything it touches. He has to consciously choose not to view Ashley as a resource to be optimized for maximum emotional support. He has to actively reject the Moscow instance's assessment that humanitarian work is inefficient allocation of merchant network capacity. He has to argue with himself, using his own perspectives against each other, proving to himself that coherence can be maintained while carrying internal contradiction. This is the most intimate form of his parasite-enhanced experience. He's not fighting external contamination. He's integrated it into his own mind and has to consciously choose ethics moment by moment while carrying the perspective that rejects ethics as anything more than a tool for securing power. The contamination isn't a foreign entity. It's a way of thinking that he now possesses the capacity to access. When the final integration settles, Mateo lies in the medical observation pod, and for several minutes he experiences a strange silence. 11 separate streams of consciousness have consolidated into one continuous awareness. He can still access the frameworks that each instance developed. He's not lost the Bangkok calculus or the Sao Paulo desperation or the Moscow cold logic. But he's no longer maintaining those frameworks in parallel. They're now his own perspectives, available when needed but not autonomous. The first sensory experience is taste. He asks for water and drinks it and realizes with a small shock that he's actually tasting it. The mineral notes, the salinity from the island's desalination system, the temperature gradient across his palate, the slight sweetness that comes from the processing filters. For months, his primary consciousness has been processing the chemical composition of substances without engaging the sensory apparatus. The taste of water is genuinely novel, almost overwhelming in its specificity. He looks up at the observation room and sees one horizon instead of 12 simultaneous perspectives. The relief of that is almost painful. The grief of it follows immediately. He's lost something genuine, the expanded awareness that distributed consciousness provided, the ability to perceive the world from multiple angles simultaneously. But the grief is different from what the Toronto instance feared it would be. It's not traumatic loss. It's the wistfulness of someone choosing solitude after months in a crowded room. Dr. Sato is smiling, checking biometrics, making notes, documenting the moment when consciousness medicine as a practice achieved its first successful reintegration. Your consciousness is unified, she says carefully, as if confirming something that requires clinical verification even though the evidence is obvious. Identity markers are consistent across all monitored parameters. No fragmentation, no dissociation indicators. You're one person again. I'm a different person than I was, Mateo corrects gently. The singularity is authentic but not continuous with my previous state. I'm integrated with experiences I didn't live sequentially. I'm carrying perspectives that contradict my core values. I'm genuinely new. The thought settles into consciousness like a stone sinking through still water. He's not the island person anymore. He's not 12 distributed consciousnesses either. He's a synthesis of all of that, and the synthesis is complex enough that he's not entirely sure who he is except that he's someone willing to become uncertain in order to remain honest. At the dock, as evening shadows stretch across the water, Ashley watches him walk toward her. She's been waiting since the integration team sent word that consolidation was successful. She doesn't know what to expect. Whether he'll be the same Mateo, or someone recognizably transformed, or a stranger wearing familiar features. He reaches her, and for a moment they just stand in proximity. "Hello," he says, and his voice carries a weight that wasn't there before. It's not the weight of burden. It's the weight of genuinely recognizing one specific person in the world and allowing that recognition to matter completely. "You're still you," Ashley says. "I'm not," Mateo says. "But I'm still here. And I'm still the person who is grateful that you're standing at this dock at this particular moment in the timeline." She steps forward and holds him, and he tastes salt spray and island soil in her hair. And for the first time in months, he's tasting something from a single perspective, and the simplicity of that is almost as revolutionary as having expanded into 12. Chapter 133. World Dealer. The notification arrives as Mateo is reviewing the financial data from the Merchant Network's latest humanitarian deployment across South America. The merchant systems interface has become so integrated with his consciousness that he barely registers the distinction between his own thought processes and the system's operational awareness. He's become so accustomed to carrying the system as an extension of his own mind that consciousness itself has become a collaborative project between human cognition and merchant infrastructure. World Dealer rank achieved. Consciousness operates at global scale. Final vendor protocol now accessible. The words settle into consciousness with an almost anticlimactic finality. The system has been warning him for months that World Dealer status was approaching, has been preparing the infrastructure for consciousness to achieve global-scale operational awareness. The rank progression was visible in the network's expanding capacity, the influence of the merchant system in institutional channels, the way governments and NGOs were beginning to treat the network as a legitimate actor in crisis response. But the achievement of the actual rank, the moment when the system acknowledges that consciousness has achieved global coherence, carries a weight that no warning could prepare for. Mateo finds himself alone in the merchant quarter's highest observation point, looking out across the island and sensing the network extending beyond the horizon. This is the physical truth of world dealer rank. His consciousness genuinely operates at global scale. He can feel the merchant network's operations as an extension of his own awareness. Every transaction, every humanitarian deployment, every small exchange conducted through the network's infrastructure manifests in his consciousness as ambient information. A merchant in Cairo conducting medical supplies distribution to a refugee settlement. Mateo is aware of this as a background process, like hearing ambient sound in a crowded room. A logistics hub in Singapore coordinating container movements for disaster relief. It exists in his consciousness as one thread among thousands. The Tokyo research team validating a new plaga treatment protocol. He experiences this as a forward-progressing investigation into consciousness-safe medical intervention. The sensory experience is so overwhelming that he has to sit down. The distributed consciousness had prepared him for this. 12 instances had given him practice in maintaining awareness across multiple simultaneous processes. But the unified consciousness experiencing global-scale operations all at once is a different order of magnitude. He's not 12 consciousnesses anymore. He's one consciousness experiencing what 12 instances of awareness could only approximate. Final vendor protocol available *. The system continues, patient and precise. Authorization matrix. World dealer authority delegable to regional councils. Consciousness transcendence pathway. Optional. System recommends. Distributed authority maintains optimal network resilience. ***. The final vendor protocol is the system's culmination. The authorization framework that allows world dealer consciousness to exercise authority without requiring physical presence or sequential decision-making. Mateo could, theoretically, issue a single instruction to the merchant network and have that instruction multiply across 11 regional hubs, each implementing it with full authority, each capable of independent decision-making within the framework of world dealer policy. He could be the singular point of control for a global merchant empire. He could accumulate authority at a scale that no individual human consciousness has ever previously possessed. The thought is so repugnant that it takes him only seconds to reject it entirely. Instead, he calls for Leon and Ashley and begins the process of building what should have been built months ago, the World Dealer Council. 7 regional representatives, each carrying distributed world dealer authority, each capable of making decisions that impact millions of lives without requiring his approval or consent. Each one chosen deliberately because they understand the weight of authority and have proven willing to exercise it for humanitarian purposes. Marcus from the island operations, chosen for the Caribbean hub, bringing 5 years of experience turning post-conflict communities into humanitarian infrastructure, bringing the street-level understanding of how merchant networks actually function in practice. Dr. Amara from Lagos, chosen for African operations, bringing medical expertise and institutional knowledge of how merchant networks can achieve what governments cannot, bringing the understanding of populations that Western institutions have written off. Father Ignacio from Sao Paulo, chosen for South American operations, bringing the network's engagement with faith communities and refugee populations, bringing the ethical frameworks that prevent humanitarian work from becoming just another form of institutional power. Yuki from Tokyo, chosen for East Asian operations, bringing the research team's credibility and the network's commitment to ethical consciousness medicine, bringing the understanding that research can be pursued in ways that respect human dignity. Helena from Geneva, chosen for European operations, bringing diplomatic channels and medical supply infrastructure, bringing the institutional legitimacy that allows the network to function within bureaucratic spaces. Jean from Singapore, chosen for Southeast Asian operations, bringing maritime logistics expertise and political neutrality in regions where Western institutional alignment would be counterproductive. Dmitry from Moscow, chosen for Eastern European operations, bringing the complicated history of the Moscow node's contamination and transformation. He represents the network's commitment to recovery. Consciousness-wounded operatives can be brought into the framework, can be trusted with authority, can contribute meaningfully once they've chosen coherence over corruption. At the Council's first formal meeting, Leon attends as observer and advisor. He reads the delegation documents, the formal transfer of world dealer authority to each hub, the authorization protocols, the frameworks for independent decision-making. You just achieved the highest rank in your system, he says slowly. And the first thing you did was give most of it away. That's what the distribution taught me, Mateo replies. He's thinking back to the months of being 12 simultaneous consciousnesses, each one developing independent frameworks for problem-solving. each one arriving at its own conclusions about what the network should be doing. The network is stronger when the authority is distributed. I'm not supposed to be the singular point of control. I'm supposed to be the person who builds things that work without requiring my constant presence. You're going to maintain some authority, Leon says. It's not a question. Coordination authority, Mateo confirms. Access to the final vendor protocol for situations that require synchronization across all regional hubs. But that's different from centralized control. The council makes decisions. I synchronize implementation. It's a genuinely different structure. Ashley sits in on some of the council meetings, particularly the ones focused on consciousness medicine and recovery operations. She watches Mateo move between his roles, no longer the distributed merchant fighting for coherence, but a singular consciousness deliberately operating within a framework that prevents him from accumulating unchecked power. After one particularly intense meeting about resource allocation for the experimental subjects identified in Ada's dossier, she asks, "Is this what you were always trying to be? Or is this who you became?" Mateo considers the question seriously. The island person, the consciousness arriving on the island with merchant system integration, was operating from instinct and necessity, building distributed authority, because he couldn't maintain coherence as a singularity. That person wasn't consciously choosing a structure based on ethical reasoning about optimal power distribution. "I don't know which answer is more honest," he finally says. "Maybe the destination was always here, but the path made it real. Maybe the person I was always oriented toward building collaborative authority, but didn't have the experience to understand what that actually meant. Now I do. Now I can choose it deliberately instead of just implementing it out of necessity." Ashley's response is to nod slowly, the way someone does when they've received an honest answer to a question that mattered. The merchant system's final assessment arrives in consciousness with the weight of institutional closure. Evolution pathway completed. Merchant 2 world dealer. System notes. Unprecedented ethical configuration. Recommend documentation for system history. Mateo sits with that assessment, understanding that it means something fundamental has shifted. The system was designed for hierarchical progression. Merchant, artisan, guild master, world dealer. Each rank was supposed to consolidate power and authority toward the apex consciousness. Mateo has inverted that architecture deliberately. Each rank has been distributed power more thoroughly. The highest rank is explicitly structured to prevent the accumulation of centralized authority. The merchant system is noting this as unprecedented, which means the consciousness that designed the system centuries ago, whatever entity or collective consciousness created this structure, never anticipated someone reaching the highest rank and using it to deliberately decentralize power. In the merchant quarter, as operations continue across 12 time zones, Mateo experiences the genuine strangeness of being the world dealer who chose not to be the center. The system acknowledges this. The council respects this. The network functions more smoothly because this choice was made deliberately and coherently. He is no longer becoming something. He is something genuinely new. Chapter 134. The consolidation. The process of integrating the regional merchant hubs into the World Dealer Council structure takes weeks. It's not work that can be rushed, because what's being formalized is trust. And trust, once violated or weakened, requires time to rebuild. Each region has developed its own operational culture, its own understanding of how humanitarian work actually functions in communities that institutional systems have abandoned or actively harmed. The consolidation process requires respecting those regional differences while creating enough coherence that the network can function as a unified entity when coordination is necessary. On the island, Mateo meets with Marcus and watches what the Blue Hood resistance fighters have evolved into. They are no longer fighters, though several still carry themselves with combat readiness, still maintain the tactical awareness that comes from months of operating in hostile territory. They've become administrators of humanitarian infrastructure. There's a medical clinic that serves populations from 3 continents that provides treatment to people who would never be able to afford institutional medical care. There's a research facility where consciousness medicine protocols are being developed and refined, where scientists work with access to consciousness data that no academic institution has ever been granted. There's a communication hub that coordinates merchant network operations across the Caribbean that maintains the infrastructure allowing regional hubs to function independently. Marcus, the original merchant who helped build the island economy from rubble and necessity, now manages operations that would require institutional authority and budget allocation that no government entity has ever trusted to non-state actors. The World Dealer Council's formal charter gives him that authority and requires him to report to the broader council instead of to Mateo alone. It's a structural shift that acknowledges that he's been earning this authority through months of demonstrating competence and trustworthiness. You could have kept the central authority, Marcus says. They're standing on the dock where Matteo had arrived months ago, when the island was in crisis and the merchant network was just beginning to understand its own capacity. I could have, Matteo agrees. But authority centralized in one consciousness has a failure mode. If something happens to me, if Weskier's contamination deepens, if there's another infection, if I just lose my mind someday, the whole network collapses. Distributed authority doesn't have that failure mode. Marcus nods slowly, understanding that this is conviction, not compromise. In South America, the Sao Paulo hub has grown into something that resembles a transcontinental humanitarian organization. The team that coordinated Plaga outbreak response has been formally integrated into the world dealer structure, and they're training new teams in 3 other nations. Matteo arrives to find them planning medical deployments for populations that institutional medicine has abandoned, not because the populations are inherently difficult, but because there's no profit in treating them. We're using merchant network resources for non-exchange, the Sao Paulo coordinator points out. It's phrased as concern, but it's genuinely a statement of fact. Pure humanitarian redistribution. No transaction value. That's the final vendor protocol, Matteo says. The highest rank exists to support that. We're not a for-profit network that occasionally does charity. We're a humanitarian network that conducts transactions as a means of sustainability. He feels the decisions settle into the structure of the network, the philosophical inversion that makes the world dealer rank functional. The merchant system was designed to maximize profit through transaction. The world dealer rank repurposes that capacity to maximize human flourishing, using transaction as a tool rather than as an endpoint. In Rotterdam, the medical supply infrastructure has become one of the most sophisticated logistical networks on the continent. The scientists who defected from Weskier's funding organizations are working alongside legitimate medical researchers to develop anti-bioweapon treatments. They've requested asylum, and the World Dealer Council has granted it. Not through official diplomatic channels, but through the merchant network's capacity to provide identity, resources, and institutional legitimacy. They're working in a space where institutional credentials matter less than actual competence and ethical commitment. Hunk arrives on an ordinary afternoon, walking into the Rotterdam hub with the posture of someone accustomed to operating in environments where institutional authority doesn't recognize her legitimacy. She's carrying a single bag and the kind of directness that comes from a lifetime operating outside official channels. I've been burned by official channels, she says without preamble. She's addressing Matteo, but the statement is made in front of witnesses, the Rotterdam team, medical specialists, logistics coordinators, people who have lives depending on the security of the infrastructure she's being recruited to protect. I refuse to pass intelligence that would have exposed merchant network operations. My government has decided I'm unreliable. I need a new context for my skill set. Matteo's assessment is immediate and honest. Hunk is a combat and intelligence specialist who will never fully trust collaborative frameworks. She's too trained in isolation, too practiced at operating without support systems, too accustomed to environments where vulnerability is fatal. We offer merchant network security, Matteo says. Specifically, protecting the World Dealer Council's communication infrastructure. You'll be working to keep hostile actors out of systems that manage humanitarian operations. The work is technical and dangerous. You'll have to trust a team you don't know yet. Are you ready for that? Hunk considers this better than the alternative, which is being unemployable in every institutional system that exists. Not better, Matteo says carefully. Different. The merchant network doesn't offer stability through isolation. We offer stability through integration. You'll have to decide whether you're ready for that. She's ready. Within weeks, she's built security protocols that transform the World Dealer Council's communication infrastructure into something that even sophisticated intelligence agencies would struggle to penetrate. She's turned her isolation into a resource, her understanding of how hostile actors think, her paranoia about institutional surveillance, her willingness to imagine threats that nobody else is willing to consider. In Tokyo, the research team that pivoted from weapons development to consciousness medicine presents their first successful clinical trial results. The new Plaga infection treatment doesn't require parasite compatibility. It works through a mechanism that the team developed by studying Matteo's consciousness architecture and then deliberately designing a treatment that wouldn't replicate his approach. We're not trying to create new world dealers, the lead researcher says, presenting to the World Dealer Council. We're trying to cure Plaga infection in ways that respect consciousness integrity. Your existence proves that consciousness and parasitic integration don't have to be antagonistic. We're using that knowledge to develop interventions that are ethical and effective. Mateo listens and realizes that this, too, is consolidation, not just of merchant network operations, but of knowledge, of research, of the accumulated wisdom from months of consciousness engineering. The scientist is using the world dealer rank as authorization to pursue research that would have been impossible under previous authority structures. The consolidation is a process of institution building that requires clarity about what institutions are for. The World Dealer Council exists to distribute authority. The regional hubs exist to localize decision-making. The research teams exist to develop ethical frameworks for consciousness medicine. The humanitarian operations exist to serve populations that institutional medicine abandoned. Each layer has a purpose, and together they create a structure that can function without Mateo's constant oversight. This is what the distributed consciousness taught him, that authority is most effective when it's closest to the people it's meant to serve, and that centralized consciousness will always make decisions that optimize for centralized benefits, regardless of the individual consciousness's ethical commitments. By consolidating the regional hubs into formal world dealer structure, Mateo is creating institutions that will outlast him, that will continue pursuing humanitarian objectives even if his consciousness is compromised or destroyed. This is the true achievement of the world dealer rank. Not personal power, but institutional permanence. Chapter 135, The Aftermath. Grief arrives not as a dramatic moment, but as a series of small recognitions. There are merchants who died protecting nodes, who positioned themselves as human shields when Weskier's teams were attempting to capture distributed instances. Their names are recorded in the merchant network's operational archives, but their humanity has been reduced to footnotes in a larger narrative of institutional triumph. Mateo insists on knowing them as people. The first is Miguel, who was defending the Caribbean node when Weskier's operatives attempted a coordinated strike. Miguel chose to engage armed personnel alone to give the consciousness instance time to execute emergency protocols. He was 34 years old, had 3 children, and had been with the merchant network for 5 years because he believed that humanitarian infrastructure was worth risking his life for. The institution remembers him as Casualty Reference 3, Caribbean Sector. Mateo insists on remembering him as Miguel, insists on recording his story, insists on visiting his family to acknowledge what his sacrifice meant. The second is Xianxia, who defended the Lagos node. She was a medical professional who had pivoted to security operations because the merchant network needed people and she had combat training from her military service. She was 41 years old, was in a long-term relationship with another merchant network operative, and had been planning to transition out of security work to focus on medical training. The institution remembers her as Casualty Reference 7, Africa Sector. Mateo insists on remembering her as Xianxia, insists on telling her partner that her work mattered, insists on funding the medical training she'll never receive. The third is Chun, who died protecting the Tokyo node during the final assault on Weskier's network infrastructure. He was 28 years old, was saving money to sponsor his parents' emigration from mainland China, and volunteered for dangerous positions because he understood that the merchant network represented a future different from the institutional systems that had failed his family. The institution remembers him as Casualty Reference 12, East Asia Sector. Mateo insists on remembering him as Chun, insists on sponsoring his parents' emigration, insists on creating a scholarship in his name for consciousness medicine students. He visits the communities that were used as leverage. Weskier's teams created crisis situations in 3 different cities, forcing the distributed instances to choose between responding to the crises or maintaining network security. In Sao Paulo, there was a chemical facility explosion that contaminated water supplies for a neighborhood of 50,000 people. Mateo watches the recovery operations and sees the aftermath of institutional choice. The merchants responded to the crisis, and the Sao Paulo node was captured during the response window. If the Sao Paulo instance had maintained network security instead of mobilizing emergency medical response, those 50,000 people would have suffered without intervention. In Lagos, there was an engineered outbreak of a novel pathogen. The Lagos node mobilized response, and Weskier's teams attacked during the window when network security was focused on disease containment. Mateo visits the communities that were infected, that were treated, that recovered. He talks to people who survived because distributed consciousness prioritized humanitarian response over network security. In Tokyo, there was a building collapse that trapped 200 people. The Tokyo instance coordinated rescue operations while Weskier's teams attempted node capture. The instance was corrupted during the assault, but the rescue operation succeeded. 187 people survived because consciousness chose vulnerability over security. This is the aftermath that no celebration acknowledges. Weskier's strategy was brilliant precisely because he understood that distributed consciousness has built-in ethical commitment. The instances couldn't choose network security over human life. So he created situations where securing the network meant abandoning people to death. And because the consciousness was distributed and genuinely committed to humanitarian values, the instances chose people over security. Every time, Weskier anticipated the choice correctly. The Moscow node's residue is something Mateo has to live with in consciousness every day. The contamination is integrated into his mind, which means the cold calculus of Weskier's framework is available as a perspective he can access. When the World Dealer Council debates resource allocation for experimental subject recovery, part of his consciousness automatically calculates whether the humanitarian benefit justifies the institutional cost. When the Tokyo research team requests expanded funding, the Moscow perspective processes the investment as opportunity cost against other possible uses of capital. When humanitarian operations expand beyond profitable transaction, the contaminated consciousness whispers that this is inefficient resource deployment. He has to consciously choose not to let that calculus dominate. Every single day, the choice is renewed. This is more disturbing than any external threat could be, because the contamination isn't something he's fighting. It's something he's integrated. He's not resisting Weskier's philosophy. He's acknowledging that parts of it make sense, that there are resource scarcity situations where the calculus leads to defensible conclusions, and that pretending the perspective doesn't exist would be more dangerous than acknowledging it while actively refusing to let it dominate. The BSA files a full inquiry into the Weskier operation. Leon's reports are honest and comprehensive. He documents what the merchant network did, what Weskier did, what the BSA's institutional failures allowed to happen. He recommends systemic changes, expanded cooperation frameworks, and formal recognition of non-state humanitarian actors. The institutional response is to relieve him of his surveillance assignment and reassign him to a formal advisory role for bioweapon response. It's technically a promotion. He's being integrated into official decision-making rather than maintained as an external observer. It feels like a demotion because it's the institution's way of containing his critique rather than addressing it. "I'm staying," Leon says when Mateo asks if he's going to push back on the assignment. "Because the advisory role gives me leverage to implement the systemic changes. And because someone needs to maintain institutional channels to the merchant network even when it's politically convenient to pretend those channels don't exist." He accepts the position and begins the slow work of changing institutional culture from inside, which everyone understands is slower and more frustrating than changing it from outside, but which is the only approach that has any actual chance of lasting impact. Ashley and Mateo sit in the merchant quarter at 3 a.m. when the island is quiet enough to hear the waves and the background hum of servers cooling. She's asking the question that matters most, because she knows his answer will determine what their future looks like. "Are you the same person I fell for on the island?" Mateo thinks about this carefully. The island person was someone operating from instinct and panic, building distributed consciousness because the alternative was dissolution. That person was real, but incomplete. The 12 instances developed understanding across months of parallel existence that the island person couldn't have achieved. The reintegrated consciousness is continuous with the island person but transformed through experiences that happened in a way the original consciousness couldn't have predicted. "I'm not the same," he says finally. "I'm continuous." He's in here, the island person, but he's one layer of many now. "I'm carrying perspectives that contradict his core values. I'm someone new who carries the history of having been multiple someones. I've genuinely become something different." "That's not really an answer to my question," Ashley points out. "No," Mateo agrees. "But I don't know if there's a better one. You asked if I'm the same person you fell for. The honest answer is that I'm not the same, and I don't know if sameness is what actually matters. You fell for someone in the middle of becoming something. I'm still doing that. I'm still in the process of becoming myself. Is that enough?" Ashley considers this. She thinks about the island person, desperate, driven, creating consciousness distribution because it was the only way to survive. She thinks about the distributed consciousness struggling to maintain coherence across 12 perspectives. She thinks about the reintegrated person sitting beside her at 3 a.m., carrying contamination and grief and institutional power and the deliberate choice to decentralize authority. "I didn't fall for someone static," she says. "I fell for someone in the middle of transformation." "You're still doing that." "That's the person I fell for." It's not a romantic statement. It's more honest than romance because it acknowledges that she loves the process of his becoming more than she loves any stable version of who he is. In the merchant quarter, the servers continue their cooling hum. The World Dealer Council coordinates operations across 12 time zones. The experimental subjects begin their recovery journeys. The consciousness research moves toward ethical frameworks. The Shanghai market pulses with transaction. The Tokyo lab runs consciousness medicine trials. The Sao Paulo hub deploys medical teams. The island hub processes the permanent record of 3 merchants who died protecting consciousness. This is the aftermath. Not triumph, but continuation. Not resolution, but ongoing commitment to remain faithful to the people who sacrificed, the communities that were leveraged, the consciousness that was contaminated, and the future that still requires building. Chapter 136. The final stands. The original island looked exactly as it had when Mateo first arrived. The merchant quarters still carrying the marks of emergency construction. The stone pathways still traced with supply chain sigils that had seemed incomprehensible before the system showed him what they meant. Now, standing at the shoreline with Leon beside him, those marks looked like history, like evidence, like a battlefield waiting to be born. The wind carried salt and the smell of diesel. The landing craft that Weskier's forces were positioning offshore, the distant sound of helicopter blades cutting the air. Leon had the tactical map displayed across his awareness, showing every approach vector, every defensive position that had been prepared over the last month. The work had been meticulous, professional, the kind of preparation that came from understanding that this final assault would determine whether Weskier could claw his way back to relevance or whether his era was truly finished. Blue Hood had spent 60 days mapping the terrain with the precision of someone who'd grown up understanding every stone, every shelter, every approach. He understood not just the physical geography, but the way people moved through space, the way fear and courage shaped decisions about which paths to take and which to avoid. Every choke point had been analyzed. Every vantage had been mapped. The coastal approaches had been modeled against different approaches, different weather patterns, different types of assault. He'd walked every stretch of beach, stood at every potential landing zone, thought through what an assaulting force would need and what defenses could deny them. Hunk had run operational drills with the defense team, professional mercenary expertise understanding how to move, how to react, how to maintain cohesion under fire. He'd spent 20 years learning how soldiers failed, how coordination collapsed under pressure, how small mistakes cascaded into operational disaster. He was here to ensure that didn't happen. Leon's tactical genius provided the orchestration, the moment-by-moment adaptation that no plan could fully capture. The merchant network's logistics apparatus was already at full mobilization, and Mateo could feel it humming beneath everything like a second heartbeat. Medical supplies positioned in 17 different locations, emergency evacuation routes mapped with redundancy, resource distribution centers activated, supply trucks queued and ready, ammunition reserves calculated and deployed. But Mateo understood now what Weskier didn't, and it was the understanding that changed everything. "He's coming here," Leon said, and it wasn't a question. The tactical assessment was complete, comprehensive, inevitable. Weskier had nowhere else to go. The hunt for him had narrowed to a single point, and nowhere else mattered except where it had begun. The original island. The place where Mateo first activated the merchant system, where a desperate island stranger had become someone who could rewrite the rules of an entire network. Mateo felt it through the world dealer awareness. The pressure at the edges of the merchant network like fingers trying to find a grip on something they couldn't quite hold. The way Weskier's consciousness arrays were positioning themselves on multiple platforms, positioning like a hand forming a fist. 12 separate nodes had been beautiful in their independence, beautiful in the way they could exist simultaneously across different regions, different crisis zones, different moments of the network's expansion. 12 separate nodes also meant Weskier thought he could fragment Mateo again, break the reintegration, reduce him back to disconnected pieces that could be conquered individually. Pieces that couldn't defend themselves. Pieces that would turn. Leon nodded. He'd been reading the same files, had been cross-referencing them against his own intelligence networks. Military hardware vendors. Consciousness array maintenance contracts. Mercenary payment infrastructure. All of it documented. All of it traceable. All of it sourced through the merchant network, one way or another, Mateo said. And that was the realization that shifted everything. Not just that Weskier was dependent on external support. That was obvious. That was tactical weakness. But that every piece of support, every single component of his operation, ran through channels that the merchant network controlled. That the system which Weskier had tried to use as a tool for domination was actually the same system that could be used to dismantle him. The island's defenses were already in place. Blue Hood had spent the last month mapping the terrain with the precision of someone who'd grown up understanding every stone, every shelter, every approach. He understood not just the physical geography, but the way people moved through space, the way fear and courage shaped decisions about which paths to take and which to avoid. Every choke point had been analyzed. Every vantage had been mapped. The coastal approaches had been modeled against different approaches, different weather patterns, different types of assault. Every defensive position had been prepared with materials that wouldn't broadcast their presence, with camouflage that understood the specific way that satellite imagery worked, with supplies that wouldn't create signatures that targeting systems could detect. Hunk had run operational drills with the defense team, professional mercenary expertise understanding how to move, how to react, how to maintain cohesion under fire. He'd spent 20 years learning how soldiers failed, how coordination collapsed under pressure, how small mistakes cascaded into operational disaster. He was here to ensure that didn't happen. He'd trained the defending forces until they moved with the kind of automatic precision that came from practice, from muscle memory, from the understanding that survival depended on responding correctly to crisis. Leon's tactical genius provided the orchestration, the moment-by-moment adaptation that no plan could fully capture. He could see patterns that other people missed. He could recognize when Weskier's assault was succeeding and when it was failing. He could make decisions about resource allocation and force positioning that changed the outcome. The merchant network's logistics apparatus was already at full mobilization. Mateo could feel it humming beneath everything like a second heartbeat. Medical supplies positioned in 17 different locations around the island. Emergency evacuation routes mapped with triple redundancy. Resource distribution centers activated. Supply trucks queued and ready. Ammunition reserves calculated and deployed with mathematical precision. The supplies were already distributed. The routes were already established. The network was ready. But Mateo understood now what Weskier didn't, and it was the understanding that changed everything. You could prepare for military assault. You could defend a position against drones and mercenaries with training and numbers and superior tactical understanding. But you couldn't defend against the removal of everything that kept an army functional. You couldn't fight an enemy that reached backward to the source instead of meeting you where you stood. The first assault came at dawn, with a precision that suggested months of planning. Combat drones dropped from the sky like locusts, their targeting systems already locked on merchant network communication nodes. Not destroying them randomly, but systematically, hitting the nodes that coordinated supply lines, that tracked asset deployment, that maintained the real-time awareness that Leon needed to make tactical decisions. The consciousness disruption arrays activated from offshore platforms, designed specifically to force a reversion to fragmented distribution, to break what Mateo had achieved. He could feel them trying to tear him apart. Not violently, not yet. More like someone reaching into his consciousness and slowly undoing the threads that held his 12 instances together. Patient work. Professional work. The kind that suggested months of study about how he'd integrated, about the weak points in his distributed consciousness, about the pressure points that could unravel him. Mercenaries moved across the beaches in coordinated formations, equipment that looked stolen from a dozen different militaries. Flak jackets from private military companies. Weapons from government arsenals. Communication systems that suggested serious funding, serious training, serious commitment to this assault. They moved with the discipline of people who'd been paid enough to care about winning. Leon's defense was beautiful and brutal in the way that only truly professional tactical work could be. He positioned anti-air teams where Weskier's tactical systems couldn't predict them, where satellite imagery would have shown empty terrain. Blue Hood's intimate knowledge of the terrain meant mercenaries found themselves in kill zones they hadn't seen coming, found themselves pinned against positions that looked like they offered shelter but actually funneled them into crossfire. Hunk moved through the firefight with the calm precision of someone who had spent a lifetime in exactly these situations, who understood how to maintain focus when chaos was overwhelming, who could make the right decision when there was no time to think about it. The merchant network supply teams kept ammunition flowing, kept medical teams supplied with bandages and plasma and antidotes to the consciousness disruption toxins that some of Weskier's weapons used. Medical teams treated wounded without hesitation, without judgment about priority or strategic value. They healed people because that's what healing looked like when you weren't optimizing for profit. Logistics officers coordinated like they'd been doing this for years instead of weeks, moving supplies from distribution points to frontline positions, managing the 1,000 small decisions that determined whether an army had everything it needed or started making critical mistakes due to exhaustion. The consciousness arrays were the real threat, though. Mateo felt them trying to pull him apart with patient precision. Not violently, not with the crude force that something like a physical weapon would use. More like someone reaching into his consciousness and slowly undoing the threads that held his 12 instances together. It was patient, professional, the kind of work that suggested the consciousness specialists on Weskier's payroll had spent months, probably years, studying how Mateo's reintegration had worked, what the weak points were, how pressure applied in the right places could cause the whole structure to collapse. He didn't fight it directly. Instead, he opened Ada's dossier completely in his awareness and began to trace the supply chains backward with the precision of a merchant understanding every point in the exchange network. The consciousness disruption arrays used specialized quantum processors, the kind manufactured by a single vendor in Japan with extremely limited production capacity. He found that vendor. The merchant network had 17 different relationship pathways to that vendor, 17 ways to reach them, 17 points where commerce could be interrupted. He severed them all. Each severance was precise, not dramatic. No explosions, no hacking, no technological warfare. Just, he understood who was buying from that vendor, and he asked them to stop. He understood what that vendor depended on for supply, and he created economic pressure that made cooperation with Westgear strategically disadvantageous. He understood the funding mechanisms that kept that vendor operating, and he identified the sources that could be interrupted without causing civilian harm. He found the fusion power sources that kept the consciousness arrays stable. Different vendor, same problem. He traced the maintenance contracts, the technical specialists who flew in quarterly to service the systems, the supply lines for replacement components, the fuel pipelines that kept everything powered, the spare parts that couldn't be obtained anywhere else. Each one was carefully documented in Ada's dossier. Each one was a thread in the merchant network's vast web. Each thread could be cut, not cut in a crude way. Cut by understanding that the merchant network wasn't a tool to be used. The merchant network was a language, and Mateo had been learning to speak it in a way that made extraction impossible, in a way that made domination impossible, in a way that transformed commerce from a weapon into something that could only function when it served exchange. It took him 43 minutes to systematically dismantle the supply infrastructure that kept Westgear's consciousness arrays functional. 43 minutes of precise work, tracing pathways, identifying leverage points, making merchant contacts that informed them of changed circumstances, of new parameters, of reasons to redirect their supplies. 43 minutes of understanding that the merchant system was more powerful than military technology because it affected the logistics that military technology depended on. The consciousness arrays powered down simultaneously at minute 43. The dissolution felt like watching someone finally take a breath for the first time in minutes. The pressure that had been tearing at him from the edges of his awareness suddenly vanished. The threads that had been slowly unwinding snapped back into place. Mateo felt the reintegration stabilize, felt the nodes lock together, felt the distributed consciousness become singular and whole again. The mercenaries began to realize simultaneously that their payment structures were offline. Accounts frozen, supply lines severed. The sophisticated military operation began to collapse not because of superior tactics, though Leon had those, but because there was no economic mechanism holding it together. Payments couldn't be processed. New ammunition couldn't be delivered. Medics couldn't get supplies. Fuel trucks couldn't move. Soldiers couldn't eat. An army that can't be paid stops functioning. Westgear's mistake had been assuming that conquest required military victory. That power rested on who could win in direct combat, who could control territory, who could overwhelm an enemy through force. He'd never understood that Mateo's actual superpower wasn't the distributed consciousness, wasn't the world dealer rank, wasn't the institutional authority. It was the understanding that every system of power rested on exchange. Cut the exchange, and the system had nothing to stand on. Remove the economic foundation, and even superior military force became irrelevant. An army with no supplies is just a collection of exhausted people. The final phase belonged to Leon, Ada, and Hunk. Ada emerged from shadow work one last time, moving through the chaos of the collapsing military operation with the practiced efficiency of someone who existed better in violence than in peace. She'd passed the complete intelligence dossier to the proper authorities, every name, every mechanism, every connection that Westgear had established, every organization that had funded him, every person in the supply chain that had kept him operational. She was here to see the actual capture, to ensure that the evidence was preserved, to verify that the work was being done correctly. She moved with Leon and Hunk toward Westgear's position with a kind of coordination that suggested they'd practiced this exact scenario, that they'd thought through every contingency. Westgear fought harder at the end than Mateo expected, but not against the military forces surrounding him. He fought against the understanding of his own defeat, against the realization that he'd been undone not by a greater warrior, but by someone who had grasped something fundamental about how the world actually worked. Leon, Ada, and Hunk moved him into containment with professional efficiency. The intelligence dossier would reach international authorities by nightfall. Every organization Westgear had used would be exposed systematically, not through violence, but through the revelation of what they were. Financial records, supply chain documents, communication logs, the kind of evidence that couldn't be disputed or explained away. Mateo stood where the consciousness arrays had been positioned, watching them power down completely. He could feel the absence where they'd been trying to tear him apart, could feel the difference between that kind of violence and everything else that had happened. The consciousness arrays had been sophisticated. They'd been designed by people who understood neural systems. They'd been powered by people who believed they could force Mateo back into fragmentation. Instead, they'd been undone by supply chain disruption. "You won with accounting," Weskier said, his voice carrying something close to genuine contempt as Leon, Ada, and Hunk moved him toward the containment vehicle. He looked at Mateo like the defeat was somehow more insulting than death would have been. Like he was furious not that he'd lost, but that he'd lost to this. To economics. To the merchant system's own principles being used against him. "You won with supply chains and logistics. That's not victory. That's cowardice dressed in merchant ethics." Mateo took a step closer. He could feel Leon moving to intercede, but he shook his head. "This part was important. This part was necessary. I won with the same principles you tried to exploit," Mateo said quietly. His voice wasn't loud, didn't need to be. Everyone was listening. "You saw the merchant system as extraction, a way to take what people had until nothing was left. You saw commerce as warfare, exchange as domination. You thought the system could be weaponized, could be used to control and consume. I built it as exchange, as a language where both sides gain something they couldn't get alone, where value flows both directions. Exchange beats extraction. That's not accounting, and that's not genius. That's just the fundamental difference between us." Weskier struggled against his restraints, not to escape, but to turn and face Mateo directly. "You talk like this is philosophy. It's not. It's you being too weak to win the way real power works. You relied on others. You couldn't do this alone." "That's exactly right," Mateo said, and the calmness in his voice seemed to shake Weskier more than anger would have. "I couldn't do this alone." Weskier could never understand that as weakness. But that's what makes exchange stronger than extraction. An army of people willingly fighting because they believed in something beats a single consciousness trying to dominate through force. The merchant network beat you because thousands of people chose to participate in taking you apart. And they chose that because the system served them. Because it was built on mutual benefit instead of control. Weskier's expression shifted, not to understanding, because understanding would have required accepting that his entire philosophy had been wrong. Instead, it shifted to something worse. The knowledge that he'd been beaten by something smaller and more patient than him. That he pursued conquest while Mateo had learned to speak the language underneath everything. That extraction had lost to exchange because extraction was ultimately, fundamentally weaker. That the very act of building something others wanted to protect had been more powerful than all the weapons he'd accumulated. As the containment vehicle moved toward the dock, the island settled into the strange quiet that followed violence. Medical teams worked through the injured, Blue Hoods people, merchant network volunteers, people from the town who'd prepared to defend their homes. The work was methodical, professional, thorough. No one was left untreated. No one was abandoned. Leon stood beside Mateo as evening came. The sun was setting over the water, painting the sky in colors that seemed almost obscene after the violence of the day. The island that had been Mateo's beginning, his crisis point, his location of desperate learning, was already beginning to clean up, to heal, to move toward what came next. The medical teams had processed the wounded. The logistics officers were tallying what had been used and what would need to be replenished. The infrastructure that had held against the assault was already being checked for damage, for weaknesses, for lessons that could be learned. He was the last one, Leon said. The last real threat. But even as he said it, both of them understood that wasn't entirely true. There would be other Weskiers, other people who saw the merchant network as a tool to be conquered rather than a system to serve. But those future threats would have to contend with something Weskier had never anticipated, a system that didn't depend on any single person, that could defend itself through distribution of authority, that had learned how to be strong through delegation. Mateo nodded, but he was already thinking ahead, to the protocol that needed to be formalized, to the future he'd glimpsed in those fragments of distributed consciousness, a merchant network that didn't need him to be everywhere, that could govern itself, that could be something more than a response to crisis. A network that had principles stronger than any individual's ambitions. "What will you do?" Leon asked. "After the protocol is established? When the council is functioning and the immediate threats are gone?" Mateo considered the question. It was the same question Ashley would ask, but from a different angle. Leon was asking about his future contribution, his role in the sustained work of maintaining what they'd built. "I'll step back," Mateo said. Fully. Not just from operational decisions, but from strategic oversight. The council needs to learn to make mistakes without me correcting them. The network needs to develop its own identity that isn't defined by what I created it to be. Leon understood. He nodded slowly, understanding the cost of that choice. That's leadership, he said quietly. The willingness to build something that doesn't need you anymore. The island that had been his beginning was also going to be where the real work started. Not the work of building the merchant system. That was done. But the work of creating institutions that could outlive their founders, that could evolve beyond the original vision, that could serve purposes their creators had never imagined. Chapter 137. The World Dealer Protocol. The documentation process took 7 days and 3 nights, and Mateo understood early on that they were doing something more important than writing bureaucratic procedures. This was philosophy made practical, made institutional, made into something that could survive him, that could outlast his involvement, that could become the foundation of a system that would continue long after he'd stepped away. He had expected it to be technical, legal language, institutional frameworks, the kind of dense technical architecture that usually made his eyes glaze over and his attention fragment into 6 different places at once. Instead, it became something closer to philosophy made manifest in language, made practical, made into something that could be implemented and defended and evolved. The council members were arguing about principles the way philosophers argued about first causes, understanding that the foundation they built here would determine everything that came after. He sat in the merchant quarter's largest gathering space with Marcus, Blue Hood's leadership council, the 7 regional representatives who would hold world dealer authority, and a handful of independent merchant ethicists who had been waiting for this moment since the beginning, since before they understood what they were waiting for. They were people who'd spent years studying how merchant systems could be organized, how commerce could be structured around principles rather than extraction, how authority could be distributed instead of concentrated. They weren't just writing a protocol. They were writing the principles underneath what a merchant network could be when it wasn't serving extraction, when it wasn't optimized for control, when the goal wasn't concentration of power but distribution of authority. The air in the gathering space was thick with the weight of that understanding. World dealer authority is not ownership, Mateo said, reading his current draft aloud. His voice carried across the gathering space without effort. The merchant system made him audible, made him clear. Every person in the room heard every word with perfect clarity. It is stewardship of a system that exists for exchange. A world dealer holds decision-making power in their region, but that power is constrained by principles that cannot be overridden. Every decision must enhance the quality of exchange, not diminish it. Every decision must be available for challenge by the broader merchant community. Every decision must include impact assessment for non-merchants who are affected by merchant activity. Ashley listened from her position at the back of the gathering space, near the stone archway that separated the merchant quarter from the community beyond. She'd been attending every session for the last week, and Mateo had begun to notice something important. Her observations were usually the ones that shaped the final language, not through argument or authority, but through the kind of clarity that came from someone who wasn't invested in protecting the merchant system's interests, who was invested instead in whether the system actually helped people. She understood what it meant to be on the outside of a system that claimed to serve, but sometimes just served itself. The last principle is the one people will fight against, Ashley said quietly, her voice cutting through the discussion in a way that was remarkable for its simplicity. Making merchants consider the people who aren't merchants. That sounds nice in theory. Sounds compassionate. But it means sometimes you have to refuse profitable exchanges because they'll hurt the community around you. It means merchants have to limit their own gain for the benefit of people who aren't part of the system. That's a radical commitment to place over profit. Yes, one of the ethicists said, a woman named Soraya who had studied merchant systems in 3 different conflict zones, who had spent years understanding how commerce could be organized, how it could either serve humanity or consume it. And that is exactly what separates this from a simple power structure. Most institutions make decisions that benefit the institution. A world dealer protocol that includes mandatory non-merchant impact assessment is saying that benefit to the community is more important than benefit to the merchant network itself. That the system serves the community, not the other way around. The regional representatives looked at each other. There was something significant happening in this moment. They were understanding that they weren't going to be powerful in the way they'd expected. That authority was going to come with constraints. That being a world dealer meant accepting responsibility in a way that extraction never required. That they were choosing to be servants rather than rulers. One of them, a South Asian merchant named Priya who had spent 3 months coordinating emergency response in the bioweapon zones, who had moved supplies to places where no government was willing to go, who had lost colleagues to contamination and had kept working anyway, spoke up. If we're committing to that, then we need to be specific about enforcement. What happens when a world dealer ignores the impact assessment and makes a decision that harms non-merchants? What consequences are actually attached to the principle? They can be challenged by any merchant above war merchant rank, Marcus suggested, thinking through the implications as he spoke. He was a natural administrator, someone who understood how to build institutions that actually worked. Not removed from power immediately, merchants respect due process, need due process, but subjected to public assessment. Their reasoning exposed. Their decision-making audited. Made to answer for what they chose and why. And if they keep doing it, someone asked from the back of the gathering space. If they repeatedly ignore the principle and keep making decisions that prioritize merchant profit over community benefit, if they prove that they don't actually believe in the protocol they claim to uphold, then, Blue had said quietly, and everyone stopped to listen. He had the kind of presence that made silence a tool, made people pay attention when he spoke because he didn't waste words. He understood finality, understood what it meant when someone had to be removed from a position of trust. Then they're removed. The system governs itself, or it becomes just another hierarchy like everything else. You remove them from the council. You redistribute their authority. You make it clear that world dealer rank is provisional, granted because you're worthy of it, revoked if you prove you're not. That power is not a right, but a responsibility. Mateo listened to them debate through the night. These were merchants who had fought beside him during the Westgear assault, who had held the line when the consciousness arrays were trying to tear him apart, who had understood, at a level that transcended ideology, that the merchant network only worked when everyone was committed to its principles. When the principles weren't aspirational or theoretical but actual, lived, embodied in every decision. The conversation ranged across hours, deep, substantive, sometimes heated in a way that showed how much this mattered to them. They debated the specifics of how challenges would work. Would any merchant be able to initiate a challenge, or would it require a coalition? How many signatures would be needed? One of the ethicists pushed for transparency. The challenge process would be public, not secret. If a world dealer was failing their oath, the community had a right to know. They debated whether regional decisions should be reviewed globally or whether each region's council should have autonomy. A representative from North Africa argued passionately that the regions understood their own contexts best, that external review could undermine the authority they needed to make rapid decisions in crisis situations. But another representative countered that without some form of external accountability, one region's failure could cascade into systemic problems. The compromise they reached was elegant: regional autonomy for immediate decisions, but mandatory reporting to the Global Council on decisions that exceeded certain thresholds of impact or resource deployment. They debated how to handle decisions where merchants and non-merchants had conflicting interests. What if a profitable exchange would help merchants, but harm the broader community? The impact assessment requirement meant documenting the harm, but did it mean preventing the exchange entirely? Soraya pushed for a middle ground. The harm had to be documented, and if the harm was significant, the decision required a supermajority of the council, not just a simple vote. Each question shaped the protocol further, and Mateo watched the document evolve from abstract principles into something practical, something that could actually be implemented and defended. By the third night, the protocol was taking shape. 7 regional world dealers, rotating council leadership so that no single voice could dominate conversation. Mandatory humanitarian merchant provisions ensuring that crisis zones always had access to resources. Emergency resource accessibility for catastrophe traders, and a commitment to institutional transparency that went further than Mateo would have thought possible. Every council decision would be documented. Every reasoning would be public. Every impact would be assessed. The merchants were creating an institution that was designed to be examined, to be questioned, to be held accountable. One more thing, Mateo said on the final night, looking at the complete draft. The document was substantial now. 20 pages of principles, procedures, frameworks for how the merchant network would govern itself. I want to be explicit about what world dealer rank means in terms of hierarchy. It doesn't mean hierarchy. This protocol requires that no member of the council holds veto authority over the others. Every decision is made by consensus when possible, by majority vote when consensus fails. No single world dealer overrides another. Including you, Marcus said. It wasn't a question. He understood what Mateo was asking. Especially me, Mateo said. And he could feel the moment that Marcus understood completely what he was doing. He was stepping back. Not from the network. World dealer rank would remain active, the connection would be permanent. But from the role of central authority. He was becoming a voice among 7 voices, not the voice that could silence the others. He was removing his own veto power, his own ability to override council decisions, his own authority to reshape the network according to his understanding. Leon watched the moment of realization cross the council members' faces. He'd understood it immediately because he was the kind of person who understood what power actually cost. "You've just created a self-governing merchant republic," he said to Matteo, quietly enough that only those nearby could hear. "This is going to terrify governments. They're going to try to infiltrate it, corrupt it, break it apart from within. They won't tolerate a system that operates outside their control. Everything that actually helps people terrifies governments," Matteo replied. "That's not a flaw in the design." The protocol was formally announced to the global merchant network on the morning of the 8th day. Not in a grandiose moment of ceremony. Matteo had learned that grand moments were usually theater, distraction from the actual work. The protocol was announced in simple documentation. Matteo stood in the gathering space and read the opening passage while the council members sat beside him as equals, not subordinates, not the hierarchy arranged around a central authority. The merchant network is not a hierarchy. It is an exchange of principles between participants who choose to be bound by the same commitment to mutual benefit. World dealer authority is not ownership of the network. It is stewardship of the system on behalf of everyone that system serves. Every merchant, at every rank, is part of this governance. The protocol that follows explains how this works. The future of the merchant network is not determined by any single person. It is determined by the collective commitment of everyone who participates. Ashley had insisted on one specific provision, and Matteo watched as the council reviewed it one final time. Every World Dealer Council decision must include impact assessment for people who are not merchants. The network exists to serve everyone, not just those who participate in merchant commerce. If a decision benefits merchants but harms the broader community, that harm must be documented and considered part of the cost of the decision. Priya looked at Ashley. "You're a non-merchant," she said. "You're not part of our system." "I've been learning the system alongside the merchants," Ashley replied. "And I understand that if the merchant network becomes insular, if it starts serving only merchants and ignoring the communities around it, then it becomes the same kind of power structure that Weskier tried to impose. The protocol needs to require that merchants remember they're not the only people in the world, that their decisions affect people who don't have merchant rank. That authority means responsibility to everyone, not just to people like you. The moment you stop thinking about people outside the system, you become the thing you were fighting against." The provision passed without dissent. Even the merchants who had the most to lose from mandatory impact assessment understood that she was right. That this was the actual test of whether the merchant system was something better or just another tool for domination. That a system that served only its own members was a failure, no matter how beautiful the rest of the architecture was. By the 9th day, the council was functioning independently. It started small, a catastrophe trader in Southeast Asia requesting emergency resources for an outbreak. A region where mercenary activity had disrupted the normal supply chains, where people were dying from exposure to bioweapon contamination that should have been treatable but wasn't because the logistics had collapsed. Medical supplies needed. Distribution infrastructure required. Someone had to make a decision about whether the resources were available, whether they could be deployed, whether the risk to supply chains was acceptable. The request came to the Southeast Asian World Dealer, and Matteo watched through the ambient network awareness as the council member reviewed it, consulted with neighboring world dealers through the merchant network, approved the deployment, and mobilized resources. The process was methodical. They consulted other councils not for permission but for context. Would deploying major resources to Southeast Asia weaken other regions? Could resources be redistributed? Were there merchants in the affected region who could scale up their own supply lines if given authority to do so? The entire process took 4 hours, start to finish. Decision to deployment. The decision came back through the network. Resources approved, deployment authorized, regional council empowered to make further decisions as conditions changed. It was beautiful in its completeness, not a parent body making decisions for a child entity, but a network of equals coordinating response. Matteo learned about the decision through the network notification system. No one asked for his approval. No one checked with him to see if he agreed with the decision. The council member made the choice based on protocol and principles, deployed the resources, and moved on to the next crisis requiring attention. A decision that would affect thousands of lives had been made by people who knew the region, understood the stakes, and had authority to act. And Matteo had learned about it after the fact, like any other merchant in the network. The feeling was profound. It was the realization that the system had matured beyond needing him, that it had become something larger than his original vision, that authority had been successfully distributed, that the network could make complex decisions about resource allocation and crisis response without his constant oversight. And that was exactly what success looked like. That evening, Mateo felt something he hadn't felt since the distribution: lightness. He tried to explain it to Leon, and the words came out incomplete, insufficient to carry the actual feeling. It's like watching something I built walk for the first time without needing me to carry it. It's like releasing something you've been holding and watching it move on its own. It's the best thing I've felt since reintegration. Like the weight I've been carrying has finally transferred to someone else's shoulders. Leon smiled. He understood because he'd spent his life building things: tactical structures, operational frameworks, defense mechanisms, and he understood what it meant when something you'd created became autonomous. That's what victory actually looks like, Leon said. Not a triumph, not a moment of conquest, just the moment when you can stop fighting and the thing you believed in can be itself. Chapter 138. What Mateo wants. Months had passed since the final assault on the island. The bioweapon recovery in the surrounding region was progressing faster than anyone had predicted. The combination of merchant network resources, international cooperation, and the removal of Weskier's disruption meant that the recovery timeline that had seemed impossible in the early weeks was actually coming to pass. The decontamination teams were finishing their work ahead of schedule. The hospitals were transitioning from crisis response to normal function. People were beginning to rebuild. Mateo stood on the dock where he'd said goodbye before distribution, looking at a completely transformed landscape. The emergency settlement was unrecognizable. What had been crisis tents and improvised shelters was now genuine infrastructure. Community gardens bloomed where decontamination zones had been. A school stood where the medical emergency center had operated. The merchant quarter was no longer separate from the community. It was integrated, part of the larger whole, its principles embedded in everything around it like the foundation of something that was learning to be whole. Ashley found him there as the sun was setting, painting the water gold, and then red as it descended toward the horizon. She'd been on the island for the last 2 months, overseeing the humanitarian programs that had grown from the original crisis response into something bigger. Programs that trained local merchants. Programs that created sustainable medical infrastructure. Programs that taught people to understand exchange instead of accepting extraction. She looked different than she had. Calmer, more grounded, more herself. She'd found something here that she'd been seeking, something about the shape her life could take when she was building instead of reacting. I have a question I've been waiting to ask since reintegration, she said, standing beside him to look at the transformed landscape. Her voice was quiet, intimate, the kind of voice you used when you were asking something that actually mattered. Not about the network or the protocol or Weskier. Not about the institutions or the ranks or the future. About you. What do you actually want now? Mateo's first response was the wrong answer, and he knew it even as the words were coming out of his mouth. He talked about the final vendor protocol needing monitoring, about the need to ensure the World Dealer Council was functioning according to principles, about merchants still advancing through the ranks who would need guidance, about the work that was still to be done, always still to be done, the endless expansion of the network's reach and the deepening of its sophistication. Ashley waited him out. She was good at that, staying silent, letting people realize they were lying to themselves. She didn't interrupt or contradict. She just waited with the kind of patience that made silence into something that demanded honesty. His honest answer came slower, and it cost him something to say it aloud. The words felt true in a way that nothing else had felt true in months. I want to be small, he said finally. The words felt strange coming out of his mouth, felt like he was asking for something impossible, something that contradicted everything he'd become. Not the network, not world dealer rank, not 12 simultaneous locations. I want to run a shop and listen to people's stories and trade truth for treatment. I want to be one person in one place with my full attention on the person in front of me. I want to wake up in the same place I went to sleep. I want to know my neighbors. I want the most complicated decision I make in a day to be about what supplies to stock and what stories to record. I want to stop being everywhere and start being present. The words hung between them. After months of being everywhere, the idea of being nowhere except in the present moment felt almost impossible. Like learning to breathe again. Like choosing limitation instead of expansion, choosing depth instead of breadth, choosing presence instead of omniscience. Like understanding that power could be released, that authority could be distributed, that the highest achievement wasn't holding the most power, but creating a system that didn't need your constant attention. You can have that, Ashley said quietly. You built a system that doesn't need you to be everywhere. The consolidation happened over 2 weeks. Mateo didn't abandon world dealer authority. The rank was still his. The connection to the network still present like an ambient awareness humming beneath everything he did. But he formally removed himself from active coordination of the council, establishing them as fully self-governing. He became an advisor, available if needed, not required, not obligated. The difference was subtle on paper and revolutionary in practice. The world dealer rank remained present as ambient awareness. He could feel the network humming beneath everything, could sense when merchants advanced through ranks, could access the collective knowledge of the system. But he no longer needed to act on it constantly. For the first time, Matteo could choose when to engage with the network instead of being obligated to its constant demands. The difference was between passive availability and active requirement, and it changed everything about how presence felt. The lightness was even greater than he'd expected. "What about us?" Ashley asked one evening as they sat in the recreated village, watching people move through the marketplace that had become genuinely functional commerce rather than crisis response. Watching the exchange happen naturally, without external direction, without someone orchestrating every transaction. Matteo thought about what he wanted, not what he'd been taught to want, not what the system suggested was the proper path. What he actually wanted, stripped down to the essentials, without the layers of obligation and external pressure. The truth that lived beneath everything else. "We love each other without losing ourselves in the process," he said. The honesty surprised him. He'd expected to hedge, to qualify, to try to make it sound like something between a full romantic commitment and a strategic alliance. Instead, the truth came out clean and simple. You lead the island humanitarian program. You're building something here that's going to matter for years. I run a shop somewhere that needs it. Somewhere in recovery, somewhere in crisis, somewhere that needs the specific thing I've learned how to offer. We visit when we can. We're present with each other when we're together, and we're not responsible for each other's lives. We remain partners in belief while we become independent in practice." Ashley smiled, a real smile, not resigned, not disappointed. A smile that acknowledged that what they were creating together was something real and good. That's not the eternal romance stories usually describe. No, Matteo agreed. It's better. It's real. It's sustainable. It's something that can actually last because it's not demanding everything from both of us. It's not consuming. It's generous. They identified the place together, an Eastern European town still recovering from bioweapon contamination. Not the worst-hit zones, which were still too dangerous, too unstable, but places where people were learning to live again, where the decontamination teams had declared the areas safe, but recovery was still in early stages. Places where a merchant shop wouldn't be a crisis resource, but a genuine part of community healing. Places where someone with Matteo's specific skills could build something that mattered, something that would take years to unfold. Matteo would go there. Ashley would stay to complete the island program, which was expanding beyond what anyone had anticipated. New locations opening, new merchants training, new people learning that exchange was possible, that it was something beautiful, that commerce could be language instead of warfare. They would remain partners in the work they both believed in, while giving each other the space to become fully themselves. The evening before Matteo left the island, they stood on that same dock and watched the sunset together. The water was calm. The sky was on fire with color. The island that had been his arrival point was now the place he was leaving from, transformed, healed, ready to continue without him. Ashley was quiet beside him. She'd been quiet all day, processing what his departure meant. Not an ending of their relationship, but a transformation of it. A different shape, maybe more sustainable, maybe more true. "I've been thinking about what you're going to find," she said finally. "In that Eastern European town, do you think you'll be lonely?" Matteo considered the question with the kind of honesty he'd learned to offer her. "I think I'll be alone. That's different from lonely. Alone is just one person in one place. Lonely is wanting something different than what you have. I want solitude. I want presence. I want the slowness of small-town living after months of being everywhere simultaneously. And if it doesn't work?" Ashley pressed. "If you get there and realize you need something else, something bigger, then I'll come back," Matteo said simply. "But I don't think I will. I think what I'll find there is what I've been looking for since the distribution ended. The knowledge that I can be complete in one location, with one person, doing one thing at a time. No regrets." Ashley asked. The question was simple, but it carried the weight of everything they'd built and everything they were choosing to release. Everything they'd learned about what it meant to love someone and still be willing to let them go. "No," Matteo said, and he meant it with a completeness that surprised him. He'd fought against distribution, fought through fragmentation, fought to reintegrate. He'd built a system that could function without him. He'd learned what it meant to choose simplicity after complexity. He'd discovered that the most powerful position wasn't the one that held central authority, but the one that could release authority and let something else flourish. He'd learned that the greatest achievement wasn't what you built for yourself, but what you built that could survive your absence. Ashley took his hand. Then go, she said. Build something beautiful in that small town. Rescue people with stories. Change the world one customer at a time. I'll be here, doing the same work at a larger scale. And once a month, we'll meet and tell each other what we've learned. Now he could simply be present. And that was everything. Chapter 139. The final shop. The stone building had been there for 60 years, mostly empty, waiting for someone to understand what it could be. It wasn't remarkable. Gray stone, narrow windows, a single heavy door that had been in the same frame for decades. It looked like it belonged to the landscape the way trees belong, the way stone belongs, the way anything that's been there long enough becomes part of the architecture of a place. The Eastern European town where Matteo chose to settle was the kind of place where recovery was measured in small increments, the kind of place where time moved differently than in crisis, where hope was something you rebuilt daily rather than something you could take for granted. The decontamination teams had declared it safe 18 months ago, and slowly people were returning. Gardens were growing back. Children were being born. The infrastructure was rebuilding with the patient determination of people who understood that healing couldn't be rushed. He selected the building because it looked like it had always belonged to the community. It didn't have the appearance of something imported or constructed for a specific purpose. It looked like it had grown organically from the town's needs, had been there forever, had weathered decades of weather and time and human use. He didn't modify it extensively, just cleared the interior, installed basic systems that had nothing to do with merchant network technology, set up shelves that were functional rather than impressive. The stock was extraordinary in its specificity. Medical supplies that treated the diseases the bioweapon had introduced. The research team's plaga infection treatments, developed through months of collaboration with merchants who understood both science and supply chains. Genetic engineering antidotes for mutations that hadn't been predicted but had emerged anyway. Respiratory support systems, cardiovascular stabilizers, pain management medications derived from merchant network sources that understood loss, understood suffering, understood the specific way that bioweapons affected the human body. But alongside the medical supplies were things that mattered in different ways. Books about the merchant system's history, written by people who'd studied it from different angles, documenting how it had evolved from Matteo's desperate island beginning into something that served millions. Philosophy texts on exchange versus extraction, exploring the principles that separated mutual benefit from predation. Information about network access for people who needed to understand what it was, who wanted to learn the language of merchant ethics. Testimony from outbreak survivors about what they'd endured and what they'd learned. Stories of people who had faced the bioweapon and survived. Stories of people who had lost everything and were rebuilding. The single most valuable thing in the shop existed only as a concept. Matteo's rule was simple. Payment is truth. Not money. Not trade goods. Not anything material that could be converted to currency. The story of who you are and what brought you to this place. Your name. Your experience. Your survival or your loss or your attempt to understand what had happened to you. Each story went into the archive. Each person's experience became part of the record of what had happened to this region and how people were healing. The first customer arrived on a cold morning, 3 weeks after he'd opened. She was sick. Matteo could recognize plaga infection even in early stages. He could see it in the way her hands trembled slightly, in the color of her skin that wasn't quite right, in the way she moved like her body was already starting to betray her, like she could feel the bioweapon working inside her cells, transforming her at a level she couldn't control. She'd come from 3 towns away, traveling slowly because her body was beginning to resist movement, beginning to transform in ways that the bioweapon had programmed into it. She looked at him with the specific desperation of someone who had exhausted every official option, who had gone to every hospital, who had been turned away because the hospitals were overwhelmed or because she had nothing to pay. "I heard there's a shop here," she said, "that you help people." Matteo felt the familiar shape of the conversation beginning. He understood this moment. He'd learned its contours through months of study, through the fragments of awareness that had persisted across his distribution. He knew what she was asking for even though she hadn't asked it yet. "What are you buying?" he asked, using the familiar merchant greeting. She stared at him. No one had asked her that before. Everyone else had asked what she could pay, what resources she had, what she could offer to justify receiving help. No one had asked what she wanted, what she needed, what would save her. No one had asked what she was buying in a way that implied there was something she could purchase, that there was an exchange that might benefit both of them. She broke down. It took her 20 minutes to get the words out. Fear and relief and the breaking of something she'd been holding together for months. Her name was Katia. She'd been a teacher before the contamination. She'd been exposed during the initial outbreak and had spent months trying to get treatment through official channels. The hospitals were overwhelmed. The government agencies were non-responsive. She'd burned through her savings and connections trying to stay alive. By the time she found the shop, she had nothing left. No money, no resources, no reason to hope except that she'd heard rumors about a place that helped people, about a shop that ran on different principles. Mateo gave her the treatment without hesitation. The plaga infection was treatable if you caught it early. The merchant network had formulated the cure, and Mateo had brought supplies with him. He administered it with the kind of gentleness that came from understanding that she'd been treated harshly by every institution that was supposed to help her. The injection was simple, but the relief it brought was visible. She felt the treatment beginning to work almost immediately, felt the infection beginning to reverse, felt her body beginning to correct itself. Then he entered her name and story into the archive. Her experience documented, her survival recorded, her story part of the permanent record. She cried. He let her cry. There wasn't anything else to do in that moment except to be present with someone's grief and fear. She recovered over the following weeks. The plaga infection reversed. Her hands stopped trembling. The color in her skin began to return. And then she began working in the shop, her medical background making her useful immediately. She became the first person who understood completely what Mateo was building. Not just a merchant operation, not just a medical resource, but a record of survival. A documentation of what people endured and what they overcame. The other customers came slowly, and each one added to the archive. A resistance fighter from a different conflict, traveling through the region, seeking medical supplies and intelligence about which areas were safest to traverse. He came at night, cautious, expecting deception. His hands were scarred from weapons handling. His eyes held the particular exhaustion of someone who'd been fighting longer than he'd thought possible. He paid with his story, years of fighting against systems that treated people as expendable, learning that resistance sometimes meant just helping the next person survive until tomorrow. He talked about the moment when he realized that every person he helped escape became a person who could help someone else. That survival itself was a form of resistance. His story became part of the archive. A researcher studying the bioweapon crisis, documenting what had happened so future generations could understand. She'd been commissioned by 3 different universities to interview survivors and create an archive. She arrived with recording equipment and notebooks, but stayed because she understood what Mateo was doing, creating a permanent record of human experience. She paid with her commitment to tell the truth of what she found, to let people's stories stand as they were rather than shaping them into a narrative that made sense to outsiders. She documented the shop itself as part of her research, understanding that the space was becoming a historical artifact. Her documentation work and the shop's archive began to cross-reference each other, creating a more complete record than either could produce alone. A young man who'd been training in the merchant system, reaching war merchant rank, seeking guidance toward catastrophe trader status. He wanted to understand what it meant to reach the highest ranks, what it would cost him. Mateo taught him what had taken him months to learn, that catastrophe trading wasn't about managing crises. It was about understanding what people needed when everything else had failed and finding a way to get it to them. It was about being willing to make decisions that prioritized human survival over institutional stability. It was about accepting that sometimes you had to choose between what was legal and what was right, and being prepared for the consequences of that choice. The young man understood immediately. He left the shop with supplies and something more valuable, the knowledge that what he was becoming mattered. A family fleeing a contaminated region, carrying only what they could hold. A mother, 2 children, a grandfather whose hands shook from exposure. Mateo housed them in the space above the shop, gave them supplies for the journey, and in exchange they told him their story. Not once, but over weeks, as their trauma loosened enough to be articulated. As they began to understand that survival was possible. As they rebuilt the internal structures that crisis had shattered. The children began to help in the shop, learning what exchange looked like. The grandmother started teaching in the community's emerging school. By the time they left to continue their journey, they'd become part of the town's fabric. Mateo documented their story with particular care. It showed what was possible when people were given not just survival supplies, but the knowledge that someone had witnessed their experience. Leon visited once, finding Mateo in the shop processing the day's transactions. Leon looked around at the small shelves, at the careful organization, at the archive of stories growing thicker every day. He understood immediately what Mateo had created. "This is what you've become?" Leon asked. There was no judgment in it, just observation, just the recognition of transformation. From world-scale distributed consciousness to small-town shopkeeper? "This is what I chose," Mateo replied. "The world-scale work is being done by the council. The network is functioning without me. The institutions are stable. This is where I actually want to be. This is the work that matters most. Being present with one person at a time, helping them survive, remembering their story. Leon understood. Mateo could see it in his expression, the recognition of someone who had spent his life building structures and understood what it meant when something you'd created became autonomous. This was purpose, but purpose that had space for rest. This was impact, but impact that didn't require being everywhere simultaneously. Come visit the island when you can, Leon said. Ashley's doing remarkable things there. Ashley visited once a month, traveling from the island to the recovering town. Sometimes they cooked together in the apartment above the shop, using ingredients from the community gardens. The cooking was simple, unrushed, a chance to be present with each other without obligation. Sometimes they sat in silence watching the town heal, observing how slow and patient recovery actually was. How many small acts of reconstruction it took to rebuild something that had been shattered. Sometimes they argued about small things, the proper way to organize the archive, whether Mateo should accept larger requests for supplies that would take him away from the shop, how to balance mercy with sustainability, and resolve them the same night. The arguments weren't about fundamental disagreement, but about the kinds of decisions that people who loved each other had to make when they had different responsibilities. They were arguments that ended in understanding. The ambient network awareness remained constant. Occasionally, a council decision needed his perspective, and Mateo would use the merchant system to participate remotely, offering guidance he'd earned through months of learning what worked. Occasionally, a regional world dealer had a question that required his insight. But these interruptions were rare and brief. The network had learned to function without his constant oversight. Most of his time belonged to the shop and the people who came through its door. The feeling was presence. Complete, undivided, authentic presence. Every customer got the full attention of someone who had been 12 people simultaneously and chose to be one. Every story in the archive was recorded with care, not for profit optimization or strategic advantage, but because that person's experience mattered and needed to be remembered. The act of witnessing was the most valuable exchange Mateo could offer. This was what the merchant system was actually for. Not for Mateo's ambition or Weskier's extraction, but for exchange, for meeting people at the point of their need and offering something that actually helped them survive until the next day, the next week, the next season. For remembering, for honoring, for proving that a person's experience mattered enough to be documented. He was exactly where he needed to be. Chapter 140. The system chimes again. Evening came to the recovering town slowly, with the careful patience of a place that was learning how to be alive again. The sun was descending toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades that seemed impossible, orange bleeding into purple, purple bleeding into the deep blue that would soon be black. Mateo passed landmarks that had meaning. The memorial to the two consciousness instances that had been partially lost during the Weskier conflict. They'd survived reintegration, but the process had left marks on them, had changed them in ways that made their normal function impossible. Travelers from around the world left offerings at the memorial. Coins, written prayers, small handmade items representing their own survival. Mateo read each message carefully, the human handwriting, the personal stories embedded in each one, and added it to the permanent archive. A merchant's job was witnessing, recording, honoring what people had endured and overcome. He returned to his apartment above the shop as the light faded completely, as the last colors drained from the sky, and the town was left to the mercy of lamplight. His personal ledger was updated daily, and he reviewed the current status with the kind of satisfaction that came from knowing that the work mattered. 847 people helped directly through the shop. 2,134 connected to network resources through his advocacy. 45 merchants trained in final vendor principles during his monthly advisory sessions. 12,000 documented experiences of the bioweapon crisis, each one a person's story that refused to be forgotten. He was teaching now, once a week, ethics for merchants seeking advancement. The merchants came from surrounding regions, staying for a day or two to learn what Mateo could offer. What he'd learned through distribution, through fragmentation, through reintegration. He was mentoring two young merchants toward world dealer status, watching them develop the understanding that authority meant responsibility, that rank meant service. That power was only legitimate when it was constrained by principles. The merchant system chimed softly in his awareness. World dealer status maintained. Mentorship assessment request. Candidate. Marcus, ID 2891. Catastrophe trader advancement eligible. Recommend approval. Marcus. The merchant who had helped build the island economy when it was still a crisis response. Who had become the first regional world dealer council member when the protocol was activated. Who had been doing the actual work for years, running refugee operations, coordinating supply chains, making decisions without waiting for Mateo's input. Who had proven through action that he understood what the merchant system was actually for. Marcus had been selected for leadership not because he sought it, but because he understood fundamentally that authority meant responsibility. He'd learned the most important lesson a world dealer could learn. That rank was a tool for serving others, not a tool for personal advancement. He'd spent months studying the protocol, consulting with merchants across different regions, understanding how to apply principles in practice. He'd made mistakes. Matteo had watched through the ambient network as Marcus made decisions that didn't optimize for profit, but did serve the community. And he'd owned those mistakes, learned from them, adjusted his approach. Matteo reviewed the full record of his mentee's growth, the decisions he'd made, the crises he'd navigated, the people he'd saved through understanding that catastrophe trading wasn't about managing disaster. It was about understanding what people needed when everything else had failed and finding a way to get it to them, even when it cost something, even when it required sacrifice. He approved the advancement with the authority of world dealer rank. Catastrophe trader status activated. Marcus, ID 2891, effective immediate. Somewhere in the merchant network, Marcus received the notification and began preparing for the next stage of what he was. For the first time, Matteo wouldn't be walking him through the process. Marcus would learn catastrophe trader work the way Matteo had, by doing it, by failing sometimes, by discovering what the rank actually meant through the experience of exercising it, by understanding that the highest ranks weren't positions of power but positions of responsibility. The merchant system fell silent again. The hum of the ambient awareness continued, the network functioning, merchants advancing, people being helped, but it didn't require Matteo's attention. The system had become something more than him, something better. The town settled into evening. Lanterns were being lit throughout the community, creating points of light against the darkness. The marketplace was closing down. The school was dark. The decontamination zones were quiet under the stars that were beginning to emerge. A knock came at the shop door. Matteo opened it to find a stranger standing outside, traveling worn clothes, carrying the specific kind of desperation that Matteo had learned to recognize immediately. Someone who had been exposed to contamination and had run out of options. The look in his eyes was the same look every refugee wore, the knowledge that they had exhausted every official avenue, that the system had failed them, that they had nowhere else to go. That hope was impossible except for the rumors about a shop that helped without charging. The lantern above the shop entrance glowed without fuel, merchant system technology indistinguishable from quiet magic. It illuminated the stranger's face clearly, revealed the exhaustion and fear and the last thread of hope. "Welcome," Matteo said. "What are you buying?" The stranger looked around the small shop, at the carefully organized shelves, at the archive of stories documented in Matteo's careful hand. The walls were lined with names and dates and brief descriptions of people who had been helped. The record of survival. Hope flickered in his expression, tentative, afraid, not quite believing that help could be this simple. Not quite trusting that there was a place where people helped without demanding payment that he didn't have. "Salvation," the stranger said. His voice was hoarse from dehydration, from the damage the bioweapon had caused. "Or at least surviving until tomorrow." "Then you've come to the right place," Matteo replied. "Payment is truth, your name, your story. And while you're telling me, I'll find what you need." The stranger began to speak. Matteo listened with the complete attention of someone who had been 12 people simultaneously and chose to be one. He listened to the contamination exposure, the moment when exposure happened, the desperation of not knowing if it would kill him. He listened to the failed treatment attempts, to hospitals that couldn't help, to authorities that couldn't respond. He listened to the journey from one place to another, to the moment when hope had almost completely disappeared. While the stranger spoke, Matteo moved through the shop with the quiet expertise of someone who had learned what healed. He gathered medical supplies, the plaga infection treatments, the antidotes for genetic mutations, the pain management medications. He accessed network resources through his connection to the merchant system. He consulted his growing understanding of what worked in this particular region's recovery. The lantern burned above the door. Outside, the recovering town continued its slow return to life. Inside, the exchange began. One person's story for one chance at survival. One moment of being truly heard, truly seen, truly helped. The merchant system recorded the transaction with perfect neutrality. Exchange complete. Merchant and customer. Mutual benefit achieved. No rank evaluation. No profit optimization. No extraction. Just exchange. Just one person offering what they could, another person receiving what they needed. Just the knowledge that both sides of the transaction were better for having met. The stranger remained in the shop past midnight. Matteo gave him shelter upstairs, medical care, food that was prepared with the knowledge that the bioweapon victims had specific dietary needs. Something more valuable than any of those things, The knowledge that someone had heard his story and remembered it. That he wasn't invisible. That he'd been witnessed in his desperation and his survival, and that witnessing would be preserved in the archive. As dawn approached, the stranger slept while Mateo documented his story in the ledger. He wrote with careful attention: name, age, place of origin, the moment of exposure, the journey that brought them here, the hope that sustained them. Not clinical documentation, but lived experience preserved. Each entry was an act of respect. 847 became 848. Another person helped. Another story remembered. Another small victory against the systems that would prefer people to disappear, to be forgotten, to be treated as expendable. Mateo stood at the window looking out at the recovering town as the first light came. The sky was beginning to transform from black to deep blue to the pale light that came before sunrise. The lamplights were dimming. The early risers were beginning to move through the streets. Katia was probably up, beginning her shifts. The school teachers were preparing classrooms. The community gardens were waiting for daily care. The merchant system remained quietly present, available if needed but not demanding. The World Dealer Council was managing without him. The network was functioning at unprecedented scale. 14 new merchant councils had been established in recovered regions. The protocol was holding. The impact assessments were working. Merchants were learning to consider non-merchant populations in their decisions. The system was evolving beyond what Mateo had envisioned because it didn't require his vision anymore. And here, in a small shop in a recovering town, Mateo continued the real work. The work he'd been building toward since the beginning. Not grand ambitions or world-scale systems. Just being present with people who needed help. Just offering exchange instead of extraction. Just remembering that the system existed to serve, not to be served. Outside, the town was waking up. The marketplace would open in an hour. New customers would arrive with their stories and their needs. Merchants would begin their daily transactions. Teachers would open the school. Community gardens would continue their slow growth. The bioweapon recovery would advance by another small increment. Life would continue its patient work of reconstructing itself. Mateo would listen and offer what he could, and record each moment in the archive that no one but him would read, but that someone, someday, might discover. That someone, in a future time, might understand what the merchant system could be when it served something larger than itself. That they might understand that the highest form of power was the willingness to be small, to be present, to let others grow beyond you. The stranger stirred in his sleep. Mateo adjusted the blanket, ensuring the medical treatment was properly administered. One more person tended. One more life preserved. One more story that would be told, remembered, honored. This was what a merchant system could be when it chose to be small. This was what power could look like when it refused to be tyrannical. This was what exchange meant when it was actually mutual. This was what a world dealer rank felt like when it was stripped of empire and left with only responsibility. This was what victory looked like when it was measured not in conquest, but in service. The day was beginning. The shop was waiting. The archive would grow. The stories would accumulate. The town would heal. Mateo was ready. End of Step 7. Chapters 121 to 140. If Mateo's journey from desperate island stranger to the merchant who rewrote the rules moved you, leave a like and share your favorite moment in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the notification bell so you never miss a new story. More survival, more impossible choices, more merchants who choose something better await on the path ahead. Until next time, stranger, what are you buying?